Hey everyone, Thomas Aarons with Fishing the DMV here. I had this really cool idea to just to say thank you to the Department of Wildlife Resources for Virginia, and I'm doing a compilation video series. So what I did is I strung together every interview I did last year for all the different river systems that Virginia has to offer. We're going to start with the Potomac River, then we're going to go to the Shenandoah River, the North Holston, then we're going to go to the New River, the James River. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you guys enjoy it, just give a thumbs up and let me know in the episode description what your favorite river in Virginia is to fish. I'm going to pick 3 winners and they're going to get a $10 gift card to Jake's Bait and Tackle and Tactical Fishing Company. So let me know in the episode description what your favorite river system is. I know it's a big video. Don't feel like you have to watch it all, but it's just a way for me to say thank you to the department for letting me interview them. So enjoy it. And hopefully I'll see you guys at the Richmond Fishing Expo. The first meet and greet is Friday. I think it's like noon to 1:30, and then Saturday, noon to about 2 p.m. See you guys there.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. I'm your host, Thomas Aarons, and today I have the legend of the show. He's been on here a couple of times. You know him by name, John Odenkirk of the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources. Sir, thank you so much for coming on today. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure to be back with you and all your listeners, Thomas.
You are a busy man, whether it's talking about the snakeheads, the area of Virginia that you run from Lake Anna, the Rappahannock. I mean, is that pretty much your region if you triangulate it, Fredericksburg, Lake Anna, and towards the Potomac?
Yeah, I've got 12 counties. I share with Mike Eisel, the other fisheries biologist in the Northern District of Fredericksburg, or excuse me, of Region 4, which used to be, well, we're still work out of Fredericksburg, but we're not a regional office anymore like we used to be. We got it absorbed into the valley, which was Region 4 back then. So instead of being Region 5, they just call us Region 4 East. Fredericksburg's still a field office, and Mike and I work out of there with 12 counties. And we go basically as far west as Skyline Drive. Wow. So we got brook trout water and the Rappahannock River and the Virginia tributaries of the Potomac. We have Lake Anna. And then we go all the way down to the tidal section, Stafford and down along the Potomac tidal area. So it's really a good diversity of resources. We spend, one day we'll be doing brook trout work and the next day we'll be on the tidal stuff, chasing whatever. So it's a fun work area. It really is.
How do you plan your life so you're not ping-ponging all over God's earth? Because it is such a big area.
Yeah, that's a great question. So our boss, Steve Reeser, has been really good. And I've been fortunate pretty much my entire career to have really good supervision. And we basically, Mike and I and our assistant, Reggie Bob Willis, AKA Reggie Bob, we come up with a work plan. Like we've already, actually we're getting ready to work on it right now for 2025. And we have to prioritize the waters we want to sample because basically when we do our sampling, we're trying to collect certain types of data that would provide us with information about abundance of a certain species, distribution, length distribution. Those are very important. Those are the 2 primary metrics to help us describe what's going on with most fishery populations. And you can't sample for them just any time of the year with any gear. So we try to mate the gear, which a lot of times is electrofishing, with the maximum vulnerability of us to get an unbiased sample. And so what that does is it essentially squishes our window of opportunity for certain things into small time frames. And so we have to pick and choose what's important, and so every year we go through a process where we say, these are our priority 1 waters. We've got to sample these no matter what, because we've got a string of data. We're evaluating, we're stocking an F1 fish, or we're stocking stripers here. We're trying sawguy there. We want to evaluate something we're doing. So that information is very important for us to get. Then we have like a priority 2 sample water, which maybe that's an impoundment that was sampled 4 or 5 years ago, and it was chugging along pretty well. We don't really see a lot of problems with it. We haven't been there in a while. Maybe somebody called up and says, hey, I'm not sure this is quite right with this fishery or that. And so, we'll make that a priority 2. And then sometimes we even have a priority 3 water, which could be like an HOA or something like that. We'll try to provide the technical assistance, with a Lake of the Woods or a Fawn Lake or something like that. Those people still have to buy fishing licenses. So we try to help them out when we can fit it in, and it doesn't compromise our work on public resources. So anyway, yeah, so we go through that every year. We have more flexibility when the water warms up in the summer to do stream work, if it's backpack electrofishing, trout work, things like that. But when we're out doing our reservoir and big river work, that's either going to be spring or fall. Spring's the best. Fall's pretty good if you hit it at the right time. So we just try to, and you'll notice as I go through and talk about this Potomac River sampling, that's all spring. But when we added the Rappahannock River stuff after that fishery crashed around 2000, we didn't have any more time to sample stuff in spring. And so we fall's a pretty good time to do that. So we do that in like late September when that water cools off enough, we can get unbiased estimates. And the other thing too is when we're evaluating certain times of the year, depending on what we're looking at, it's very important to evaluate recruitment. That is the contribution, the spawning success of a fish population. And so in the spring, a lot of times, right, we're out there in late April, mid to late April and early May, we're not seeing, say, largemouth bass recruitment yet because they haven't spawned yet, or if they have spawned, they're little tiny bitty things that we're not sampling those efficiently. And so what we're doing is we're actually sampling what we call juvenile or fingerling fish, which are age ones. Well, they're 0 pluses that they haven't really reached their first. Sometimes they have reached their first birthday, but that gives us an index of abundance from the previous year. So it's not a year class strength issue from, like, say, we're sampling this year in 2024. We didn't get age 0 fish in our bass collections in the data you're going to be seeing here shortly from the Potomac. We got age 1 fish or juveniles, but still it's an excellent representation of recruitment or spawning success of the previous year. But when we're out in the fall, we're actually collecting YOY or young of the year or age 0, they're all synonyms, for that fish that was spawned. So when we're on the Rappahannock, we're on there like 4 weeks ago doing our samples 5 weeks ago. And we're seeing everything from 10 millimeter, 100 millimeters, 10 centimeters up to, close to 8 inches. So the growth rates in these tidal rivers are very fast. But there's just two different ways to look at recruitment indices, is the age 0 fish in the fall, or basically your fingerling or age 1 fish in the spring, lagged for a year back.
When we're getting into this here, when you're dealing with tidal versus impoundments versus rivers, is there one when you sample it that has more uncontrollable variables in your testing?
Yeah, tidal rivers are probably the toughest. Reservoirs are cushy places, right? To both.
Tactical Fishing Company is a veteran-owned fishing brand that specializes in soft plastics and hollow body frogs that are designed in-house. They collaborate with anglers across the country, giving you some of the best designs out there. If you haven't checked them out yet, you're really missing out. Their number one selling bait is the MRE, Minnow Ready to Eat Hybrid Swim Bait. It flat out catches fish. Whether you're throwing it on your favorite spinnerbait or bladed jig as a trailer, or using it as a standalone finesse presentation, it's one of those baits you can keep tied on all day and stay confident in. And if you're chasing snakehead, Tactical Fishing Company has you covered. They make some of the most rugged, durable frogs out on the market today, from the Dragon Pop to my personal favorite, the Rizzard. When it's time to try and tame your next dragon, they've got the tools you need to make the day on the water memorable. So go support a veteran-owned business, fish with confidence, and make every cast count. Check out Tactical Fishing Company, link in the episode description down below. Alrighty, I gotta tell you about something that's been a game changer for me. Super Blue Stuff Pain Relief Cream. Look, I've had a rough life. 3 reconstructive shoulder surgeries, I had a horse flip on me and break my back, and I'm out on the water a lot. I get aches and pains. My shoulder starts to flare up after casting all day. My back gets tight from sitting in a kayak too long. My knees get achy from standing in the front of the boat. And my neck will start to hurt from looking down at the live scope all day. And now with the temperature dropping for the winter, it can get rough out there, let me tell you. I started using Super Blue Stuff way back in high school when I started getting injured playing baseball. And honestly, I don't go anywhere without it anymore. It's in my truck. I have a bottle of the roll-on in my boat. I also have one in a backpack that I always have with me when I'm going hiking or doing anything outside. The roll-on is super easy to use. Just roll it on whenever you're hurting and you're good to go. No mess, no greasy hands, and it works fast. What I love about Super Blue Stuff is that it's all natural. We're talking emu oil, herbs, botanical extracts, no harsh chemicals or junk you can't pronounce, and it actually works. And it doesn't have that insane burning sensation or super cold sensation. You just roll it on and forget about it. Right now, my friends at Emu Therapy are offering Fishing the DMV viewers and listeners 15% off any roll-on when you use the code BLUEFISH at checkout. That's Bluefish, Bluefish. Head over to bluestuff.com/fishingthedmv, link in the episode description down below, or call 866-571-BLUE. That's 866-571-BLUE. Trust me, your body will thank you.
Live if you're a fish, and to work, because they don't change that much. Like, we don't live in the Tennessee Valley, TVA, we know these Corps of Engineers, massive flood control things. It's like a toilet flushing. They vary 30, 40 feet in the course of a season. We are so lucky. People bitch at Lake Anna when the water level changes a foot. I'm like, do you realize how lucky you all are?
Yeah.
That this is one of the most stable. We have the most stable reservoirs I've ever seen. I've worked through the Southeast, fairly extensively, and we have fantastically stable reservoirs. So that's pretty straightforward. Your sampling conditions aren't going to vary a whole lot in reservoirs. Vegetation maybe can hinder some sampling efficiencies at times. But generally say the tidal rivers are the hardest, especially when you have any sort of salinity intrusion, if you're in a drought. If you have a lot of aquatic vegetation, sometimes that's difficult. In the fall in the Rappahannock, we don't have a lot of submerged grass in the Rappahannock like we do in the Potomac. It would be very difficult for me, to try to sample the Potomac, our tributaries in the fall, just because there's so much grass, and it makes it harder. Like, our catch rates, so we only sample bass in the spring because that's when they're vulnerable for us in the Potomac. That's our schedule. That's what we've always done. That's what we're going to continue to do. So we're out there, and you'll see shortly in some of these slides, we're out there on the river every month from March through September, sometimes even October. But we're only collecting bass in April and May, early May. And then we're done. We're not, we see bass all year long, but we're not picking them up. We're not molesting them. We're not doing anything with them. We're letting them do their own thing. Simply because we've already got our data for the year. And at that point, we're seeing a biased slice. And we don't care about that biased slice. Snakeheads are different because they never change their behavior. Their habitat doesn't change when the water temperature starts to get up. When it's August in the back of Little Hunting Creek and the surface water is over 90 degrees and it's a foot too deep, there's no bass there. There might be a couple fingerlings, dancing around looking for something to eat. But by and large, most of your self-respecting bass that have a brain are out in deeper, cooler water. And the snakeheads, though, that's where they are. They're not going to migrate out to deeper water when it gets hot, low oxygen or whatever. So that gives us an opportunity to sample snakeheads almost the entire course of the year. The only time we can't sample them is sort of when they kind of semi-hibernate, when the water drops down real cold. But most of the year we're out there. And so snakeheads are always vulnerable to the electrofishing gear that we use, which is one of the reasons that we sample them through the entire course of the year. But is what I was getting to with your point about, how hard is it to sample sometimes. The more grass gets established, the harder it is for us to get snakeheads. We're still hitting them, and we know we can see the signatures when the fish blow up in the grass, but we can't get them out of the grass. You just can't, when you have hydrilla almost topped out, super high biomass, you can't, you can get one, but you're going to miss, our miss percentage goes way up when that grass gets super thick.
Interesting.
So it's harder for the anglers because there's more, because snakeheads are so strongly associated with hydrilla that in the spring, it's much easier to target them, in my opinion, it's hook and line or electrofishing, because there's fewer places for them to be. But once that, you get into summer and early fall, and that the grass gets so dense, those snakeheads could be anywhere. They're not in the flooded emergence anymore on high tide because there's so many places for them to go. And so that makes it tougher for us to sample them, and it makes it tougher, I think, for anglers to find the fish. I guess if you cover a lot of ground, maybe, you could find them and then zero in on them with different bait at that point. But some people like to do that route. Anyway, I'm kind of rambling.
No, dude, like that's fantastic. And guys, I have my finger on the button here. We've been teasing you a bunch with these slides. It just, what you're saying talks, I talked to Branson Williams, who runs Maryland's, I guess it's invasives. I'm going to butcher that and get killed, but invasive species department. He talks about in the future if drones will ever be used for counting fish. And I think that's crazy how with forward facing sonar and drone technology, how that can make your guys' life easier, hopefully in the future. But without further ado, boop, there we go. All righty, guys, main course right here. Here are the slides. So you just tell me when you want me to move to the next slide here, because I think this is the introduction, so I don't know if we already covered this or not.
Yeah, you could. I mentioned these folks. They work with me every day, and they're a huge help to me. Couldn't do the job I do without them. So that last slide was Jonathan Levitt holding a snakehead. He's a kayak, or no, I've got pictures of him with snakeheads and bass. So John Levitt, he's a kayak angler. Most of my hardcore snakehead people fish out of kayaks because, as you all know, that's how you get to the fish. Okay, yeah, you can just I had to put some fish pictures in, so
of course. I mean, you got to
cross-eyed with all the graphs I got coming up. So, when snakeheads, obviously, we didn't do a lot historically. We didn't work a lot on tidal rivers. It seems odd, but back in the 80s, 90s, we spent very little time on tidal rivers. We were busy doing stuff on reservoirs and small lakes, like Burke and Brittle, lakes that we own. We were spending an inordinate amount of time doing different studies on our lakes, trying to get the lakes better, best fishing possible. We're kind of ignoring, to some extent, not completely, but we didn't have extensive data sets on our tidal rivers. Well, enter snakeheads, in 2004 in the tidal Potomac system. And then, people started to get really uptight. And of course, the concerns were, are snakeheads going to predate on bass and other species of benefit that we like and are here, whether they're native or naturalized? Or is there going to be competition between this new fish and bass? And again, for competition to occur, there has to be a limitation on the forage base. So we don't know if that's going to happen yet or not. And then displacement. A lot of times when different fish interact, different species, whether or not there's predation or not, whether there's competition or not, there can just be behavioral displacement. One fish may be more aggressive and just push another one out of preferred habitat. Things like that can happen. So those are the primary concerns as we started to go into this, and we set up this sampling regime back 20 years ago, more.
That's insane. I was just thinking about that. 2024, it's been 20 years since this fish changed your life. If you guys don't know, just Google snakehead and Odenkirk's face will probably pop up somewhere in the zeitgeist of it. And that's insane. This is a 20-year anniversary from this being mentioned, and probably you don't think, oh, what is this deal? How is this going to change my life? Oh, that's so cool. Anyway, sorry guys, I digress. I'll go to the next slide here.
So we set up the sampling strategy, and every system's a little bit different. And since the Potomac River is not Virginia's river, it belongs to Maryland, all the way up to our low water line, which is a little odd, but it's the way it is, at least for a while.
If people don't know what that is, what is a low water line?
So we're talking about the tidal section of the Potomac River below DC. And, obviously it's fresh water, but it's twice a day. There's a high and a low tide, and mean low water is low tide elevation. So Maryland owns up to that, onto the Virginia shoreline, to that mean low water line. So you could be standing, in Virginia, and you cast in your baits in Maryland. Well, luckily we have a reciprocal agreement with Maryland, so that in this section of the river below DC, whether you're in a boat or fishing from a bank, you can have either state's license, and you're good to go. And you can go if you launch your boat at Pohick, and you can go all the way up into Mattawoman Creek as far as you can go with your Virginia license. And so that's nice. We made that happen back in the early 90s. So anyway, because of that, though, we're not sampling the Potomac River. We're sampling our tributaries, and there are many of those. And so essentially we had to pick a few and say, these are sort of going to be, our bellwethers or our standards. We're going to monitor these, because as we already talked about, we can't monitor every one, and just hopping around and hitting different ones wouldn't give us a very temporal evaluation of what's happening with the population over time. And that's very important, obviously. So we decided we're going to sample these tributaries, and we sampled them every year. We started in 2004 when snakehead showed up, and we sampled them right up through this season. And we're going to be doing it for as long as probably most of us are around here. And we're doing 4 tributaries. You'll see those here in a minute. And these are set stations, basically. There's 2 theories behind sampling. One is using set stations, and one using completely random stations. It's more difficult in this scenario to use completely random stations because of the tidal influence and the inability sometimes to work certain areas, because we don't plan on the tide. We choose our dates of survey, and we get the tide we get. We note it on the data sheets if it's a high or a low or a spring flood or whatever it is. We try to monitor some of the other variables that might be influence our what we're seeing, like vegetation abundance. And we go with it. We just anyway. So we do 3 1,200 second runs. when electricity is going in the water, that's there's a counter on the box, and that's how we monitor our effort, because everything is boiled down to how many fish are we catching in a unit of effort. And 1,200 seconds is 20 minutes. We do 3 runs. That's 1 hour. And not coincidentally, all our metrics basically boil down to what is this per hour, the number of harvestable bass, or the number of fingerling bass, or the number of, whatever. It all boils down to fish per hour. So that's a very important metric. As I mentioned earlier, we do only bass in April and May, and we do snakeheads the rest of the months. And snakeheads are roving. Okay. This is a quiet creek, by the way, where this drone shot was taken.
I had a question, because you just see one boat, and you just mentioned a quiet creek, which is fairly big. Is it just you puttering around by yourself in one boat to do the whole creek?
Right. So we're doing a shoreline survey, but electrofishing is a shallow water gear. We're only good to 3 to 5 feet, basically, is our sampling range. So we're just going along a shoreline. And again, that's one of the reasons why we have a narrow window of time when those fish are coming shallow to look for spawning substrate. And that's when we're going to get our unbiased estimate of abundance and size structure. So that's why we're there. These being a set station, that we essentially are sampling the same shorelines time and time again every year. It's the same shoreline.
I can see that. I can see your headache, because compared to like Hallacher on the Shenandoah, where let's say it's 3 foot average the whole way across, versus doing a quiet, that is a lot more variables you have to consider.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And then did you want me to stay on this side, or can we go to the next one?
So I've already mentioned most of this stuff. Just when I'm gonna start throwing some graphs at you here. So watch the y-axis. That's the vertical axis. But yeah, so this is just a shot. Again, if those of you that not familiar with electrofishing, which most of us are at this point, the boats, the negative or the cathode, the two rings that hang off the front, the droppers, those are the anodes, and we're fishing with pulse DC current. Doesn't hurt the fish, stuns them momentarily, sometimes a fraction of a moment in the case of snakeheads, and we'd hopefully get them in the live well and get a length and a weight on them and whatever we want to do to them. So okay. So these are the tributaries. Again, and not coincidentally, the first 3 are essentially the epicenter of the snakehead distribution, because this originally came out as what the hell is going to happen with these snakeheads and what's going to happen to the bass fishery. So Dogue Creek Little Honey was where the first one was ever caught. But if you looked at the epicenter of the original 20 fish that we caught in 2004, it looked like Dogue was probably the introduction site. The most were caught in Dogue, I think 6 or 7 in Dogue proper, a couple in Little Hunting, which is the next drainage to the north, a couple in Potomac, which is the next drainage to the south, and a couple in the Maryland shoreline directly across the mouth of Dogue Creek. It seemed logical or intuitive to us that probably they originated from Dogue Creek. We'll never know for sure. It doesn't really matter. But that's why those 3 creeks are on there. And then we added a quiet creek, which is obviously a fair distance downstream. It was colonized probably about 2 years later than the others. So it has a little bit of a lag in terms of the growth cycle of the snakehead distribution. And it's a larger creek. And out of the 4, it's the most productive, I think, and just in terms of the drainage size, and it always has great grass, and it's just it's a quintessential Potomac fish factory of forage and everything else. So I think that makes a nice, rounds out sort of our 4 different creeks with different habits. And when we originally started sampling these 20 years ago, they all had grass. And I say grass, I mean mostly hydrilla, but there's a lot of native grass in there too, and some milfoil, which is not native either. In fact, Dohig probably had one of the best milfoil beds anywhere in the whole system. When I say system, I mean the freshwater tidal Potomac area from DC down to Colonial Beach. And that in literally within the last 10 years, Little Hunting and Dogue have got completely devoid of vegetation. And I'm not sure why. Pohick still got like almost wall to wall, and Aquia is almost wall to wall. So you can't really blame the watershed. It's they all have carp. I'm kind of down. The common carp are so abundant and so big in some of these creeks, and they're always rooting around creating turbidity. We'll go into Little Hunting Creek on a day when it hasn't rained for 2 weeks, and the creek is just like a chocolate shake. I mean, it's just ridiculous how muddy that, and there's no reason there should be that much, turbidity in that creek at that point. But there is, and the only thing I can figure is carp. But why, so why is there plenty of grass in Potomac? I can't explain that. So I don't know why the SAV has declined in Little Hunting and Dogue and some others, but it has, and it doesn't seem to be able to get a foothold to start back.
I've talked to some river keepers and different organizations down in like Alabama, Gunnersville, and it's interesting that there might be a correlation between new construction and runoff and stuff, and that would need its own study and money. But it's interesting to think those variables, because it does seem like from DC down, you see this slow retreat of SAV along the Potomac. It's just interesting,
right? Yeah.
Now, one question I'd have to ask, because all my bass guys are going to ask, even though I think you elaborated quite well, the 4 places, is why not Belmont for the study?
Occoquan. So the other thing, and at the end of this talk, I've got some slides in there for the tagging study we're doing. So we actually spend a fair amount of time in Belmont Bay or Occoquan system, whether we're tagging fish or just doing these are our standards. Like we're doing these every year in April and May, every year. We throw in, we're in Quantico Creek, we're in not Chopawamsett much, but we spend a fair amount of time in Neabsco, in Powell's, in Occoquan, in Quantico. We just don't do them every year. So we have supplemental data that are helpful too. And I actually have some of those near the end from this year's tagging work that we did. So I'll get to that. You can see how clustered, the sites are at the upper end. I call these the 3 northern ones. There's actually 4 little boxes there because Accotink has got its own label, but that's a part of the Pohick system, Gunston Cove, if you will. And so you see how far, those are my core creeks in comparison to Aquia Creek way down there at the bottom near the bend of the Potomac. So we have a fair distance there, about 20 river miles or so between those sites. I think it's a nice variability to add to that mix of creeks for a long-term monitor. Okay, I want to get these crazy graphs, but remember the y-axis, okay? So this is Little Hunting Creek, all the data we've ever collected on Little Hunting Creek for bass on the left and snakeheads on the right. All right, this is our catch per unit effort. T is total catch per unit effort, number of fish per hour. And it's the same for snakehead. I just don't have the T on that graph. It's the same. So total number of snakeheads we caught per hour of electrofishing. And look at the y-axis difference. The maximum on the bass is up to 200, although we didn't get close to that. We got up close to 100. And the snakeheads, we had 15 is the maximum, which we got close to 10. So understand we're talking a level of magnitude difference from, in our abundance. And so bear that in mind as we work through this, because it's an important point in context. People always ask me, well, why didn't they do this or that? And I think it's important that they never really achieved a really high level of abundance.
And something you mentioned earlier that should be taken into consideration for people listening about vegetation, like how much was there when you did this sampling to where people might say snakeheads are really down, what's going on? But it's like, well, that year the hydrilla was just crazy where you did your research. So it's just interesting to keep in mind for people listening.
Exactly. And that gets into this thing called recruitment variability. And a lot of that is tied to weather patterns, which influence hydrilla and other grass. So whether it's a drought, bringing salinity up and killing freshwater vegetation, or tropical storms, hurricanes, flooding the water, uprooting vegetation, creating massive turbidity, episodes, these things can disrupt recruitment. And it's normally not a big deal when we have one bad year, okay? And then we have usually a good year or a medium year, and then a bad year, and then a good year. And then, that's the way nature goes. It's kind of like acorns foraging in the forest. But when you have numerous poor or failure year classes, then you have a problem with the fishery down the road. This is just another way to look at the bass data, since I think people are probably a little bit more concerned or interested in bass in the tidal Potomac system and what's happened since snakehead showed up. And this is just simply a linear trend. I asked all the data, the catch data I have, I asked the software package, I said, just plot me a line, what's happening? And as you can see, it's pretty flat. The bass fishery in Little Hunting Creek pretty much hasn't changed since snakehead showed up.
Interesting.
You can see some of the high points back around, 2015, 16, 17. A lot of that was based on some really good year classes we had before, 3, 4, 5 years prior to that.
Interesting stuff.
So we're going to move south now. I'm going starting in the north. I'm taking you south. Next stop is Dogue, next drainage. Again, the y-axis are vastly different. And what we see is the bass fishery is bumping up and down a little bit, not doing a whole lot. The snakehead fishery, it wasn't as distinct as in the Little Hunting Creek, where it had more of a plateau. I think you'll see that better in most of these others. The Dogue didn't plateau as nice as some of the other creeks did, but you can see sort of the general ascension of the snakehead population, or the abundance thereof, and then a decline. Now, the error bars on here, these are standard error bars. And so what these are telling you, typically, if the bars overlap, that if you run a stats test on it, it's going to probably turn out as not significantly different. That means your data are so highly variable that even though you may have caught fewer or more this year than you did last year, because the bass are made up of 6, each year is 6 samples, 3 in April and 3 in May. The snakehead samples are made up of like 20 some. You're starting to get some resolution there. But again, because of the grass, because of so many, the tide cycles, all these different things that are built in, totally trying to, manipulate, mess with us and keep us from seeing what's really happening. It's clouding a little bit. So that's what these standard error bars are designed to let people know. Well, if it's a smaller bar, that's better data. If it's a wide bar, like you see this first year or two of bass and Doe Creek, that's data is terrible. It's almost not even looking at that average, because it's pretty much meaningless. But and so you'll see some more of these, and you'll get the feel for when we're getting some good data collection. But the fisheries data, any kind of wildlife biology, especially fisheries data, are so highly variable because of the clumpy distribution of fish and the difficulty in sampling the habitats where they live.
And what's interesting with the snakehead data, you mentioned this a couple of times. But one of the times when we did an episode of Jake's about the bell curve with a new species being introduced where it'll pop.
Right.
And I think we were comparing the Potomac and the Rappahannock. And
Right.
when you look at all the data points so far I've seen, is that pop in the snakehead population potentially their shoot to the top because they were just introduced and got established, and now they're coming back to the mean?
Exactly.
Okay.
Same story there.
Flat.
Even though we did have a down year this year, Doug was really bad this year, but it still didn't affect the average, the progression. Mm. So Pohick's our poster boy here. Bass fishery and Pohick's been phenomenal. It's always amazing. So yeah, folks out there, if you want to go fishing any time of the year, especially spring for bass in the tidal Potomac, and you're on Virginia side, launch at Pohick and don't leave Pohick. You can spend your whole day there and have some really good fishing. Acatine Creek comes in across from the ramp. You can go up to the left there, up Pohick proper, or anywhere out in the bay, the Gunston Cove area. It's a lot of wood. You fish that wood at high tides. It holds so many fish. And you can see the last few years with the snakehead, the decline in some of those error bars pretty tight. Now, for an example, what I was talking with you about the variability, though, if you look at the snakehead, the last 4 years, I would say there's not been a significant difference in abundance. I mean, we're down there at like 3 or 4 fish an hour. I mean, that's pretty low abundance when we're talking about over, with bass, we're 120 or something an hour. So yeah, it's like, what difference does 3 snakeheads an hour make when we're talking 120 bass an hour with that level of variability? I mean, it's just, it's crazy. But you can see that real nice peak at Pohick with the snakes. Everything seemed to peak around 2014, 2015. And then it pretty much crashed after that. The bow fishermen figured them out. They got the commercial money started paying out, and once you attach that $ to them, they start to disappear.
This is a weird flippant question, but how intelligent are snakehead? Do they adapt like other species to pressure? Because I mean, I think a deer could be pretty stupid, but if I ask you or any other hunter, they'd be like, "Yeah, that's not true."
They all make mistakes at certain times of the year, but I don't know that snakeheads are really that much smarter or dumber than a bass or a bowfin or anything else. I mean, they're instinctual organisms, and they respond to the sensory receptions that they're getting from around them. And so we've had bass caught the same day. I don't know. People talk about learning, fish learning. I don't know how much learning is going on there. yeah, I don't feel overly competent to be able to discuss that sort of thing with fish behavior. There's some people that specialize with that. There's one guy,
Really?
Chaz Gowan, that's worked with brook trout extensively, looking at behavioral interactions, and he's published a lot of work. His graduate students have published. He's over at Randolph-Macon. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, look up Charles Gowan, Gowan, and some of the work that he's done with brook trout. But if you're interested in the behavioral aspect of fish, he's probably done the most science-based evaluations of the interactions of that. Most people that I've ever seen.
Well, he's on the to-do list. That is fascinating. I didn't know that was a field of study. That's cool.
Yep.
But anyway, should I move on to our next slide?
Sure.
All right. So
our only creek where bass numbers have changed since Snakehead showed up was Pohick, and wow, we have a significantly increasing population of bass in Pohick Creek since Snakehead showed up. And I've said many times, I don't think the snakeheads are helping the bass. I just think it's a habitat thing, and the habitat's great, and bass are taking advantage of that, and it's a productive system. So it's just honestly, and based on what we've seen around the world with other fisheries, and whether it's the northern snakehead or a similar species, the same genus but a different species, snakeheads don't seem to be able to stand up to bass. Okay, I think bass are actually able to, whether it's a behavior or something in their life history, they just outcompete snakeheads. Now, if you take out the exploitation, it might be a little more of a struggle. But I just, again, based on what's happened in other parts of this country and out of this country, I just think bass are, more of a badass in terms of, outcompeting and surviving.
And again, for people that are just tuning in and seeing this channel, I don't want to talk for you, but you were on a task force that talked about snakehead heavily. I mean, you were one of the premier guys to talk about snakehead, correct?
Yes. I published the book on it.
There's
you get
the plug.
From, American Fisheries Society.
That is fast. Yeah. Cause again, I just think it's fairly important just for people to know, like when he's talking about the way they act overseas. I remember this one interesting thing, again, just pulling from my memory banks, where he talked about talking to people in Japan and other places about, oh, you're trying to get rid of snakehead. Why are you trying to do that? They're like this amazing fish over here. And culturally, that's so fascinating to me, how we have different perspectives. Anyway, but I digress. Let's see. We got Pohick. Let's go to the next one here. Number 16. Here we go.
So now we're on our fourth creek, the furthest one to the south, which is Aquia Creek. And we see it bouncing around, the bass fishery bouncing around pretty much like everywhere else, based on the highly variable recruitment. And the snakehead population peaked about the same time as the others. The interesting thing with Aquia is the only one where it looked like the snakeheads were headed down pretty significantly. And then the last couple of years, we did have an uptick. So I don't know yet whether I'm not 100% sure if that's real, or it's just an anomaly of the data, or anecdotally, we have reports that bow fishing declined a couple of years ago, probably in response to the declining population. So there wasn't as much pressure from the bow fishing community on snakeheads in Aquia. And then maybe that allowed the population to rebound a little bit. That's one hypothesis. So it'll be interesting to watch over the next couple of years and see what that does. I mean, because we're back up around 10, 11 fish an hour on snakes in Aquia. So that's by far and away the highest catch rate. I mean, we've got a lot of goose eggs in Pohick and Little Hunting and Dogue, especially from August through like July through September. We had a lot of zeros. I mean, if a reporter wants to come out and see a snakehead, we only take them to Aquia, because there's a chance that we might not even see a snakehead when we go sampling these other creeks.
That's crazy. So
yeah, Aquia is still our money spot. But what's happening here, it's different than the other creeks. So we'll see. We don't know everything yet. We're still learning.
On average, how far does the saltwater intrusion typically go? I mean, you have an El Nino year every now and then. Is Aquia about as far? Or would that be Potomac Creek?
We've had trouble. Our pulse box, the unit that powers our electrofishing system, is no good in higher conductivity water. Their box is made for water with low salinity, and I mean 2, 3, 4 parts per thousand. Your conductivity at that point is high hundreds or thousands of microsiemens. We can't shock in that, and so what happens is the electricity goes around the fish because the water is more conductive. It doesn't, instead of going through the fish, and that means our efficiency is gone. and we just stop. We quit what we're doing because we're wasting time. We didn't have that this year. We thought we were going to get into it with that because we had a pretty major drought summer, and then we got a lot of rain. And so it kind of depends on the year, how much rain we've had, if it's a full moon and a high tide. But we have had, some pretty good salinity intrusion up as far as Aquia, and even higher, up towards Belmont, and even one year we actually had up in Potomac we couldn't shock. It's going back a few years. But it can happen. It does happen, and that has implications, obviously. But it hasn't really been a factor for us in these creeks, typically.
All right, let's go to the next one here. Flat.
So again, even though the numbers were down a little bit this year in Aquia, when you look at the trend, just 2 years ago, we had some of the highest catch rates we've ever had in Aquia. So I'm not worried about bass fisheries anywhere. I'm just not. I mean, they're doing great, and they're running along. They're doing their own thing. So snakeheads have been completely irrelevant, in my opinion. So if I want to kind of categorize what we just looked at in those slides, I would say that the bass abundance was highly variable with no trend in 3 creeks, but increased in Potomac, which, okay, that's good. Most people like bass. We got more bass. Snakehead abundance in 3 of the 4 creeks declined following a peak. With the exception of Aquia, where we're not exactly sure yet what's happening. So it'll be fun to watch that. And again, I think populations are functioning independently of one another. There's just, when it's good for one, it's typically good for the other because they rely on similar habitat needs. And again, variable recruitment's a huge thing with driving these fisheries. And usually if it's good for one, it's good for the others.
No, that's fine. Yep.
So what we did this year is, some of you are probably aware that we have a regional tagging study we're working on with DC Fisheries Department and Maryland DNR. And we started this about 4 years ago. And 3 years ago, we did our first tagging where we tagged about 1,000 fish between the 3 agencies. And this spring, and then we took 2 years off and monitored those fish at tournaments, and people call in and report the tags, and we summarize that data. Joe Love over in Maryland produced a report last year. So if anybody wants that report, contact me or Joe Love, and we'll get you a copy of that report from last year, which summarized tagging from 3 years ago. So that's kind of old news at this point, though, because we got some hot stuff coming out now. The data won't be worked up for a little while yet, but what I can tell you is what we did this current spring. And so what happens with this tagging project is Joe's got a little statistician over in Maryland, comes up with a profile, and we're using random sampling here, completely random. Everything's a grid pattern. Like each creek has like 20 or 30 grids, and it goes into a random numbers thing, and it just spits out and it says, okay, you're sampling Virginia, you're sampling these boxes, and Maryland's these, and DC's these. And so we just look at the map and say, okay, we got in each site, we have a certain number of fish we try to tag, over 12-inch fish. And we're using we're using the same tags, each one's, but they, obviously has a unique ID number, so we know which fish is which. And then we track them, not track them like radio telemetry, but we track them with people, if people report the tag. So there's really not any incentive for people to return the tags, which is always a problem in a tagging program or study. Sometimes we use high reward tags, $100 or something, to make sure that if somebody catches it, they're more likely than not to turn it in. With this, we're just relying on anglers' good conservation, ethic to help us out and say, hey, I caught this tag bass. It was number such and such, wherever. And we've got 2 ways people can do that. They can report it by email, or they can call the Snakehead hotline, which is also the bass hotline, which is 804-367-2925. 804-367-2925. I should have had it up there. Apologies for that. But so this has been a pretty good study, though, because I think one of the things that's actually done is it's got all the 3 agencies on the same page. Because one of the problems that we had going back a ways was we were looking at our data, and we were collecting our data a certain way, and Maryland was looking at their data, and they were collecting their data differently. Not to say it was wrong, but it was just different. And the analysis at the end of the day didn't always match up. What we were saying and what Maryland was saying, sometimes anglers would be like, it doesn't sound like you guys are on the same page. Well, it's because we weren't. We were looking at 2 different sheets of music or 3 different sheets of music. So I think what this has done though is all of these agencies are out now in the same time of the year. We're out in March and we're out in April, and we're tagging fish in the spring. And so I think that has been beneficial to allow everyone to get similar data collected. And as we go forward and evaluate this in a long-term nature, be able to look better at catch rates and distribution and how that is changing or not changing around the whole system. But anyway, so I'm just going to talk about what we did in Virginia this year. So in spring 2024, Mike Eisel and Reggie Bob and I tagged 413 bass in 6 Virginia creeks, which is a pretty good catch. You know, we were doing okay. Spent a few days out there. Since then, out of the fish that we tagged, there's 413, 75 are recaptured, 61 by anglers and 14 by us or other, agencies that doing surveys. So that's pretty, and out of and this is always something that we knew from, years of research in other states and here too, that the bass are pretty sedentary, largemouth. Smallmouth, in rivers can maybe undergo some migrations, Lake Moomaw, maybe some migrations, but in, Lake Anna, in Aquia Creek, bass that are born in a cove may not ever leave that cove. It's the same with snakeheads, except for that weird little pre-spawn thing that some of them, not all of them do. They're pretty sedentary as well. So these fish are not big movers by and large. We caught, 64% of them in the same creek as they were tagged at. The exception is, look, we got 24 of our fish wound up in Mattawoman Creek. Well, what's going on in Mattawoman Creek? I think most of us know there's a hell of a lot of tournaments that go out of there, big tournaments. And so I think what's happening is a lot of our bass are getting, bass from Virginia creeks are getting caught in tournaments and released, in Maryland, where they get wind up in Mattawoman Creek, and either Maryland DNR finds them in electrofishing or another angler catches them. We've had some bass caught multiple times. One bass was caught 3 times. It actually swam back to Virginia. A guy caught it and brought it back to Mattawoman twice within 2 weeks. So that was crazy. So anyway, yeah, go ahead to the next slide.
Just out of curiosity, tag wise, how long do these tags last if you put one in a fish is my first question.
So that's a great question. So if you see, these are called Floy tags, FLOY. They're the same tags as you get when you buy a garment that has a price tag a lot of times on or information about the garment manufacturer. And it's just a little piece of monofilament. And they're little T-bars. You can see the way they feed into the tagging gun there. That's a rack of 25 tags. And yeah, right there on your cursor, there's a little reinforced T-bar. And it's designed to lock in between tergiophores, which are little bones that come off of the skeletal structure and the fin structure of the fish. In reality, what happens is basically that T-bar just goes into dorsal musculature, into flesh. And so it's not really anchored that well. And typically they will shed these tags mostly within a year. Sometimes they'll hold them for more, a couple years. It's rare, but obviously the greater the length of time, the higher the shed rate of the tag, especially when the fish are larger. You're putting a tag like this into a 4 or 5 pound bass. There's nothing holding it but that dorsal musculature. So as it swims and that tag vibrates with the water, it generally just wears a little bit, and eventually it's going to pull out.
Is this the only type of tag that can be used? Is it potentially you could use like the radio tags you see on like Shark Week and things like that? Or is that too expensive or too big to have something like that?
No, we use many different kinds of tags. It depends what we're trying to find out.
Gotcha.
And for this study, I mean, it's more of a short term, not really exploitation as much as we're just trying to see how many fish are being caught, how many being recycled, how many being moved around in live wells. Because we already know that nobody's keeping them for consumption. There may be a few people at a park or a boat landing that are, going to keep a fish here or there. But in terms of the overall population, when we're doing creel interviews at Leesylvania or Pohick, it's just like Lake Anna. We know that over 99% of bass are being voluntarily released. So there's no exploitation to speak of. So we're not really, sometimes with tagging studies, that's what you're trying to get at. But we use, like with our study at F1 bass, the hybrids we're stocking at Lake Anna, the largemouth northern, Florida northern hybrids. We're putting in some of those, we're putting pit tags, which is a passive integrated transponder, which is what the chip they put in your dog or your cat, the same kind of thing. You interrogate it.
Oh, cool.
And that, so that's obviously a little bit more expensive per tag, longer lasting. As long as the fish is there, it's going to be there. So it depends why you're doing it and what
Mm.
you're trying to get out of it is what kind of tag you use. And we, ultrasonic tags sometimes, telemetry tags, satellite tags even, for a major study where something's really important, but as you mentioned. But yeah, typically for us on something like this, low budget, low expense, Floyd tags are giving us good information for, almost nothing.
Dude, that's fascinating. That's awesome stuff. Okay.
So yeah, so it kind of sum it up. There's not a whole lot going on with our fish moving around unless somebody's putting them in live well and taking them away. But and it's not necessarily a bad thing either. Most telemetry studies, when they look at relocations, they'll put radio transmitters in fish. There's been a lot of these done, especially when tournaments really blew up about, I don't know, 20, 25 years ago. People were concerned, well, if you move all these bass to a weigh-in station, what happens to them? And bottom line is it's so highly variable. It depends so much on how far they're moved, what the time of year, what the conditions are with the release site. But most people kind of boils down to like a third of them kind of make a home around the release site, a third of them kind of go back near where they were from, and a third of them find somewhere different. If you had to kind of distill it out, looking at all the studies out there in a metadata context, that would be my sort of way to, partition it.
Is it, how am I word this? When you compare like people putting fish back at Sturgeon Creek at Lake Anna versus transporting them to Mattawoman, is there a bunch of differences there? Or are they pretty much the same? Because I guess one of them to me is like the saltwater intrusion, the distances, the depth of water. Do any of those factors affect kind of the distribution of how many will stay versus make that run back to Aquia?
Yeah, probably. If they're just in there shoulder to shoulder, the fish don't like that any more than people do. So they're probably going to be more apt to relocate fairly quickly rather than, hang out and see if that's a cool place to stay. So yeah, there's just a myriad of variables driving all those processes. It's so different from place to place. But I personally, from a biologist, from a fishery manager, looking at whether it's Lake Anna, Sturgeon Creek, people releasing those fish there, or at Leesville, or I know, Steve,
Chaconis?
Yes, thank you. He used to be concerned about fish stacking up at Leesylvania on those jetties. You go out after a tournament and you can catch a tar out of them. They're just sitting on the jetties. But they'll move Powell's Creek. A lot of the fish that we tagged in Leesylvania, we actually tagged a lot of fish in Leesylvania off those jetties, and they were caught either at Leesylvania or Powell's Creek later, which is right around the corner there. Powell's Creek is pretty good habitat for bass. So I don't. From a population level impact, I think it's pretty irrelevant.
When you compare and contrast largemouth and smallmouth bass, I've seen studies done at like Lake Champlain where smallmouth are way more nomadic. They're pelagic almost by nature, and if you dump them somewhere, they'll just swim to where they want to go. Do largemouth act more kind of like deer, where they're going to hug contours and everything to move around versus just yeeting a straight line to get to wherever they want?
Everything I've ever seen would suggest exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder why that is. They are lazier, I think, compared to smallies, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see. Got next slide here.
So I just thought it'd be, people might want to know, out of the creeks that you sampled this year, again, this is 2024 only, and this is our catch rate, bass per hour. So, if you want to go fishing, based on our catch rates, where are your best options? And so this is from the best to the worst. This would be my recommendations for where to go fishing. And no surprises, I don't think. That's where the habitat is going to be the best, the more productive systems.
That is fascinating. And then, Occoquan is right there in the mix too. It's interesting. It is that middle tier besides, Aquia to me, it's just such a weird, when you draw it on a map, like how far away that distance is compared to the other creeks that are kind of sandwiched in there together, that middle part of the Potomac. It's just so fruitful right now.
We didn't draw for tagging this year. The random thing didn't draw Quantico. We did do that 3 years ago, and it would have ranked it would have probably been number 2 3 years ago, and probably would have been this year if we'd drawn it. So don't overlook Quantico. It's still got a lot of milfoil, and it's a dynamite creek to fish.
This is fascinating stuff. Awesome. I know you probably just finished this like a day ago before you came on here, but do you have another study potentially in the works for 2025? Or is that something you guys are going to be game planning?
Well, I mean, this gets updated every year, so I'm constantly looking. I do a report every year for this, so if any, I mean, I don't anticipate much change. Hopefully not, because if anything changes, it's probably not going to, it still get better. Like Anna keeps getting better. I don't know how that happened, but we're going to be, this is not something we're letting go, because the snakehead story is not finished. And in the bass fishery, now that we've got this much temporal data, it's such a valuable thing to have this long-term data set and to be able to correlate and to even fine tune even more to understand what's driving the system. And we know pretty well, the drivers, right? We talked about it, the weather, the flows, the salinity, the grass abundance, probably nutrients in there somewhat that's related, zooplankton abundance, things like that. But it all comes back mostly to weather patterns. And so when we can look at weather patterns, and not that we can change weather patterns, but it's nice to be able, if fishing takes a turn, south, it's really comforting for us and hopefully for the anglers to be able to explain why, if we know those things, and then to mitigate it if it's possible. And a system as big as the Potomac, stocking's probably out of the question. But on smaller systems, it could work. We've tried that. Chick worked really well. The Rap not so much. But we're always looking to learn and to try to fine tune, our message to our constituents, and if it can be to help mitigate if times get rough.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about Lake Anna. You've been putting a lot of work in there with the F1s and everything. How do you feel like that's progressing?
It's looking really positive now. I'm working on that report literally this week. We just got, I don't have my age and growth data back, but I did get the genetic samples back from Auburn. And there's no doubt that they're contributing. But catch rates were already going up before we stocked F1s, not only of all bass, but of large bass. And so which is phenomenal. What we've experienced at Anna the last couple of years with the bigger bags, and especially in the spring, that's not related to our F1 stocking yet. That's still coming. That's still coming.
So cool.
We did have one fish at the tournament this year that was an F1. So that was a 3+. So it would have been 4 growing seasons, and it was already over 2 kilos, I think. So like a 5-pound fish. So that was phenomenal. So that bang is still hopefully coming at Smith Mountain Lake. Dan Wilson's a lot further along than I am. He started 4 years earlier, and what they're seeing there is very, very promising. And so if it continues to go the way it's going, and we don't see we did see some growth changes at Anna with wild fish. Now that could have been unrelated to stocking F1s. We need to do a little bit more work in different parts of the lake where we don't have F1s. Like we haven't stocked F1s in the lower lake. They might be moving around a little bit in the live well, but not a lot. We haven't stocked F1s in the upper lake, only in the middle, which I think is where the best nexus of habitat and productivity is. So, as long as we don't see a downside to putting these F1s in, and it's only an upside and it's only bigger fish in the bag, that's what we want. We're not trying to shift the genetic composition. We just want to see outright contribution of those stocked fish themselves, not reproduction from them. We just want those fish to get big and contribute to the bag. 8-pound, 10-pound, whatever. That's what we want. And if that happens, then you'll see a revolving scale. We'll continue to do this. If it doesn't happen, or if there's some sidebar of a problem with, mitigating growth of wild fish or something, then we'll have to, think about it a little bit. But so far, optimistically, as I am usually optimistic, it's looking pretty good. And so I'd have to say very, very optimistic in a tentative nature.
On a habitat side, that water willow must be a gift from God whenever that showed up. I was like 3 or 4 years ago.
It's been longer than that, and it keeps growing. It's starting to see it down lake, and we're starting to see it up lake. And it started blowing up everywhere in our work area about 15 years ago. And really kicked in about 10 years ago.
Interesting.
And there are agencies all through the Southeast spending tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars planting that. And they're having to fence it off to keep the turtles and the deer and the carp and everything out of it. It's like that's a major habitat initiative in many parts of this country. We just got it everywhere. I don't know how. It was wonderful. It just showed up. But that has been a godsend at Lake Anna. So between that and the resurgence of some grass, there's that extraordinary carp stocking from the 90s. Those fish have died out long enough now that we find some grass coming back, and we're trying to walk that tightrope, keeping everybody happy, which is obviously not easy to do, but so far
it's frustrating. It must be frustrating.
So we'll keep trying to walk that straight edge.
Oh, another straight edge would be, and I have to mention this too, is the snakeheads now, because that's showing up in a lot of catch photos on Lake Anna.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, I think that I think our abundance actually declined this year on snakes. I think it peaked last year, which would have been about 10 years post colonization. So I'm not saying we've seen what they can do at Anna yet, but based on what we've seen at other lakes, like smaller lakes where they've been longer than Anna, I wouldn't be surprised if we've seen what they can do at Anna.
That's awesome. John, thank you so much for coming on tonight. I really appreciate it. What's next for you? Is it hunting? Is it more reports? Like what's next for you?
So we have, I will be hunting a little bit in the next week or so. And then we will be out on Lake Anna. We do our net surveys on Anna the first 2 weeks of December. So that's when we get all our data besides bass data. Well, the only thing we get in spring shocking is bass and snakehead. Everything else we get through these net studies we do in December. So we get primarily what we started doing was looking at forage, but now we get the whole community sample. The pelagic predators we stock, the sawguys, the hybrids, the stripers, and the forage. That's the bread and butter. That's the main reason we're netting. But the side benefit is we get everything. We get crappie, we get catfish data, we get data on all species in the lake. So that's where we can really, and again, that's a long-term, we've got a quarter century of data at Lake Anna. So that's phenomenal to be able to monitor that fishery and understand changes that may be occurring now. We got blue cats starting to show up more and more. So whether that's going to mean anything or not, we're not sure.
Guys, as always, link in the episode description to everything that we talked about. I'm going to link the Department of Wildlife Resources information there. If you want to get in contact with them, please, if you're in the community, try to get involved. If you get a tag fish, call it in. If you have questions, email. Like, this is the only way that, we can get this thing to be pushed in the right direction, is to have that communication. Like and subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you next time on Fishing the DMV. Bye. You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Ahrens. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Hey everyone, quick little announcement here from Fishing the DMV. Our Weekend Warrior Club membership on Patreon is now open to new members. All Patreon Club members will receive 20% off their orders to Tactical Fishing Company, 15% off their orders to Super Blue Stuff, 10% off their orders to Tiger Crankbaits, 5% off their order to Jake's Bait and Tackle. You'll also gain access to join 4 month-long fishing tournaments that I'm holding in 2026. Last year, I gave away over $8,000 in cash prizes, plaques, and just giveaways, including a couple of guided fishing trips with legendary anglers like SB Fishing and Ethan Stone, and I'm hoping to blow it out this year as well. You'll also gain access to our private Facebook group community, ad-free episodes of the show, and monthly fishing reports, especially for you smallmouth river anglers. I really try to keep you guys up to date on the flow gauges for the different rivers in our area. And there's so much more. As more sponsors come online in 2026, I'm going to increase the benefits to everyone. You get all of this for $8 a month, which is less than a megabass jerkbait or a jackhammer chatterbait. And I'll sweeten the pot. If you sign up for the whole year, I'll give you 15% off your membership. 15% off. Guys, this is just a way I can say thank you to everyone that helps support and keep this show going. Link in the episode description. Thank you so much. You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Ahrens. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. I'm your host, Thomas Ahrens, and today we have a guest favorite on the show, Jason Hallacher. We're going to be talking about the Shenandoah watershed, what's going on with it, and what he's been up to. So just before we get into the slides, how have you been?
I've been really good, Thomas. Going over a lot of the data that we've collected this year on all the rivers. Mostly good news. We'll get into all of that, but at this time of year, we're kind of doing what anglers are doing. We're working on our boats, getting ready for sampling. All week this week we've been doing a lot of maintenance. That's a lot of the stuff that really doesn't get mentioned behind the scenes with all the sampling work we do. The equipment has to work if we're going to get good data. So been doing a lot of that, and just kind of getting ready for the holidays and enjoying our time here in the fall and early winter.
When does maintenance season start for you, generally speaking?
We try to go through a pretty rigorous maintenance regimen this month in December. We spend about a week and a half going through all of our boats, bearings, motors, electrofishing equipment, just getting stuff cleaned up, our nets, you name it. And we've got a pretty good regimen now where we can go, throughout the year without worrying about, too many hiccups. You always lose a bearing on a trailer every now and then or get a flat tire on 81. But for the most part, if we're really diligent about going through our gear this time of year and taking care of the ethanol issue, of course, then everything works throughout the season, and we don't have to do much, throughout the year.
So guys, I'm really excited about this. Just like the other interviews that we're doing for this huge collaboration, we're going to be going through the PowerPoints. We're going to go just, point by point. So if any questions come up, that way it'll flow a little bit easier so people don't get lost in all the sauce. So let me see if I can reshare my screen there. All right. And then there's your beautiful mug on slide 1.
Yeah, there we are. This is a really cool project. I'm glad that we can collaborate with you on this. Within our agency, we have a warm water streams committee. And so all the biologists from around the state that work on warm water resources, basically fish that aren't trout, get together and discuss issues, regulations, and discuss their waters and how things are doing. And we put together these popular reports, put them on our website, and feel free to go and check those out. They're updated, every probably 2 to 3 years on some of the major waters. But, it's hard to get clicks. And so we thought of this idea, this collaboration, just to try to get the word out about our resources and try to reach a broader audience. So, we'll, of course, be sharing this eventually on our platforms as well. So, this is really exciting. And so today, I'm just going to talk about the Shenandoah River. I manage the North Fork, the South Fork, and the main stem. And so I'm going to try not to get too far into the weeds, but I'm going to go through each one and talk about the state of the fishery, and then just how we sample and stuff like that. So, Thomas, feel free to ask to interrupt and ask the obvious questions that pop up. And I'm going to try to do my best to explain these graphs. This is probably best viewed on YouTube rather than just listened to, but I'm going to try my best to summarize things. So let's talk a little bit about how we sample these rivers. The North Fork's a little different. It's a smaller river. Historically, we had sampled that river with a handful of sites with our boat electrofishing units, but it was challenging because the pools were really restricted and they were pretty deep. And so you just don't get a great sample of smallmouth. We'd catch largemouth, sunfish, different non-game fish. But over time, if the river was too low or we lost access, it was just challenging. And so when we got our raft electrofishing unit, this opened up a whole new world for us as far as sampling our smaller rivers. And so we use that now on the Maury River and the North Fork Shenandoah River. We also have used it on the cow pasture over the years as well. You have to, of course, target the right flows. We sample in the spring instead of the fall. And this shift has occurred back in 2013. And we found that we really get a much nicer sample of the population, more comprehensive. We can hit a variety of different habitats. And the way that we set it up is we have 3 6-mile floats. In the North Fork, there's an upper, middle, and lower section. The upper section is from Newmarket down to the Quicksburg area. The middle section is from the Burnshire Dam down to Pew's Run, and the lower section is from Deer Rapids down to Strasburg. And we do 4 runs, and they're 30 minutes each. And we do 2 bass only runs and then 2 everything runs, looking for sunfish and catfish and other species that come up. Compare that to the South Fork and the main stem. because we have more water and more room to run there, we use our jet boats.
Okay, that makes sense.
And we have a lot more sites. On the South Fork, we have 9 sites. We do slightly shorter runs because we do catch, a good number of fish, and we don't want to overwhelm our live wells. The main stem, we have 3 sites, 4 runs, 15 minutes each is the standard for that. And by timing our runs, we can generate a catch rate. And this is something that's used, nationally. It's called catch per unit of effort. It's how many fish per hour of sampling. And so you'll see on our graphs coming up, CPUE, which is catch per unit of effort. And that's how many bass we're catching per hour. It doesn't mean that you're going to catch that many bass per hour. It's just a metric that we can go by and compare from year to year. And when we're sampling, our primary focus is game fish. Our agency manages our bass, musky, walleye, trout, all those game fish species intensively. And so we're looking at IDing each fish, measuring them, weighing them, and sometimes we'll sacrifice a few for age and growth work to determine their mortality rates and how fast they grow.
I would like at the end of this presentation to talk anecdotally about the sunfish population and suckers, just what you've seen too, because I know flathead allegedly were seen in the main stem, so we can circle back to that at the end.
Yeah, it's not allegedly; they are in there.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
We will talk about that going forward here, but I will mention the sunfish. Spoiler alert, the sunfish populations look fantastic, and it's been a long time coming. The red breast sunfish is the main species that thrive in this river. We also have decent numbers of rock bass, some bluegill in the slower pools, some green sunfish, every now and then a reddy or a pumpkin seed. But the red breast sunfish is our native sunfish, and it's doing very, very well. And there's some really good quality fish out there. So good news on the sunfish front. Uncertain future as far as the flatheads go, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. So the North Fork Shenandoah in 2024, this is kind of I'll lead each river with this slide, just the total number of smallmouth collected, just over 300 fish. 45% were considered quality, which is greater than 11 inches. That's a common metric that we use. And then this number was down from 2023, but 45% is very good for the North Fork Shenandoah. It doesn't mean that the river is off the charts, though. The catch rate is still low at only 52 fish per hour. It's up slightly from 2023, but it really hasn't shifted much. The reason that the percentage is so high as far as the quality fish goes is because the middle section of the North Fork is doing fairly well. As far as our floats go, the middle section is our best. We have the best catch rate there, and we have the largest fish there. The upper and the lower sections are not doing nearly as well, and so that middle section is kind of really driving things. All right, for this first graph, essentially these are the average catch rates over time. And so the left one is the total number of fish we catch for each year that we've sampled. And the right graph is just focusing on juveniles. For raft sampling, I'll say for boat sampling, we'll talk about young of year. That's fish that are born in the spring of the year. And so we can't really do that with raft sampling because the fish haven't been born yet. We sample in May. Whereas with the boat electrofishing on the South Fork and the main stem, we sample in the fall. So this is a little bit complicated, but we look at juvenile fish, which is all fish under 7 inches, and it still gives us a good understanding of what the population is dealing with. You'll notice starting back in 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, we've had some pretty good samples back through that time, anywhere from 60 to over 100 fish per hour. That first year in 2013, we must have just crushed it. It's a little bit of an outlier, but for the most part, the population looked great. Good numbers of fish. And then in 2019, you can see it kind of drops off the the edge of the world there. And what happened in 2018, we had a really long high water year throughout the whole summer, and into fall, we had high water events. And something happened to the population during that time. We didn't get a single report of dead fish, but we lost fish. And there was no way to really know what happened because there was no evidence to really follow. And all I can tell you is that, we lost fish during that time, and we're on the road to recovery, from here on out. And you can see that the recovery is very slow. And part of that problem is we really haven't had a lot of juveniles in the system for 4 or 5 years. In 2020, there was a pretty good spawn, above average, at certain sites, well above average. But, those fish, those are our quality fish now. Those fish are, 4 or 5 years old at this point. And so we have, good numbers of quality fish in the system, but we don't have a lot of fish coming behind it. 2021 was an average spawn, and then just really pretty poor spawning since then. And so that takes the wind out of our sails a little bit as far as getting this fishery back on its feet. And so our hope is that in the future we'll have some better spawning here on the North Fork. This graph here shows the number of quality fish over 11 inches and the number of preferred fish over 14 inches. Quality is in blue, and preferable is in orange. Sorry. And so you can see that we're pretty well back, with the quality and preferred fish after that big drop off in 2019. That those juveniles that we had right before the loss, they're carrying us. Those 4 and 5 year olds are allowing for those fish are growing into those quality and preferable sizes. So if you are fishing the North Fork, you're not going to get the numbers, but there are bigger fish there for you to catch. And so that's one bright spot as far as the North Fork is concerned. One other bright spot is we've had some success with raising some smallmouth of the Front Royal Hatchery. Our main study area are in 2 sites. They're both 16 kilometers in length. One's in the South Fork, Shenandoah, from Newport to White House, and one is on the South River from Cremora to the town of Grottoes, both 16 kilometers. And those are our priorities because that's really where we're measuring how this program is working or not. And lucky for us, we raised over 30,000 fish this year. And so we had some room to spare. And so we were able to stock 19,000 plus fish into the North Fork this year. As you saw in the previous graph, it needs all the help it can get. And so we outlined 4 sections, 16 to 21 kilometers in length. Most of the sections are within our sample sites, so we'll be able to follow these fish through time. New Market to Mount Jackson was one. Seven Bend State Park to Arts Road was the second one. Helsley Lane to Colby Lane was the third, and then Deer Rapids to Long Meadow Road was the fourth. And so 3 out of the 4 stocking areas we'll be able to go back and sample and try to see how these fish survive. All these fish are marked using oxytetracycline, which is an antibiotic that's commonly used in aquaculture. And this oxytetracycline, or OTC, stains the otolith of the fish that we use to age them. And so you can sacrifice a 1-year-old fish, for example, next spring and look at the otolith and see if it has that little halo on it. And you'll be able to determine whether it's a stocked fish versus a wild fish. And so there's a little bit of voodoo with that. It can be really challenging to get a good mark using this chemical. But we're hoping that we'll be able to discern wild from stocked using that. And even if we can't, I think we'll be able to see it in our electrofishing data if we're not able to see that mark. So that's really exciting to be able to put a good shot in the arm of the North Fork.
Yeah, and take a bow, because I mean, if people don't know, we had you on the show almost this time last year, talking about the program. And would this be year 2 of stocking? Just not this. Of course, year 1 wasn't like as big as this one, but congratulations on 2 years back to back of making this work. They're a hard fish, if you guys don't know, to create, to procreate in captivity. And I'll link that episode because it's fantastic what you guys have done with that.
Yeah, and we've come a long way with it, just in 1 year. We started last year, and we had trouble getting the fish to spawn. There's a lot of stress, on the fish, and as it is with every type of, spawning situation. And so we ended up harvesting some fry from the wild just to see if we could raise them in the new line ponds, because we really didn't get a lot of fry from the fish that we brought into the hatchery. And so we were able to meet our allocation last year, but we used wild fish. And so we couldn't track them genetically like we were planning. So we ended up marking them with OTC. And we did stock some surplus into the North Fork last year as well. We only had enough to stock from the Deer Rapids to Strasburg section. And we're looking at the otoliths now to see if some of the contributions of the juveniles are from the stocked fish. But we did see a bump in numbers of juveniles in that section when we sampled this spring. So that was really encouraging. And I'm hopeful that, some of those stocked fish are helping there.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to that slide, I mean, maybe it's causality, but it's interesting that you have stocked the last 2 years and you did see a bump. And, that would be nice. I would hope that you could say, like, yeah, it's because of what you guys have been able to do with the massive lift that was expected of you.
Yeah, you can see in the right-hand graph here, the 2024 sample, there's sections of the river where, we have a lot less fish as far as juveniles, and sections where we had more, and that upper confidence interval there is, getting pretty close to the average spawning rate. And that's most likely from that lower site where we did see a good number of juveniles down through there. So fingers crossed, we're seeing some positive results there. And 19,000 is nothing to snort at. It's a pretty good shot in the arm. So I think we're going to see some 1-year-olds next year. Again, it's just so tough with the environmental factors. We had a massive drought this year, really low water, really clear. You can imagine how easy it is for the predators to pick off these fish when their habitat is shrunken down and they're forced into areas outside of their typical nursery habitats. So we'll keep our fingers crossed there. Not to mention the big high flow event from Hurricane Helene that came at the end of it. So they kind of went through a little bit of a roller coaster this year.
1-2 punch.
So if they can survive this year, they can survive anything. But I'm not going to lose complete faith if we don't see a lot of response after this stocking, because the environmental factors, the variables there were pretty challenging to overcome.
Were both hit equally as hard, the North Fork and the South Fork?
As far as the high flow events go?
Yeah.
I think the North Fork, if I remember correctly, wasn't hammered quite as hard as the South Fork was. The South River watershed was really hit hard. That was the flooding there was pretty close to a record. And so that really drove the South Fork being the tributary to that river. The North Fork being a little further west got high, but it wasn't, if I remember correctly, it wasn't quite as severe.
Now, I do have a question that a Patreon supporter put on and I couldn't answer. Is like, what is harder? And this was a month ago when Helena happened. What is harder on fish? Is it the drought that we had or the flood? Because it's topical, because we experienced both, it feels like, in 60 days. But what is harder on them?
I think that it depends on when the flooding occurs. As far as floods go, I guess the easiest thing to say is, when you have an adult fish in a population, it can handle droughts, it can handle being in deeper water, avoiding predators. Obviously it's stressful. It's, harder to catch prey when it's really clear and really low, and it's harder to avoid predators. And so that's going to be challenging. An adult fish in a flood, they usually shift lower within the water column. They hide behind big boulders and rocks, and some of our rock our limestone bedrock veins and stuff. And they can just kind of hang out down there. The opposite is true, when it's really turbid, again, hard for them to find prey, hard for them to hunt. But when the water is a little green post flood, they can really start to gorge on prey. And that's why fishing during those times, you do pretty well, because they're on the feed. But as far as our young of the year go, our baby bass that are born in May, they're kind of like canaries in the coal mine. If the water is too low, during June and July, their nursery areas are shrunken down. They get really hot. There's sometimes toxic algae that forms in those areas, and they're really stressed, and they're pushed out into deeper water, and they get hammered. Also, if you have really high flows during the spawn, once these fish are fry, they're really susceptible to high flows, and so if you get a late May high flow, they get blown out, and there goes your year class. If it's early enough, these fish can, spawn, and, these spawns are a bell curve. And so if the first half of the spawn is blown out, some of them will renest, and then the late spawners, they'll come on and they'll finish the job, and you'll still get a decent year class out of it. But low, really low water and really high water are really stressful on juvenile fish. And so, they need it just right. And we haven't had the just right here in a few years. And you'll see that from the South Fork Shenandoah results, as well as the North Fork Shenandoah results.
Yeah.
So moving on to the South Fork, we got 9 sites on this river. We've collected this year over 700 fish. 26%, a quarter of the fish, are quality. That's great for the South Fork. It's staying consistent. The catch rate is a little bit lower. It's consistent, with 2023 at 87 fish per hour. But that is slightly below the long-term average. And on this next graph, this is again the total catch rate on the South Fork. And you can see that our time spent on the South Fork goes a lot further back than the North Fork. And that's just because we switched tactics on the North Fork and went with raft electrofishing. And so it's not really comparable to look at that older data with the raft electrofishing data. It just doesn't quite line up real well. But you can see that we've been pretty consistent going all the way back to the late 90s with the South Fork, sampling approximately like 7 to 9 sites every year. You can see that we are on a bit of a downtrend, starting back in 2018. Again, that high water event, probably knocked a few fish out, dropping that 2019 sample. But the real story is with our young of the year production, which, you'll notice here from 2011 through 2016, we've had this big jump in the population, and you'll remember that we had some fish kills back then as well. The reason that the population was able to rebound is because we had really consistent spawning, and in some cases we had the second best or top spawn ever recorded. And so the population can really rebound quickly in those years. And because we had so many young of the year produced, it bumps up your total catch rate a little bit higher. So the anglers may not really feel it that much. They're not catching the little 3 and 4 inch young of the year. We are. And so the total catch rate is, through the roof in 2015, but that's because we had a really good spawn that year. And you'll see, our fish in our rivers, they're aging out by the time they're 8, 9, 10 years old. And so the quality fish that you guys are seeing now, they were born in 14, 15, 16, and 17. Those 2014 fish, that's a 10-year-old fish. That's a true trophy. There's not very many of those out there. But you can see that we had pretty good spawns there, 4 years in a row, above average or average. But ever since then, it's been pretty few and far between. We've got 5 years here that a really low spawning success. Those 2019 fish, those are the quality fish that you're seeing that are in that 11 to 14 inch size range. That's a 5-year-old fish. And then that 2021 year class has helped as well. But it's rare that this river sees 3 years in a row of poor spawning. In fact, we've never seen it. Most of the time it's 1 year off and then we're back again, 1 year off and they're back again. Every now and then we get 2 years in a row. But you can see, like we talked about earlier, 2 really low water, essentially record drought years in a row in 23 and 24. Just not great, not great for the spawn. They just don't like it. And so we need a bump. We need a good spawn this year. Hopefully we have a decent weather year and some decent flows.
How many, and you say like it's usually 1 year on, 1 year off is what you've seen. How many years do you need to really kick it back up? Because you look at going back 10 years, you had like 3 years in a row that really popped it off. Is that the standard where if you get 3 in a row, you could project out that you're going to have a good population of smallmouth on their way?
I have a great example of that on the main stem. If you have good growth within a fishery, it doesn't take very many spawns to change it. And even in this river, you have 1 or 2 good year classes after a fish kill event, and the river bounces back. And in 2005, that was our huge fish kill on the Shenandoah. And you can see in 6 and 7 we had above average spawns right after that. Not to mention the 2004 spawn, which was just monstrous. And so, if you look back at our total catch rate, sorry, it's going to take a second. It starts to take off within that 6, 7, 8 year time frame. That's kind of the beginning of this river's recovery. And so, it doesn't take very many. It doesn't take very many nests, and it doesn't take very many years of good spawning for a fishery to recover. This next graph shows kind of the layout of, it's called a length frequency histogram, and it's showing the number of smallmouth captured within the population, within our sample, and their sizes in millimeters. And so what I wanted to focus on is that even though we've had some poor spawns over the past few years, it's not like we don't have any young fish in the population. This is a very normalized length frequency graph that we see on the South Fork. A lot of 8 to 10 fish, 8 to 11 inch fish out there. That's pretty common for the South Fork. And even though we had really bad spawns, you can see the 80 millimeter to 140 millimeters area of the graph. There's still fish there. It's not like it was a complete bust. There are young fish in the population. And so we're not at risk of this river crashing or anything like that. In fact, those 8 to 11 inch fish are growing fast, and they're going to be moving into the more quality fish size classes here next year. And so I'm hopeful that we'll continue to see good fishing, and the 300 millimeter to 350 millimeter fish that people enjoyed catching this year. That's the 11 to 15 inch fish. They're going to be bumping up into the 14 to 18 inch size range next year. So it's not all bad news. It's concerning that we're not having good spawning. And it's concerning that we're seeing some health problems with our juvenile fish these past few years, but they're able to contribute to the population still, even though we've seen some fish with some lesions and fungus. This next one's busy. This breaks down our different size categories. So the blue line is all adult fish over 11 inches, and it's the number of fish that we capture per hour. So it's, again, going back to that CPUE, catch per unit of effort. The orange line is adult fish over 14 inches, and the gray line is adult fish over 17 inches. And the orange arrows show our fish kills, the reported fish kills where we actually had dead fish. And so you can see over time, 2005 and 2007 were two biggies. 2010, there were some reported. 2014 was another pretty good one where we lost some adult fish. And then I also wanted to show just how sometimes low water years can really impact our data. 2017 looks like a fish kill, but it was not. It was just so low and clear that we were just chasing fish around out there. And that's the real frustrating thing about fisheries is, you're at the whim of the weather. And when you have a real low clear year like that, sometimes the fish just don't cooperate. And so, that's the reason why it bounces back up so quickly in 2018 is because it's really somewhat of an outlier. But the main thing that I wanted to focus on is the consistency we've seen in these different categories over the past few years. Despite the fact that we have seen a little bit of a downturn in the total numbers, our catch rate of quality fish at 15 an hour is just rolling right along. For the past 4 years, we've had good, consistent numbers of quality fish in the system, and I'm hopeful that we can keep it that way. And if you look back through time, even before the fish kills, a lot of times you'll have people opining over the good old days. I remember we used to catch 100 fish per hour. Well, you didn't catch a lot of quality fish back then before the fish kills. We're seeing higher numbers of quality fish now than before when we used to sample back in the late 90s and early 2000s. So, it's not the worst thing in the world to have lower numbers within the population because you have, more prey items out there, less competition, and the fish are growing faster. And you'll see that in the next graph. We did some age and growth work in 2023, and this shows the average length of an aged fish within the population. And the orange line is in 2000, the gray line is from 2019, and then the blue line is the most recent. That's supposed to say 2023. But you can see that in the early life stages, up to 4 years old, these fish are growing faster. And then especially, in that older age classes, these fish continue to grow quicker than the previous samples back in 2000. Granted, it gets a little wonky with some of these older age classes because we don't have real high sample sizes because there's just not that many of them out there. But the big thing is that these fish are growing quicker straight out of the nest than they have been, which means that an age 3 fish can get to quality sizes. It's getting almost up to 11 inches by age 3, whereas back in the year 2000, that was only a 9-inch fish. And so going back to your comment earlier about how quickly can these fisheries recover, if you get one good spawn in 3 years currently at their current growth rate, 3 or 4 years later, you're going to see an uptick in quality fish that you've been catching. So you don't.
And I realize with a lot of this stuff.
What's that?
Yeah, I was gonna say I realize with a lot of this stuff, it's never just one thing. But then you look at and like the sunfish population is on the rebound. The minnows are back, and so it feels like there's more stuff. I know that's something you guys don't specifically track, but it's not just okay. There's less population of smallmouth, therefore for competition they can feed more. But it's also like there is more items out there for them to feed on.
Yeah. And, and we do track, the sunfish population pretty carefully. Minnows are a little bit tougher to track, but it's really, I don't have the graph on this presentation, but if you look at that, at the smallmouth total catch rate during that 14, 15, 16, 17 year where it really peaks out, you can see a dip in response from the sunfish population. I mean, they're chowing on them. And so now that the smallmouth population is dipping a little bit, you're seeing that reaction from the sunfish. And so, again, in my opinion, it goes back to my earlier comment of it's not the worst thing ever to see a little bit of a downturn in the population with the South Fork, because it's always been a numbers fishery. The entire time that I've worked here, it's always just numbers, and there's just not that many big fish. And now we're starting to see a lot more quality fish and a more balanced fishery overall. When you can go out as an angler and maybe you're not catching 100 fish, maybe you're catching 30 fish a day, 50 fish a day if you're real good. and, a quarter of those fish are quality, and you're catching some quality sunfish on top of that, I'd take that over 100 dinks any day of the week.
I'm
That's my
glad you brought
personal
that up.
opinion.
I'm glad you brought that up because everyone doesn't understand. It's hard, almost impossible, I think, as a manager to have population and size. It's always a give or take of which one is more preferable to the community or your stakeholders.
Correct. And the worst part is we don't have a whole lot of control over it.
Yeah.
If we can stock trout into a stream and make the population bigger, that's easy. But, raising smallmouth to a meaningful level to impact an entire fishery like this is probably impossible. Raising enough smallmouth to impact a section of one of these resources, I think that is more probable. And that's what we're really focusing on when we talk about stocking these fish. I'm just segueing like a champ today. So this is our stocking results for the South Fork. Granted, not nearly as many fish as we put into the North Fork. Again, those were surplus fish that went into that river. This is a much more structured stocking effort. We're stocking the same amount of fish every year that we do this project so that we can properly evaluate it. And so we stock this fish we stock this section of river from Newport to White House at a specific rate every year. And we mark them with OTC again. The difference is with this, we're hoping to start doing some genetic testing, and we're going to look at stock versus wild fish by genotyping the parents of the brood fish that we bring into the hatchery. And so if you look at their genetic code of the fish that I'm holding in my hand right there with the little fin clip, you can look at the DNA and compare it to the brood fish DNA and see whether this fish came from one of the parents in the hatchery or it came from, fish X from the wild. And that way you don't have to sacrifice the fish. We're still not quite dialed on that yet. We're working with a professor from Randolph-Macon, and we're collaborating with a geneticist from the North Carolina State Wildlife Agency as well. So we're hoping that they make a breakthrough there so we can utilize that over the next few years. We also stock a section in South River as well, 4,000 fish from Cremora to Grotto. So those are our two study sites that we're really going to be focusing on the next few years.
If you had to, this is not the scientific thing, but wager, it seems like the North Fork will potentially have the biggest pop from the stocking program. And would that be because of the size or just where you're starting from base levels of population? Yeah,
I think that the North Fork has a chance for sure because of size and because of lack of competition right now. The reason that we chose the South Fork and the South River is because, the funding that came to restore the Front Royal Hatchery to raise these fish came out of mitigation funds from the mercury spill into the Shenandoah River watershed, starting from the South River, flowing into the South Fork. And so those mitigation funds are geared towards raising fish to benefit the Shenandoah River. At the time when we were restoring the hatchery, we didn't really have a huge need for smallmouth bass because we had such good spawning on a consistent basis. But the South River, had a bit of a downturn. Spawning hasn't been quite as consistent there. And now on the South Fork, spawning has not been quite as consistent. And so this has become a much more valuable tool. But there are still a lot of fish, within the Newport to White House section. And so there's a fair amount of competition there. The reason we chose that section is because we have a lot of past data there, including some population level data where we know we have an estimate of the number of smallmouth per kilometer. We also have creel survey data where we've interviewed anglers and determined a catch rate. We've done at least 3 of those on the South Fork and then on the South River as well. So we have a lot of back data that we can compare to, whereas if we just pick the North Fork, we don't have the data set there. And so it'd be hard for us beyond just saying, the graph went up, it must have worked. With the South Fork and the South River, we'll be able to see if angler catch rates have gone up. whether we've made a population level impact with depletion results, and then just overall, whether our catch rates throughout the watershed have increased within this specific section, because we have 2 sample sites that we do on a yearly basis at Newport and at White House. And so we can look at that over time and see if the numbers start going through the roof in comparison to some of the other sites. So it's all about having comparable data within the history of a system to be able to tell if you really have an impact. And so I can understand why people scratch their heads a little bit, like, why are they stocking the South Fork? It's got loads of fish. Certain sections do. The lower sections, have dropped off a little bit over the years. We had to pick sites where we had really good quality data so that we can make an educated evaluation of the program. Okay, I know you want to talk about sunfish, so we're going to talk about sunfish just real quick. A few other species that we sample for, the largemouth bass within the South Fork, they've always been kind of the best kept secret. Within every deeper, slower moving pool within the South Fork, every dam pool, there's good numbers of largemouth. Their population did take a bit of a dip back in 2016. I can't explain it. The habitat for them within the South Fork, it's not as plentiful as for a smallmouth bass, of course. And so it could just be that, the year class strength hasn't been there, but the population is about 50% of what it used to be within our sample sites. However, there's still a really good chance that you're going to catch a quality fish, because 60% of the adult fish that we catch are quality. And so if you're going to get one, it's most likely going to be a good fish. And then the sunfish, again, are back. We saw loads of rock bass this year, which was just delightful to see. And then just great hand-sized sunfish, the second highest catch rate ever since we started sampling the South Fork. And almost a quarter of the fish you catch are a quality sunfish. So, I mean, a rebel crayfish has no chance in the Shenandoah this year. As far as the musky go, another success story. We stocked just shy of 3,000 fingerlings this year. We had to change things up a little bit this year. Typically, we stock advanced fingerlings into the resources around the Commonwealth. But it was...
Hey everyone, Thomas Aarons with Fishing the DMV here. I had this really cool idea to just to say thank you to the Department of Wildlife Resources for Virginia, and I'm doing a compilation video series. So what I did is I strung together every interview I did last year for all the different river systems that Virginia has to offer. We're going to start with the Potomac River, then we're going to go to the Shenandoah River, the North Holston, then we're going to go to the New River, the James River. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you guys enjoy it, just give a thumbs up and let me know in the episode description what your favorite river in Virginia is to fish. I'm going to pick 3 winners, and they're going to get a $10 gift card to Jake's Bait and Tackle and Tactical Fishing Company. So let me know in the episode description what your favorite river system is. I know it's a big video. Don't feel like you have to watch it all, but it's just a way for me to say thank you to the department for letting me interview them. So enjoy it. And hopefully I'll see you guys at the Richmond Fishing Expo. The first meet and greet is Friday. I think it's like noon to 1:30, and then Saturday, noon to about 2 p.m. See you guys there.
Really hot, and we were worried about bringing the fingerlings into the hatchery and them experiencing high temperatures within the raceways and the ponds. And so we just decided to stock them direct. We get our fingerlings from North Carolina. We supply them with a few brood fish every year. They supply us with anywhere from 10 to 30,000 fingerlings. It's a real good deal. But as far as the numbers of muskie on the South Fork, we set the record for the highest catch rate in 2024. We did see a little bit of a dip in the citation level fish because we missed a bunch of stockings about 4 years in a row. And so we were rebuilding right now. So anglers can expect to see good numbers of 25-inch to 38-inch fish out there right now. And then the next few years, because of the last 4 years of consistent stocking, they're going to see those mid-30-inch fish push into that citation level fish. There's still some big ones out there for sure, but there has been a little bit of a downturn with the bigger fish over the last couple of years. And just like if you experience poor spawning for a few years in a row in the wild, if we don't stock these fish, the population starts to suffer. And so that's why it's so important to continue to stock these fish at a reasonable level to have a nice consistent catch rate for anglers. And now I do say, this was the record catch rate for 2024. It was slightly above previous catch rates and much lower than you'd see on the James River and the New River, for example. So the habitat in the South Fork and the main stem are not the same as the New and the James. There's much less contiguous pool habitat for these fish, and so they're very isolated within their little tiny populations throughout the South Fork. So you find a nice deep pool, you have a good chance of contacting these fish, but outside of that, you're not going to see these fish. It's best to float this river for smallmouth within the smallmouth habitat, and then switch over to musky or largemouth when you're in the pool habitat. Some bad news. We have spotted a few flatheads in the South Fork, and we caught our first snakehead in 2023. The snakehead was caught behind the Merck plant, which is between Island Ford and Elkton within the upper watershed. Someone just threw it in there. There's a big patch of grass within that section, and it came out of the grass, as they tend to do. We were able to catch it and dispose of it. We haven't seen one since, and we're hoping that whoever put it in there is done. It's not putting them in there anymore. Even worse, though, is the flathead catfish. We've discovered a few individuals below the Newport Dam. It's the only place we've seen them on the South Fork. We have not documented any spawning at this point. An angler did catch one the other day and disposed of it, and we have disposed of every one that we've encountered. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that no more have been added to the river illegally and that we've dodged this bullet, but I'm really hoping that the flatheads aren't going to take off here in the next year or so like they have on the main stem, and we'll talk about that a little bit, because these fish, they really hammer sunfish. And we're bragging about our sunfish fisheries right now. They're doing so well, and I'm really scared that these fish are going to take off and have an impact going forward. So please do not stock fish. You need a permit to stock fish within our public waters, and you need a permit from us. So do not stock fish illegally, because you can have an impact on these fisheries. Fish for channel catfish. There are tons of channel catfish in the Shenandoah River. Okay, moving on to the main stem. All good?
Just processing. That flathead thing, I've seen what it did. I had the guys on from Maryland talking about what happened at Dam 4, Dam 5 on the Potomac, where the flathead, dude, for everyone that complains about snakehead, I'm not saying if you had to pick the worst thing for an ecosystem, at least from what I've seen and I've talked to, the flathead can just wipe things out. They are vacuum cleaners is what they are. And they will put a hurting on any forage species, goggle eye, rockfish, and the sunfish.
Yeah. I agree. I'm much more scared of flatheads within our systems because they can survive and thrive within our habitat types here in the valley. The snakehead, I don't want them, but I'm not as scared, because where they like to live. They like those shallow, weedy backwater areas. And we have some vegetation on the South Fork and the main stem, but, for the most part, you got moving water. It's just not exactly what I picture a snakehead to really enjoy and thrive. We also have a lot of smallmouth and largemouth that would probably hammer some baby snakeheads. But I don't want them. But I'm really scared of the flatheads. They're a huge concern. And they're here to stay, unfortunately, on the main stem, and we'll talk about that. But this year we'll talk about the good news. The main stem is doing very well. And I'm really excited because I've sampled this river for a long time. I've seen it great. I've seen it not so great. And we're verging on getting back to that great category again. 230 smallmouth collected this year at 3 sites. 37% are considered quality. You're getting close to that 40% mark. That's a fantastic number. Slightly down from 2023, but there's still a high percentage chance that you're going to encounter a fish over 11 inches when you're on a float in this river. The catch rate is the best since 2015, 71 fish per hour. It's almost matching the South Fork, which is unheard of. And so you can see we've had some tough times on the main stem. Over the years, it's been pretty consistent between 60 and 100 fish an hour. 2005 was the big fish kill year. And so you can see that huge drop off there, but it bounced back, fairly quickly, again, through some bigger spawns that we experienced, and it stayed fairly consistent, throughout the early teens. But then we had that high flow event again in 2018. We weren't able to sample because of it. And we saw a pretty good drop off in 2019. Now, I don't know if I'm going to blame that all on that high flow event, because as you'll see in the next slide, we've had some pretty poor spawning success back through that time frame. But what I wanted to show is just that we are starting to climb out of the cellar here, especially the past 2 years, 2022, 23, 24. We're getting back to where we want to be here. And that's mostly because we've had a couple good years of spawning. You can see we were really struggling there for a long time. We had a fantastic spawn in 2014, set a record. And those fish are 10 years old now. So, those 20-inch fish, we've seen them in the past couple of years. There were some big bruisers out there in pretty good numbers, but they're starting to go now. They're starting to die out. 2015 was pretty decent. That helped, those big fish as well. But after that, man, we were getting hammered. We just didn't have any good spawning success. And that's going to have an impact on a resource when you have 5-6 years in a row of really poor spawns. But 2022 and 2023, all things considered, they were just about on the long-term average for spawns within this system. And so we're starting to see a bit of a recovery, and you can see that in the length frequency graph here. You can see those younger juvenile fish, those 8 to 10-inch fish within the system. And going back to your comment earlier about how fast a fishery can recover, depends on their growth rates. And the main stem has fantastic growth rates. So I'm going to take you through a quick sequence here, going back to 2021, when things were real sad, just across the board, really low numbers of fish, a few young fish in the system. It wasn't a complete bust as far as the young of the year go. The young of the year are located within that 110 to 140, 150 range. So there's some there, but not very many. And then those fish that, most average anglers catch, those 8 to 12-inch fish, just low numbers of those as well, even low numbers of trophy fish as well. In 2022, we got a slight bump in young of the year. And so this is the start of that recovery. And you can follow this through time. 2022, sorry, I screwed up there. 2021, 2022, there's our young fish, sorry. So a little bit of a bump there. Now those fish have grown into that, sorry, this is messed up. Hold on one sec. Okay, let me back up. I was scrambling for slides here. Okay, 2022, 2020, there we go. 2023, we've got a big bump, and you can see how quick the 2022 fish have moved into the 8 to 12-inch category. And it's really, bolstered our population level as a whole. And now 2024, we continue to see these fish carry across. There we go. 2024, you can see the difference there. I guess that really shows it well there. 2021, 2, 3, 4.
So question for you, habitat and forage on all three north-south Maine, how much does genetics play into this with their growth rates on the main stem compared to the other two? Would that be a factor at all?
No, I don't think so. There was some genetic work done through Virginia Tech a few years back, and the Shenandoah River drainage, they're just mutts. There's nothing overly special about them. I think the biggest thing is, you have lower numbers on the main stem, and those fish are going to grow fast and just extremely fast. And I'll show you a graph here. This is age and growth from 2023. And so this is the age of the fish, and then the length, their corresponding length. And so the orange line is the start of the quality fish metric. And so anything above that, is considered quality. So you're having so there's some outliers, but a 1-year-old fish is growing 12 inches long in the main stem. By 2 years old and 3 years old, especially, they are already above that quality metric.
That's insane.
And so it doesn't take very long for this fishery to recover. By 4, these fish are 16 inches long. And so you don't have to wait very long, which means that, that's why this chart here showing the various size classes from 2022 through 2024, we've seen this sharp increase in quality fish because we've had a couple of those spawns, and it's taken literally a year or two to get them into that blue line, that quality fish category of fish over 11 inches. Wow. So it doesn't take very long for these fish on the main stem to get back into a quality sized fish. And I need to look at some of the older age and growth data and see how it compares. It could be that the growth is similar to historic. I have a feeling it's probably faster, similar to the South Fork, that it's increased over time.
And you probably already mentioned this, but to repeat, is this from below Riverton to Millville? Is this below Riverton to 7?
I didn't mention that. It's a good question. Our area that we focus on is from the Warren Dam in Front Royal down to Route 7, to the West Virginia line. Our 3 sites are below the Warren Dam at Route 50 and at Locks Landing. Those are the 3 sites.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot of habitat. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
For sure. So, yeah. Moving on to the bad moments, the flathead are actively reproducing and expanding in the main stem. Back in 2021, we sampled a few up by Warren Dam, and an angler caught a few just above Morgan's Ford. We hadn't seen any spawning at that point. We dispatched, any fish that we did encounter, but it didn't take very long. I mean, the next year we caught 1 more, I think, and anglers were starting to report more. And then the following year, we started seeing young of the year, and we saw them all the way down to Route 50. And so now we're pretty much finding them at every site. I don't think we haven't caught one at Locks Landing yet, so they're not quite down that far, but they've been encountered down above the Millvale Dam in West Virginia. And so we're getting attacked at both ends here. I think probably they were illegally introduced up near the Warren Dam. And then there were also some down in the lower section of the Shenandoah in West Virginia. So they have free reign to come and go as they please, and they're spawning. And our catch rates are starting to increase pretty dramatically. They're not all that big yet. So I don't know what to expect from these fish. I don't know if they're going to grow into trophies or if they're going to stunt. The channel catfish on this river, they grow pretty well, grow into pretty decent fish. But I'm really concerned about the sunfish population because it is finally back. 40% of our sample of sunfish are quality fish. I mean, you can just have a day on the main stem catching sunfish. We also have walleye fry that we've been stocking on a yearly basis since 2019. That population is very stable. I don't think that the flathead will impact them very much, but I could be wrong. Hard to say. I don't know if that there's I guess maybe the Stanton River might have flatheads and walleye. I'm not sure, but
and the new, I think.
The new, of course. Right. Yes, that's right.
Well, and speaking of the new, because I think I don't know if it was you, but this could be wrong. But like, is the walleye you got, the brood, is that a Stanton or the New River breed of walleye?
We request the New River strain of walleye for the main stem, but we have to take what we can get sometimes. And so there are years where we've gotten the Stanton strain as well. But we were able to stock 20,000 fry this year. The population peaked back in, I think, 2021, and then kind of came back down to earth once anglers discovered them. But we're growing some big fish. I mean, there's some fish over 30 inches out there.
What are you more impressed with over the years? How the muskie took to the river, or how the walleye took to the river?
And the walleye was just like, you pop them in there and boom, you got a fishery. It was easy peasy. With muskie, it took a while to figure out where you needed to put those fingerlings for them to succeed. For a long time, we stocked muskie into the Shenandoah River, and we just put them in at boat ramps. And I think if they were able to find a pool quickly, they were able to survive. But a lot of times they didn't survive very well. And so it wasn't until back in like the early 2000s where we started strategically stocking these fish into pool habitat specifically, where we really started to see them take off. But with walleye, we dump half the load up by Warren Dam and then scatter the rest down through. And part of that reason is, just the homing ability of walleye. They're going to run back up to the Warren Dam to spawn. And we wanted that 10-mile stretch, from Morgan's Ford down to Route 50 to be kind of that spawning area where you could go and target these fish in the springtime and riffles and runs and pockets. And it's become that, you can go down through that section, in March when they're really starting their run, and you can encounter these fish right as you come out of a pool, and it like slopes up to a riffle. A lot of times they're hanging out there. If you can find some like big potholes, in pockets behind islands, behind bedrock veins, they hold there. They're deep, and they're waiting to spawn at night or on a real darker, cloudy day. A pretty cool fishery, and these fish are growing really well. The muskies, we continue to stock into the main stem. Their population is not doing as well as it used to. We used to see these fish from, Warren Dam down through Locks Landing. For whatever reason, they're just not thriving as much as they used to. We have had some pretty inconsistent stocking over the years, but the past 5-6 years, we've really done pretty well up there. And we're just not seeing them except for up in the Warren Dam area. And I think part of the reason is, these rivers are getting warmer. These fish are a cool water species. They really need a good spring influence to be healthy over the summer months. The walleye are cool fish too, but they don't seem to be bothered nearly as much as the muskie are. I think the muskie are just a little more sensitive. I did hear from an angler that caught one down at Locks Landing this year, which was the first time in a long time that I heard someone catching a muskie. So I'm not sure if that one was stocked and grew right there, or if it just moved down there and just happened to be caught there. But we really aren't seeing a lot of muskie on the Shenandoah anymore, except for up in the Warren Dam area, where you do have a pretty big spring influence that allows them to over summer there pretty nicely.
I am surprised at how well the walleye, because again, like how hardy they are, because that is the classical, like the fish that you catch up north, ice fishing. They bite great in the wintertime. Travis Eden has talked about on the show, they bite great, but they also don't mind the heat, which I wouldn't have thought they would have handled it so well.
Right. And it could be that, having that New River strain is really important. It's a riverine species. It's grown up in Virginia, its whole existence. And so it can handle some of those warmer temperatures, where if you put a Wisconsin walleye down in the Shenandoah, it might boil. You might be able to just eat it right off the bone. But anyway, that's about all I've got for the Shenandoah as far as the popular report goes. As far as the wrap up, the North Fork, low numbers, but some quality fish, especially in the middle reaches. Red breast sunfish numbers are really high on the North Fork too. I think we're at the second highest catch rate all time this year. And again, good quality, hand size red breast sunfish. So don't overlook those in the North Fork either. South Fork, good smallies. Muskie are looking really good. We continue to work with USGS on fish health issues. We're waiting on some results from some of the adult testing we did last year. We continue to scratch our heads about the young of the year issues that we've seen And we're working with USGS on some projects there to look at largemouth bass virus and how these fish are taking up the virus at what stage. We have essentially a cage study where we're putting some of our hatchery raised smallmouth into these cages and then looking at what they take up throughout a 30-day period within the rivers. Didn't work out great last year. We're going to try to redo it this year. We're collaborating with Maryland on this study as well. But we continue to work hard to try to figure out what's causing health issues with these fish. It's not an easy nut to crack for certain, but the more we learn, the better we will be at managing these fisheries. As far as the main stem, low numbers, but great quality. And the numbers aren't really that low anymore. They're starting to climb up there. Walleye are great. There's some musky out there. The flatheads are unfortunate. Please stop stocking flatheads. And then the South River, the stocking project continues to commence. And the Maury River is a fantastic fishery. That's another one that I'm responsible for. Catch rate over 100 fish an hour. Over a quarter of the fish are quality. It's a sneaky river, floated in the spring and it still has some flow to it, and then wait it in the summertime or kayak it in the summertime when it gets real low. But good numbers of fish on the Maury for sure.
With the main stem, would that be something you could ever entertain in the future, as doing stocking, since you said like the numbers are low, or do you feel like it'll bounce back on its own?
I think we are limited by the numbers of fish we can raise. And we have, it's probably a conversation for another day, but we've got a lot of strategies that we're working towards in the future where we can upscale the successes that we've experienced this year. What we've learned this year with the work that we've done at Front Royal is that we can raise these fish both within the outdoor raceways on piles of gravel. We can't squeeze these fish like you can with a trout or a muskie or a walleye and just and fertilize the eggs in a pan. You have to let them do it. And so you have to create conditions where they're comfortable, where they will spawn. And so in the outdoor concrete raceways, we put piles of gravel and they fan them just like they would in the river. And they lay their eggs, fertilize them, and guard them. And once those fry hatch out, we scoop them off the nests with really fine mesh nets, and then we put them into a pond, a lined pond that has tons of zooplankton in it, ready for them to feed on. Now, one thing we tried new last spring is we kept some broodfish within one of the lined ponds, and we put spawning baskets out there. It's basically just a Walmart Walmart Tupperware container, real shallow, that had a little bit of carpeting in the bottom and then some gravel. And they took to those just like they would in the raceways. In fact, they fanned more of those than they did nests in the raceways. And the reason we did that was twofold. One, we talked with South Carolina that had some success with raising these fish, and that's what they did in some of their mud ponds, because they didn't have a line ponds like we did. They didn't have outside raceways. And so they wanted a controlled way to kind of capture the eggs in the fry. And so they used these stocking baskets or spawning baskets. And it worked. We were able to get some fry from those. And the other thing is those ponds heat up faster, so we can bring in brood fish, put them in the ponds, hatch out fry, put those fry in a different pond, release those brood fish, flip that pond, and now we can bring in Lake Moomaw brood and put them into the concrete raceways and have them spawn in there, and then have room in the previous brood pond to put the Moomaw fry into. It's a big shell game, but it's a way that we can
that's impressive.
Expand the numbers of fish that we can raise. The problem is we only had about 4 nests in each. And so we're at a deficit in the numbers of fry that we're producing. And so this year we're going to try to do some habitat installations within the raceways, because if you walk by the raceway to make sure that the raceways aren't overflowing and the screens are flowing clean and the checking to see if they've fanned any nests. Those brood fish, they're just bouncing up and down the raceway. They're spooked like crazy. And so our idea this year is to create some artificial habitat structures adjacent to the nesting habitat. And that way they can hopefully just kind of hunker down behind a pallet, behind a Christmas tree, something like that. And they're not quite as stressed, running up and down the raceways. And hopefully that'll allow us to have a few more nests successfully reared. The other thing we're doing is we've kept some brood fish on site this year, and in the hopes to bolster our population. The other huge concern we have as an agency is the legal stocking of Alabama bass. Alabama bass will pollute the genetics of a smallmouth population by interbreeding with smallmouth, and essentially they will outcompete them and breed them out of existence until you just have these Alabama bass mutts. And so if you love smallmouth bass, do not stock Alabama bass. It's illegal to stock them in the state. Do not stock them anywhere. They ruin fisheries. Our concern is that, we have clean brood sources right now, but it only takes one person to illegally stock these fish, and then it taints that resource. And for that reason, we test our brood fish every year and make sure that they're pure smallmouth bass before the fish are stocked, which is really challenging as far as the turnaround time goes. But our other thought is if we can establish an in-house brood source that's clean, that are pure smallmouth, that'll allow us more freedom and less stress as far as bringing new fish in every year out of the wild, because you just never know when you're going to bring in that rogue fish that might have some Alabama bass genes.
Interesting.
So we're going to see how they hold over. There's no guarantee. The good news is we kept them in a line pond over the summer, fed them lots of minnows, and their total weight increased over the summer pretty dramatically. They looked like little footballs coming out of there. And so I was really concerned that the hotter temperatures were going to really stress them out, and they were not going to be in very good fit condition going into the winter. But they looked really good. And so we put them into an overwintering pond, and we still have plenty of minnows out there for them. And we'll refresh that food as necessary. They're not feeding a ton over the winter time, but in the spring, they're going to start to feed in anticipation of the spawn. And so we'll pull those out of that wintering pond and put them directly into that brood fish pond that we used last year with those spawning baskets. And then we'll add some more wild brood on there to bolster those numbers, with the hopes to really overwhelm that pond and create just a ton of fry. My goal is to overwhelm this hatchery with fry to the point where we don't have enough space to put them in ponds, and we have to outsource the fry to a different hatchery on the other side of the state. And that's how we can really generate a lot of numbers to where we can maybe make a difference in one of these larger systems, like a section of the James River or a section of the main stem.
That would be amazing. Wow. How did Mooney factor into all of this? Moomaw. Yeah. Wrong lake.
It factored in that it has a very strong smallmouth population, very healthy smallmouth population, and they spawn later because they're up in the mountains. And so it allows us to bring them in as a secondary brood source in case the first brood source fails, or we get some fry from them and then we send them out the door. And then we have the second batch to bolster those numbers. Because, there's not a lot of, if you look into some of the literature in Texas, they've had a really good program over the years. And they show, if you really overwhelm a pond, you'll have a pretty drawn out spawning period. But I think if you've got, pretty low numbers of brood within an acre pond, some of them spawn, and, there's, like I said before, it's a bell curve. There's a peak and then it drops off. And at some point you have to kind of decide, okay, they're done. We got to move on to the next thing. And so by having that secondary brood source that spawns later, we're able to hedge our bets a little bit and not just rely on that first brood source to produce what we need.
Interesting. I didn't know Texas did smallmouth. I thought it was like North Carolina, well, Maryland doesn't do it anymore, and you guys. So it's a really short list of people that have been successful with this.
Yeah. So Texas, they did a really extensive study back in the 90s, and they have a very large system, a very well-funded hatchery system. I'll say that. And so they were really specific on how they handled the eggs. They actually took the eggs out of the nest and put them into hatching jars, and they were able to, increase their numbers raised dramatically from that. Because if you leave them in the nesting box, you leave them in the raceways, they can get fungus. If you have a high flow event within the stream, there can be silt that comes in and lays on the eggs, and maybe you have a cold snap and the parents leave the nest and they're just not as diligent. And so there's some variables there you really can't control for. And so by taking them off the nest and putting them into jars, hatching jars, you can, expand your numbers pretty dramatically. But there's maybe some thoughts of doing that more intensive husbandry down the road. You have to remember that there's 2 full-time people at this hatchery and 1 part-timer. So, you have to keep the hatchery running. You have to stock trout, and you also have to raise walleye and smallmouth and the whole 9 yards. And so, and keep up with your feeder fish. We have a lot of minnows on site as well. And so I think it's something we may look into in the future. I'd like to talk to them directly and see if they are still doing this down in Texas, and if they've updated some of their techniques. But you're right. North Carolina has done some work with raising smallmouth and continues to do so. They're actually trying to do it to combat Alabama bass. That's their goal, is to try to stock them in areas where Alabamas are taking over, just to preserve some semblance of a smallmouth fishery. They'll never stock them. In my opinion, I don't think they'll ever stock them and outcompete the Alabama bass, but at least they won't just have a fishery full of hybrids. Georgia does some work with raising smallmouth at a pretty small scale. I know West Virginia's tried a little bit. I think they have the same issues we have sometimes with dealing with some of our older infrastructure. But it all changes when you get a little bit of a restoration up there at Front Royal. It's really a breath of fresh air up there working in that hatchery, and it's been very successful so far as like the infrastructure responding to what it was promised to do. And so that's been very nice. But Maryland, I think they've kind of paused their efforts. I don't think they're ever going to do it again. But, like us, we're not going to just stock them to stock them. We're going to stock them if there's a need. But first things first, we have to be able to meet allocations that are requested. And so figuring out the husbandry part of raising these fish would be a gigantic win, a huge hurdle to cross, and one that may have positive impacts on other states as well. So we continue to research and work hard on this.
Now, I agree with you there, because I think it was interesting how this whole story started for many states about just, recouping their smallmouth populations due to, high water events, bad spawn, but it's kind of morphed into to preserve the genetics of the species because of Alabama bass. And somebody's got to get good at this, because that train's not stopping.
Right.
And so it's interesting to see that the need has changed, and just getting this cracked, because it was for the longest time. I've talked to you people in Maryland and stuff. This is hard. It's not, it's close to rocket scientists to get these stupid things to cooperate in captivity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a huge challenge, which makes it intriguing, but also extremely frustrating. And I think the biggest frustration is just the fact that, we're never going to be able to raise millions of smallmouth, which is probably what is necessary. But there, I think at first, some of the other biologists that had worked with these fish, back in the early teens, trying to raise them and stock them and evaluate how they survive in the wild. They kind of looked at this project and were just like, we kind of went down this path before. It didn't go so well. But now that they've seen some of the results that we've come up with, as far as raising them in the hatchery, at least, it's kind of piqued their interest a little bit. Mm-hmm. And they're just like, there's a little bit of hope building there. So that's pretty exciting to see. There's definitely potential there. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to whether they actually contribute to the fishery. And that comes down to real strict evaluation of what we're doing. And so the rubber meets the road starting next year, where we see how those 1-year-old fish look. We'll go out this coming May, and we'll go to a number of locations within our sample sites on South River, as well as on South Fork. And we'll look for 1-year-old fish, and we'll either test them genetically, or we'll look for OTC marks and determine whether that's a wild fish or a stocked fish. And we'll see how it shows, how it all shakes out. And then of course the North Fork will be interesting as well, going and sampling that in May. We had a pretty good pulse of fish that went into that river. So if we go out there and we're seeing juvenile fish just popping up all over the place, that'll be really exciting.
Jason, I mean, thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate it. I know we're in the throes of winter, but when are you going to be gearing up to get back out there and do it all over again?
Pretty soon. I'm going out to Lake Shenandoah today. We're going to do some musky sampling on that lake. And then in January, we do our typical wintertime sampling for musky on the South Fork and one site on the main stem. We'll also be doing some fish habitat work in January on Lake Moomaw, Lake Frederick, and possibly 1 or 2 other small impoundments. And then springtime, things go crazy. We start collecting brood fish at the end of April. We're stocking like crazy March, April, and May. We're starting to sample our reservoirs in May. We're starting to sample the Maury and the North Fork Shenandoah with raptor electrofishing in May. Fryer hatching in May. Everything happens in May. It's a crazy month. So we're resting up a little bit right now in getting prepared for those field ops. But we'll be back out there very soon.
Awesome stuff. As always, guys, link in the episode description to everything that we talked about today. I'm putting a link also to the Virginia's DWR website. You can go check out all the literature. If you want to get in depth, give them a follow. And we'll see you guys next time on Fishing the DMV. Bye. You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Ahrens. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Hey everyone, quick little announcement here from Fishing the DMV. Our Weekend Warrior Club membership on Patreon is now open to new members. All Patreon Club members will receive 20% off their orders to Tactical Fishing Company, 15% off their orders to Super Blue Stuff, 10% off their orders to Tiger Crankbaits, 5% off their order to Jake's Bait and Tackle. You'll also gain access to join 4 month-long fishing tournaments that I'm holding in 2026. Last year, I gave away over $8,000 in cash prizes, plaques, and just giveaways, including a couple of guided fishing trips with legendary anglers like SB Fishing and Ethan Stone, and I'm hoping to blow it out this year as well. You'll also gain access to our private Facebook group community, ad-free episodes of the show, and monthly fishing reports, especially for you smallmouth river anglers. I really try to keep you guys up to date on the flow gauges for the different rivers in our area. And there's so much more. As more sponsors come online in 2026, I'm going to increase the benefits to everyone. You get all of this for $8 a month, which is less than a megabass jerkbait or a jackhammer chatterbait. And I'll sweeten the pot. If you sign up for the whole year, I'll give you 15% off your membership. 15% off. Guys, this is just a way I can say thank you to everyone that helps support and keep this show going. Link in the episode description. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. I'm your host, Thomas Ahrens, and today I am joined by the Department of Wild Resources, Justin Helflin, and we're going to be talking about a really cool portion of Virginia that doesn't get a lot of hype or notoriety. Justin, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you for having me on.
So, what's your story? How did you go from maybe a boy with wonder and dreams to where you are now?
So, starting out as a young child, I always knew I wanted to be in, the outdoors in something. So I'm more of a hunter than a fisherman, in all honesty. So I initially wanted to get out as in something to do with wildlife instead of fisheries. But in high school, I had a opportunity to do a mentorship where I mentored with then the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries, the same agency, before the name change. And so I actually, one of your other one of the other guys you've had on, Jason Hallacher, I ended up having him as a mentor. I came into it in wildlife, and he just kind of stole me away for fisheries, and saw how cool fisheries was and how much in the field work that fisheries does. Not to say wildlife doesn't do in the field work, but they're not quite out as much as we are. And so fell in love with fisheries and all that. And I grew up fishing and hunting both, but so from there, I ended up going to Western Maryland to Frostburg State University for my undergrad. And they have a dual major of wildlife and fish biology. So I was still able to ride the fence a little bit longer. So after I got out of there, got a job with the department as a seasonal, and from there spent about 4 years with the department. Needed full time just for life and everything. Started looking on the East Coast, and it's just a tough field to get it to break into, really. And
Why?
So there's so few of us, really. I mean, in the state, in Virginia, we have, I don't know off the top of my head, but maybe 15 fisheries biologists in the whole state as far as state employees. And then most states are pretty close to that number. And so small knit group. And the good thing is once you're in, it's easier. You know a lot of the people around, but it's tough to crack that door. So we were looking East Coast, my wife and I, and weren't able to find anything on the East Coast. So we broadened our search to east of the Mississippi is what we were looking at. Took a couple of job interviews in Kentucky and ended up getting one of those as a fisheries biologist in Kentucky. So I spent 5 years in Kentucky, working on kind of the northeast side of the state. And then about 3 years ago, almost 4 now, took a job down here in Southwest Virginia.
And really,
out
for
of
the
the
people
Marion office with the department.
for the people at home, what would you consider your area if you were trying to tell somebody for the first time the area that you're trying to manage?
So I manage everything west of 81 in the southwest side of Virginia. So my edges, the far west edge is Kentucky. My south edge is Tennessee. And then 81 kind of runs the line up to about where 77 cuts across. So Tazewell area, Wytheville area. So everything on the west side of 81 as you're coming down, leaving the state.
And then guys, just because I like to, for all of my listeners that like to watch on YouTube, since every smart TV has YouTube now, I'm just going to quickly share a map just so you get a visual of this right here. So if you look at 81 here, Blacksburg all the way down. I think a lot of people, again, if you are Northern Virginia, Fredericksburg, Richmond, like, yeah, this is Virginia too. It's such a cool area as you get into Appalachia with the New River, South Holston, things that we're going to be talking about specifically. So, I mean, that really kind of gets into I guess the report of the South Holston. I don't think people probably know about the reservoir, but there's also a river portion too, which is absolutely fascinating to me to get into. So when you're doing this data survey and this collection, when does it generally begin? If this is a 2024 report?
So the South Holston actually goes, South Holston Reservoir goes with another of the biologists. I have the far side. So South Holston, South Fork Holston flowing into the South Holston there is, largely cold water. So it's all trout itself. And then North Fork Holston, which is one I manage, is just across on 81. And it actually flows down the west side of 81 as well. But ends up dumping into Tennessee instead of the South Fork Holston
That's
Lake.
cool. I didn't know that.
Yes. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, so there's 3 major rivers that kind of go down the west side there. There's the Powell, which is right on the Kentucky border. And as you step back is the Clinch River. All of these are smallmouth, walleye, fisheries. And then North Fork Holston is the next one over, closest to 81 as you're heading west.
That's really cool. I did not know that. There's so many little creeks and rivers down there. It's fascinating. So how big is, off the top of your head, doesn't have to be perfect, the length that you're dealing with for the South Holston, just for people at home?
So it's North Fork Holston, sorry.
North Holston, sorry.
Yes,
Had a dyslexic moment. Yep.
No, you're good. Yeah, so North Fork is about 100 miles. It starts up in the south west corner of Bland County up towards like Tazewell area, and then flows down and exits the state, and Weber City exits into Tennessee down there. And
now, are you doing the whole stretch, or is there more of like a smaller area that you're sampling from?
So we sample just the area that you can get we have a jet boat. So that area that we can get a
Okay.
jet boat on is basically where it leaves into Tennessee around Weber City, and then up to Saltville, which is about 80 miles of it. So we have 6 or 7 sample locations, kind of evenly displaced across those 80 miles. And then we base our data and everything off of reoccurring on those same sites every year as much as possible.
What is the river like? Is it, I'm trying to think of a good comparison. Shenandoah River would be the South Fork, North Fork of that. Is it look a little bit like that when it comes to width wise? Is it a little bit wider? Like, could you paint a picture for people?
Yes, yeah. So it's closer to one of the forks of the Shenandoah River. Probably closer to the South Fork in size. For the most part, it's riffle pool, but most of the pools are smaller than what you would see on the main stem of the Shenandoah River. It's boatable with a jet boat for pool area, riffle areas. But once you get above Saltville, then we're not able to put a boat on it. Or you can put a boat, but it's just going to be, you're fine to that one pool. You're not able to pass through riffles to go to the next pool.
Gotcha.
So there's some the one thing with it is that it's not a ton of public access. So Saltville, we have 2 department boat ramps in Saltville, one above Saltville, one below. So it makes for a nice little float. And then we have some public access down closer to Weber City. And so a lot of this is untapped water by the general public. Because it's a little difficult, you have to go out and actually ask people for permission to go on it, to either put your boat in or take your boat out. But a lot of people kayak fish it. And if you can when you get access, people are pretty receptive in the area. It's Southern hospitality, but when you get access, then, you get to fish a lot of untapped waters. Doesn't see a lot of lures. So it can be really good because of that.
Is there a website people could visit to just figure out different places they could launch from?
So we do have access sites on our website, Department of Wildlife Resources website. And you can see the access for Saltville, both Saltville boat ramps and then the Weber City boat ramp. And then, like I said, a lot of those other spots just have to be asked. I know there's some private like kayak and canoe places that are starting to open up on it. And so I'm foreseeing more access. Now that's probably going to be pay access, not free access, but I foresee more access being able to get onto the river itself.
Okay. And guys, as always, with the power of pre-recording, I'm going to put a link in the episode description to just all the little things you can click on it to find boat ramps, campsite, things like that. So you can go explore this area. No, I'm excited to get into the report. So I'm ready if you are. So
yeah, absolutely.
Let me share my screen here. All righty. And then we'll just go here slide by slide. So we kind of hit on this a little bit already. Again, guys, really cool. Did not know about this at all as a cool fishing destination that I'm gonna have to try out. So I guess we could skip this one and just go straight into the historical events.
Yeah, so it's laced with tons of tragedies in its past. So like the Clinch River is, like I was telling you before, is the next river over. It's one of the most diverse rivers in all of America, and it was thought that the Holston is actually very similar to that. Very diverse fauna and everything, but it has been riddled with tragedies across its time. Most of it's came from in the Saltville area. There was a bunch of mining and stuff like that. You can see in this first one. I'm gonna look at my other screen, so I'm off the camera a little bit, but the first one there was a big muck dam. This is all waste water that was used in the mining process. And that dam collapsed on a Christmas Eve, actually, in 1924. And this white, like foamy muck flowed down the river and took out a small town below Saltville. But anyway, the muck itself was said to like burn skin. And so because of that, we know massive amounts of, fish and mollusks and everything else in the river probably took it right on the chin. And then later in history, there was mercury ponds. There is actually part of the mining process as well. When they were making this sodium carbonate, they used mercury because it was a cheaper method to do it. And so they held all that water in that pond 5 and 6 that's on the map there. And those leached mercury into the water itself. And still to this day, it has, mercury advisory on it. There's other stories of one of the mines collapsing and like the river disappeared. It just went completely dry for 39 hours. And that was in the like 40s or 50s. And people were going around picking up fish because they were flopping on dry ground. So it's riddled with a lot of history that's, kind of hurt the system, but that's, part of it. But, it's fishing great right now. It looks great right now. So it's definitely able to bounce back. And
I've always taken it back when you look through the history books. We have come a long way when it comes to conservation. And again, it's not perfect, but I remember talking to a river keeper about the Delaware River, and they said it used to be the color of whatever they were painting the fire trucks upriver. And it's insane. Like, again, context I think is important. It is what the departments have done, river keepers organizations, and really upkeeping this place, the Shenandoah, places like that. It's just fascinating to think like a generation ago, look at this was the norm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so the Saltville, the mercury ponds they're actually a Superfund site. And so that whole area came in by EPA and all and cleaned up as much as possible. But, there's still contaminations and contaminants in there and everything. But yeah, it's amazing what they can bounce back to really in such a short amount of time. I mean, I think I have on there. Yeah. They didn't even finish remedying the mercury until 2002. So, it's crazy how quick things can bounce back.
Yeah, no, it's the way nature can heal is insane. I mean, as people know, since I have a good portion of people in the Shenandoah Valley, the DuPont thing with the Shenandoah, and that's really bounced back, and people didn't think it was possible. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. I didn't know about that stuff at all. I can go to the next slide if you want. Here you go.
Yeah, so I just had a quick slide on, so it has a do not eat advisory because of that mercury, and that's the 84 miles. So that's basically Saltville down to the Tennessee line. And I'm sure Tennessee probably has their own advisories or the advisories probably continue into Tennessee, but this is 84 miles. That's in Virginia, has this do not eat advisory. But it is fishing great. The fish have bounced back. And I think honestly that do not eat advisory helps a little bit too, because people know about it. People know there's mercury in there. And so it's almost completely a catch and release fishery. So all we deal with is, natural mortality, like in the wild mortality, and not so much, fishing regulations.
It's funny because I just finished watching a documentary about the wolves of Chernobyl and how from that ecological disaster, it's created a refuge in the middle of society because no one will go in there. And it's interesting that I think the same principles apply here. You have this disaster, so people stay away, and that's actually good for it because it leaves it alone so it can just do its own thing. That's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Huh. Now you've talked about the New River a little bit too, but we're not going to top out at fish like the New River can. You can get into 23-inch fish there, but we do see regular fish regularly in 18, 19, 20. I saw the biggest smallmouth I've personally held on this river. It was 21 3/4, and that was 2023, so the year before last.
Wow, that's so cool. All right, let's get the next slide here.
So this is catch rates. This is all off 2024 data. So last spring, we go out and sample in the spring on this river just because of flows. Like I said, once it gets low, we can't get on it with a boat anyway. We could do maybe barge shocking. But so all of our data is in the spring. So I typically start on sampling the second or third week of April and go out for a week or two, depending on, how flows go and everything. I've got those three rivers, the Clinch, the Powell, and this North Fork Holston. So most of the second half of April is spent on one of these rivers. But so this is the 2024 catch rate data. I just work through it just a little bit, kind of as how I look at it anyway. So the good things that I see in it is good numbers of the fish, 5 to 8 inches. Although they're not great for catching, that means there's great year class coming up in the future. And so we're going to keep having good numbers of these larger fish. The other thing is as you go on up, 14, 15, 16, and 17-inch fish look great out there. A little bit down on 18 and 19-inch fish, and we didn't get into the 20s this year in 2024. One of the reasons I think that was in this data set is we had a little bit lower flows this year. So one of my major pools that I really like getting to. Wasn't able to get to in the jet boat. Just too shallow of riffles to get up to some really good habitat. And that happened on two different sites that we do every year. And so
when it comes to, I guess, variables like that, low flow, flood conditions, things that you can't control, when you create, when you get all your data at home and you start putting things together, do you put asterisks or comments of like, by the way, there was 3 inches of water this year, or what have you?
Yeah. So I put out these reports every year, and these go on our website. So you guys can get my actually fully written report. It has these graphs in it, and then has, some of my explanations for, what I see. So if it's a really bad year, then I definitely put that in the report. So as far as like, low waters, we some of the numbers are reflected because we couldn't get to pools like that, like I just said. That'll definitely go in the report. And then I keep separate data for myself as far as like string gauges go, and then I keep like, at this flow I'm not able to make it to a pool that's critical for this sample, and so in the future I'll try and work around that if I can. So if we get a bump in rain and I know that I need a certain amount of flow to get to another pool, then I'll try and hit that site on that when we have that bump of rain and leave it if we don't have the rain to be able to get up there.
Out of curiosity, what's a general flow that you would need to be able to effectively get your samples?
Let me see. Can I pull it up real quick so I don't misspeak? Let's see.
Man, I need to look at how big your boat is too.
Yeah, it is. So we run a 16-foot jet boat.
Oh, 16. Okay.
Yep. Let's see. So it looks like most of our samples. So there's two major sites, two major collection sites. One's in Cleveland, which is very high up, and one's Spears Ferry, which is almost down towards almost in Tennessee. So it looks like the majority of our flows that are comparable or good is about 800 CFS to 900 CFS. Makes it, a good amount for us to be able to get most places on the river.
And that's good if you guys want to come on down to experience this place, just to check those gauges. And power of editing, I'll put a link to some of the important flow gauges. I'll get that from Justin. That way you can check it before you plan like a trip down there, because that's fascinating. Because I guess you guys don't have rafts available to you to use as well.
We don't. There's two. Jason has one, and then there's another one in the agency. We'd like to get one. We just haven't been able to get one yet. So maybe in the future. You can't fight
Jason for it.
Yeah, that's the problem. We talk about sharing them around, but when Jason needs them is when I need them, and when Tyler, the other guy, needs them is when I need them. So it's really tough to share something like that. Now we have barges. Yeah, we have barges, and you can do those in the summer. But that's manpower. That's somebody dragging the big, 400-pound barge up through riffles. And then it gets, and usually 3 people probing and plenty of people dipping. So that gets into a manpower issue. But, the nice thing with that is you can do it all summer long. And so, you don't have to fight over one. You can share a barge a lot easier than a raft.
A barge. I'm thinking like Mississippi River style barges. Like how big are they?
They're like 8 or 10 feet long and made out of fiberglass. They float decently. And so, yeah. And we just run our electrofishing equipment out of it. It's got a small generator, a small box to dial it in. And then we run hand probes out the front, walk-in waders in front of it.
Yeah, that would be backbreaking. Ugh. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Whoever the mule is that's pulling it definitely gets their workout in for the day.
The intern or something.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I can get you a picture of that so you can link it in here or throw it in so people can see.
That'd be cool. It's always fascinating. Even like Hallacher's talked about, like, for the trout guys, you have to backpack that stuff into some of these places, which is just the work to do something like that. It's got to be incredible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, my goodness.
It used to be a lot more work because batteries weighed, 30 pounds each. But now we're starting to switch to lithium batteries. And so they've shrunk down to, 15 to 20 pounds instead of, 30 or 40 pounds each. So it does help a little bit. But as technology improves, maybe we'll keep getting lighter, hopefully.
Oh, yeah, dude, that's how it goes with technology, just, smaller and lighter. And then I was really impressed with these catch rates for this place. That's really fascinating to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And so one thing to note on this, looking at this graph here, is it's not a continual from 2022 to 2024. So there were some years in there, especially like around the 16, we had a big gap from 16 to 24 or to 23. And so that was staffing issue, flow issues, just, down on people basically is really what that is. And so, 2026 or 2016 looks amazing. And then we have this big gap, and then 2023 hits, and it's back down to a little below average, I would say. And so our data, we get out there, like I said, I'm on this river for 1 week in the spring for a full sample. So the power of our data is doing it every year after year. And so we can watch trends and stuff like that. So this big gap here is a little puzzling, and I don't have any answers for it because we don't have any data in between there. So I don't know if 2016 was just an amazing outlier, even though, the years semi leading up to that looked pretty high. But 2023 is down a little bit, and 2024 is back up a little bit. So we're hoping I'm going to continue this trend, and that way hopefully we can get years consecutive and just see whether 2016 was a crazy outlier or that's really where we should be.
What is the spawn class looking like here with this? I mean, when you look at these graphs, a lot of time there's that delayed effect of having a poor spawning class 1 year, and then that'll get reflected later on down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. So that last graph we showed looks like we've got a good numbers of fish coming back on. So those 5-6 inch fish, that looks pretty strong in this year class. So hopefully that'll equate to larger fish as we go down the road. Those are all 1 year old fish, that 5 and 6 class. Like the 3s and 4s, when they're that small going into the winter, they have a really hard time surviving. And so that's why those 3 and 4s are so low. But those 3, 4, 5, 6s, maybe into 7s are probably all still that 1 year old fish. So that year class looks really good. And several years down the road, hopefully we'll reap the benefits of that, those high numbers.
So I guess before we'll get to that last one, the population, and this might go hand in hand with population, is y'all had a hurricane last year.
We did.
Probably need to mention like that, and what were the effects down there just from the environment, but also like thoughts on how sampling will be this year with what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. So the good thing is for at least this area where the hurricane came up through, most of our major damage stayed on the east side of 81. I'm not saying that people didn't get hit on the west side, but like our huge.
And let me know in the episode description what your favorite river in Virginia is to fish. I'm going to pick 3 winners, and they're going to get a $10 gift card to Jake's Bait and Tackle and Tactical Fishing Company. So let me know in the episode description what your favorite river system is. I know it's a big video. Don't feel like you have to watch it all, but it's just a way for me to say thank you to the department for letting me interview them. So enjoy it, and hopefully I'll see you guys at the Richmond Fishing Expo. The first meet and greet is Friday. I think it's like noon to 1:30, and then Saturday, noon to about 2 p.m. See you guys there.
Our huge floods and everything, like Damascus area is east of 81, Mountain City and all those big city or those small towns in Tennessee that got slammed, were all east of 81. And so we started to see there's a little bit of damage. There's damage, but not compared to Damascus as you move west. And so, the North Fork is our closest river to 81. It didn't get crazy. It stayed pretty close to within its banks. Nothing that the stream should show any signs, in my opinion. Now I may go out there and it absolutely got nuked and I didn't know it, but, I'm foreseeing that North Fork didn't get hit, near like South Fork got hit a whole lot harder. And even like the New, cause it's the east, the upper side of the New all comes from east of 81. So it may have got hit a lot worse, but I feel like we escaped this hurricane without a ton of damage in this waterway anyway.
That's awesome. That's a prayer answered.
Yes,
and that kind of
absolutely.
segues into the smallmouth proportional stocking density, PSD.
Yes. Yeah. So PSDs, I'm sure everybody that you've had on here's kind of run over them, but I'll just do a quick overview. So this is the amount of fish or the proportion of fish that is in each of those brackets. So 11-inch fish that of adult fish. So any fish over 8 inches, that's the proportion of them that are also 11 inches or greater. And so some key things you can see here. I'll just start at the left side of the graph and move my way up. So like 2002, you can see the interesting part about this is 2002, you see these huge bumps, over 70% of PSDs on the 11-inch fish. And then if you go down to the 14-inch fish, you see these big bumps. What I find interesting about that is when you move down to the 17-inch fish, and when we would expect that bump to come through, maybe in 2004, 2005, we don't see a big peak. So I'm not sure what happened here, how these big numbers of fish never made it into our 17 and greater inch category. The other thing, kind of picking out the high points, low points in this sample, the 2015 data, you see this big drop. I mean, really a big drop compared to anything else in here, but you see a big drop across everything. And if you look at the last graph, 2015, we had record catch rates, it was still very high in catch rates. So what I think happened here is probably we had just, maybe a ton of young fish to keep our catch rates high, but just didn't catch any of those big fish. Cause you can see 2015 is still higher than, the last few years that we've sampled. So my guess would be is that young of year looked really good that year, which brings up another question of, low here, why didn't we see a big bump in 11 and 12-inch fish in a couple years? And some of that may be that we got that bump in that gap, in those gap years between 2016 and 23. We probably had a pretty good gap or a pretty good rise in all those because those young of year would have been coming through the system at that time. But overall, it looks really good to me. We still got great numbers of fish in all the way across all of the categories. And like I said before, we're not quite the New River, so we don't get a ton of fish in that 20 or greater category. But you can see we do get them occasionally. And like I said, I got that 21 and 3/4 inch fish.
How much do they move compared to other rivers where they are very migratory is the improper wording, but they'll move from pool to pool to chase the best conditions, the best forage?
Yeah, so there's probably a little bit of movement. In this waterway, it's going to take a little bit more effort to go from one pool to the next. And, there's some really good pools on there. And I think, so one pool in specific, like last year this past year, I wasn't able to get to, we did one 15-minute run and we got 5 fish that was 18 inches and over, one of them including that 21 and 3/4. So when they find a pool like that, they're probably not leaving it ever. They'll die in that pool if they find it. But there's probably is a little bit of movement. I don't have any telemetry studies to say, exact distances they're moving, but I wouldn't think there'd be a ton of movement.
That's interesting. Yeah, because again, not the same beast at all. Susquehanna River, it is notorious for you'll have these massive population movements, and it's interesting to think how much that would be affected on different bodies of water. And then again, catch rates. Yeah, that's fascinating to me. Was there any other kind of variables, potentially a lot more SAV than usual or something like that could potentially have affected you being able to find those bigger fish?
In that 2015 year?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I wasn't the biologist on there. There wasn't any note. There wasn't any notes on it. So all that was is speculation just on reading the data. But yeah, there wasn't any notes of SAV, but it's definitely a possibility. We get a decent amount of vegetation throughout in pockets for sure.
What's the average depth of in perfect water conditions? What is the average depth?
So pools or everything collective?
Let's go with pools.
So pools, I would put, just from what I see, I think what average depth would be maybe 5 or 6 feet really. There's some nice pockets that go a little deeper, but for the most part, it's still a small river if you're comparing it to, Susquehanna or something like that. Definitely more like one of the forks of the Shenandoah.
Okay, that makes sense. So all of my Shenandoah guys, that gives you a good little visual there with that.
Yes.
No, the catch rates are really. Oh, and this is something I want to talk about: rock bass and sunfish. That's really cool that you captured this.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are one of the fish species we consider game fish in the waterway. So when we're going out, we collect these as well. And I wanted to throw this in there because, it's always, it's great to catch smallmouth, but it's kind of a little bonus to catch a nice rock bass or a red breast or whatever else. But so through most of eastern United States, I think we're seeing quite a plummet in rock bass populations. And you can kind of see it here in this data. You can see 2010 looks like about our peak, and then we're dropping back off a little bit. But for those guys that do catch, fish on south or do fish for rock bass or catch rock bass and enjoy it, we dropped down in 2015, but we're back up and kind of holding steady right there for the last few samples. And it's still a great place. I fish it myself personally, and love to catch a nice rock bass or red breast as they're going through deeper pools. We tend to catch the red breast in the deeper pools, but so it's a great fishery for those as well.
Any thoughts as to why we're seeing this drop off in rock bass?
So there's a bunch of people, or there's people that are starting to look at it. It's kind of weird because it's not just, one waterway, or it's kind of the whole region. Tennessee's seeing it in some of their waters. We're seeing it in some of our waters, Kentucky. And so I'm not really sure. The thing that's puzzling is that they're so closely, close to smallmouth. We see them in the same waters and having in the same things, and we're not seeing the same decline in smallmouth like we're seeing in the rock bass. So maybe they're slightly more sensitive to a pollution or a pollutant of some sort than smallmouth are. I'm not really sure. There's definitely some research that's going into it, and hopefully we'll have some answers here soon.
Are they sensitive to climate and water temperature?
So that's where I don't know. Yes, the same as smallmouth though is what I would think, but maybe they could be like slightly more sensitive than smallmouth, just like in trout. Some of the, brown trout tend to do slightly better in warmer temperatures than what, say, brook trout would do. So there may be just a slight variation that's enough that we're starting to see it already. But there's people doing research on it, and hopefully they'll have some answers to pass out to everybody soon.
What are some of the top places to go catch rock bass now? I mean, like you said, there is a decrease. I mean, I would assume you put this place on there as well. Are there other places you could recommend?
I don't know, not really, honestly. I mean, we're kind of seeing it across the whole state. So yeah, I'm not sure. I would put this out of the waters that I sample. So the Clinch, the Powell, and this water, I would put this one as the top one. The Powell River is very similar to it, maybe slightly more pooly, and slightly shallower riffles. And they seem to be doing okay in there still. So I would put the Powell up there, but the Clinch is really taking it on the chin as far as whatever's taking these guys out there. I'm really seeing a decline on it.
And then to segue from rock bass, that's not the same thing with the red breast, correct? Are their populations doing fine?
Yes. Yeah. They don't inhabit the same water. So, rock bass are like smallmouth. You see that flowing water, those ledgy pools or ledgy edges on pools and stuff like that. You'll find a rock bass typically. Red breast like it when it slows down more when it starts to sediment starts to settle out, you get them a little more sediment in the bottom. Red breasts tend to like that area a little bit better. So we're not seeing the same declines in them, even though this graph shows a decline a little bit, but overall in the state, we're not seeing a decline in them.
Cool stuff. All right, here we go.
So this is the one on the left side of the screen in Weston's right hand. That's the 21 3/4 inch smallmouth that we caught. And this was that one run of a ton of 18 and over fish. But I just had some key takeaways from it. That way, your listeners, if they don't listen to everything, maybe they can get just these couple key takeaways. One is it's fishing great right now for smallmouth, especially. It's beautiful scenery. It's secluded. You're not that far off 81. It parallels 81 all the way down. So you can kind of hop over as you come down 81, hop over, and it's 15 minutes off of 81, depending on where you go on it. Maybe 20 minutes. So you can jump over and get on it, especially in like Abington area. And so you get out of the hustle and bustle of the city because it's a beautiful little valley that it runs down through. And outside of that pollution at the top, you'd never know that this whole area, is impacted at all because it's just beautiful and serene. And then the other thing is it's largely private, like we spoke about before. So you said you're going to link a couple of those public access. That'd be great. But people are pretty receptive to, hey, I'm just down here to fish for a day or a weekend. Do you mind if I put into your place and take out somewhere else? Or you mind if I wade fish? There's tons of fords across it. And so there's a lot of good opportunities to wade fish. You can get in at a ford with permission, and then, wade fish up and down. So if you knock on doors, I've had good luck of getting permission to be able to go in the water, in different areas. And then lastly, there is a consumption advisory. I know a lot of people don't target, smallmouth to eat. But it's just always out there to, I just want everybody to understand that before it's over.
Do you have an issue with like flathead or any invasives?
No, we don't have flathead yet. We have really those three species that I said, the rock bass, the red breast, and the smallmouth, and then we have a gambit of suckers and chub and shiners and darters. But that's really the main species in here. So no flatheads yet. We're holding off. At least if there's in there, then they're not. They're not prevalent. So I guess they are native to the drainage, so that they could get in there, and there may be the occasional one in there, but we hardly ever see a flathead in Holston.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And so it's just the information about me. Like I said, I put these reports out every year, and you can go on our website on any of our water bodies. So if you find a nice small impoundment or whatever that you want to go to, we put out these reports, and I do them on all my waters. So you just go to the easiest way to do is to search in the search box up top, like Bark Camp Lake or Falls Mill Lake, and then it'll come down, and you can find reports and how to get there and what it's known for and all that. So it's a great way to connect to the waters anyway before you go fishing.
Dude, that is some really, really cool stuff there. And then I guess we kind of touched on this a little bit, but we'll add to it that this is not just the only place that you survey, right? So you have a bunch of places that are under your jurisdiction.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have one large reservoir, and that's Flanagan. It's Flanagan Reservoir. It's close to the Kentucky line. It's got a great walleye fishery, and then hybrid striped bass are probably the two main species. It's got largemouth, smallmouth in it as well. But it's probably more known for its walleye and hybrids. And then I've got those three rivers, and then I've got a gambit of small impoundments, all of them west of 81 there. I think we talked about a little bit beforehand, but we've got some awesome pan fisheries down here. There's Keokee Lake, and it's kind of close to the Kentucky line, and it is a great pan fishery. It's got tons. Let's see, this is Flanagan.
Yeah. Really interesting topography. Huh.
It is, yeah. It's very very secluded and very wooded around it. So there's tons of woody debris in the lake and great fishing. We've actually started stocking saugeye in there recently, and bass fishermen love them because they fight like a bass. They're in the same habitat as a bass, and so a lot of times when guys are just fishing for largemouth on woody debris, and they'll catch a saugeye out of the deal, which is great table fare and just a lot of fun to catch too. But like I said, I got Keokee, which is a small impoundment. It has an awesome pan fishery of, if you're just going out, it's great for taking kids out with, or if you want to, again, table fare, it's got red ear probably, or that are close to 12 or 13 inches. And then it's got bluegill up to 10 inches. So it's a small little reservoir down there. Beautiful, secluded area and surrounded by national forests. So it's not like fishing next to houses or something like that. But yeah, it's great pan fishery. And then another awesome pan fishery we have is Falls Mill Lake, which is up towards Tazewell. It's the same way. It's got awesome red ear in it, awesome bluegill in it. And then the chance to catch, it's got yellow perch and some other fish that are all great table fare, a lot of fun to catch.
What makes a good pan fishery?
So in my opinion, a stunted bass population makes a great pan fishery. So they tend to go hand in hand. It's very difficult to have a trophy largemouth bass population and a small impoundment and a trophy bluegill population. That just doesn't happen outside of maybe supplemental feeding. You could probably get something that would resemble it, but when you get a stunted bass population, you get bass that stack up in that 10 to 12 inch range. They compete a lot, and the red ear and bluegill that make it through not getting eaten become very large, because there's not a ton of them that make it through that gambit of all those largemouth bass mouths to feed. And so when you do, you get those 12 and 13 inch red ear, and you get 10 inch bluegill, because they're not able to be eaten at that size, and they just keep growing until they either are caught and kept or age out of the system.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a big panfish to catch. That'd be a lot of fun on the right tackle. Huh.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. If you're looking into panfishing, I would put both of them, but especially false mill against anything in the state.
If people wanted to come down and check out some of these fisheries, what would you suggest? And we'll go with the north, since we were already talking about that. What is the best time of year to hit the North Fork to have a day?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and something I probably should have alluded to already. But so in the summer, it gets low and clear, and so it's very difficult. You'll see tons. I mean, if you just want to see fish, it's awesome, but because you see really nice fish. But really, there's guides that are starting to pop up on the south or on the North Fork, so you could always take a guide out if you're into that. But really, in the spring months, in those higher flow conditions, maybe, but before we get low and clear, and you can watch the stream gauges and see, that kind of depends on the year, how we're going with rain. But once it gets low and clear, it gets real difficult. So spring fishing is really good on it. And you could even do winter fishing on it. If you like winter bass fishing, as long as we got decent flows.
That's a good. So what are your temperatures usually like roughly in the wintertime? You're a little bit further southwest than most.
Yes, but we're higher elevation than most of the valley, so we get a little bit colder than you guys typically, than the valley does, and Shenandoah Valley does, and the Shenandoah River does. But it seems like temperatures have been so crazy here lately, anyway. But but we are higher. The North Fork's higher elevation than all those rivers up there, so we get just a little bit colder typically.
There you have it. I mean, Justin, thank you so much. We talked about so many topics. This was really, really cool. Again, didn't know much about this area. I mean, Flanagan's like 1,000+ acres. Didn't know there was that big of a reservoir in that area. So it's always fascinating. You learn different things, different little secrets about Virginia and all of its wonderful places to go fishing. Is there anything else that we need to touch on before we finish for today?
I'm not sure, man. Just, if somebody's trying to plan a trip down here and they need some help, I've got my contact information there on the end. They're more than welcome to call or email, and I can see what I can do to help them out.
Perfect. And then as always, guys, I'm going to put a link in the episode description to places that you can stay in the area, boat ramps, so like boat ramps, just contact information. This is a really cool little place if you want to take a vacation and just to go catch some fish that really don't get the same pressure as other places in our area. So as always, guys, please like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you next time on Fishing the DMV. Bye. Hey, everyone. Quick little announcement here from Fishing the DMV. Our Weekend Warrior Club membership on Patreon is now open to new members. All Patreon Club members will receive 20% off their orders to Tactical Fishing Company, 15% off their orders to Super Blue Stuff, 10% off their orders to Tiger Crankbaits, 5% off their order to Jake's Bait and Tackle. You'll also gain access to join 4 month-long fishing tournaments that I'm holding in 2026. Last year, I gave away over $8,000 in cash prizes, plaques, and just giveaways, including a couple of guided fishing trips with legendary anglers like SB Fishing and Ethan Stone, and I'm hoping to blow it out this year as well. You'll also gain access to our private Facebook group community, ad-free episodes of the show, and monthly fishing reports, especially for you smallmouth river anglers. I really try to keep you guys up to date on the flow gauges for the different rivers in our area. And there's so much more. As more sponsors come online in 2026, I'm going to increase the benefits to everyone. You get all of this for $8 a month, which is less than a megabass jerkbait or a jackhammer chatterbait. And I'll sweeten the pot. If you sign up for the whole year, I'll give you 15% off your membership. 15% off. Guys, this is just a way I can say thank you to everyone that helps support and keep this show going. Link in the episode description. Thank you so much. You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Ahrens. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. I'm your host, Thomas Ahrens, and today we're heading back to what I've called the wild frontier, Jurassic Park, the New River, the mighty New River, one of the oldest rivers in the world, and a place that a lot of people don't think about when it comes to fishing. And it's a real shame because there are some monsters there are some really big fish. And I'm joined today with the biologist that kind of runs that area, Kristen. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Hey, Thomas, nice to meet you.
So, how did you get into this?
So, I kind of got into fisheries just accidentally. I went to college. I started out in business accounting and absolutely hated it. So I did like a life reevaluation and thought, okay, what do I want to do? I want to be outside. So then I thought, you know what? I'll do, a wildlife major. I like to be outside, stuff like that. I always thought I was going to be like either a bear biologist or a bobcat biologist. Those were like my two favorite things. And then I got a job as a fish tech, working on long-term monitoring of brook trout streams, and absolutely loved it and never left.
Did you actually ever get to work with bears or bobcats before you made the
No.
life decision?
Nope.
Okay.
It was just a dream.
Oh, that is so cool. So did you get all of your schooling in and around the Virginia area, or how did that transpire?
So I did part of my undergrad in Southern Ohio, the other part in West Virginia at WVU. And then I did my master's partly at West Virginia and then finished it up at Missouri State.
What is with the South?
Yeah. It's a lot of moving around. There's always a lot of moving parts. You just kind of go where you go, and it works out. So I did my master's work looking at population dynamics of catfish on the Monongahela River in West Virginia. So
Cool.
I was able to like work with their DNR to do that master's project. So that kind of got me into the state realm of things, and I just really loved it and always knew I wanted to be a district biologist after that.
So then you went to Missouri to finish up, and then were you stationed in Virginia immediately after college, or?
Nope. So after I finished at Missouri, so that was like right during the pandemic starting, and so obviously there was a hiring freeze. So I just kind of had to wait it out there. So my husband got a job in Knoxville, so I was just like, okay, we're moving to Knoxville, and so waited for the hiring freeze to kind of end there. Got a job with TWRA, worked there for a few years, and then wanted to try something different, and this position opened up, and I knew the New River was a super awesome fishery, and so I applied for it and ended up getting it.
That's awesome. So how many years is this now that you've been in the New River then?
I'm about 2.5 years. Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, it's such and I know we're gonna get into it with the slides though, but it's such a wild. I don't even know how to explain it to people that are listening into this thing. It's a wild. It's not like the Potomac that runs through a major metropolitan area or downtown Richmond with the James. You're out there, and sometimes it feels like another world.
Yeah, you're so out there. Most of the places you don't even have cell reception. So if something happens, like you just got to figure it out. So it's a really cool experience.
Well, I mean, I am really excited to get into it. So I will hit the little button and I will pull up the slides. Perfect. Okay, cool. So the slides are up.
Okay, cool. So, so like I said, I covered the New River Valley essentially. So all 8 counties. So Craig, Giles, Montgomery, Pulaski, Blandwidth, Floyd, and Carroll. And we do everything here. So we do all warm water and cold water in those counties. So, there's the New River is kind of our big fishery. And then, we have Claytor Lake, we have some small impoundments, and then we have a plethora of cold water streams also that we monitor here. And I have to hit the next button. So like Thomas kind of already said, the New River is the oldest river in North America. It's actually the second oldest river in the world next to the Nile in Egypt. So that is just a super cool fact here. And it is an ancient river system, so it's really awesome to work on. So it's about 360 miles long, spans from North Carolina to West Virginia. in West Virginia, and eventually turns into the Kanawha and then flows into the Mississippi River.
Huh.
And additionally, it flows north. So there are a few rivers that flow north, that people always say like, oh, it's the only one. No, there's a few, but it's cool. It flows north. So it's very difficult to talk about to people in relation, you say upstream, downstream, north, south. So it can get really confusing that way.
I think the Mississippi also flows north too, right? Which is interesting because it would be like the two oldest rivers flow in a direction that people wouldn't believe so. But people in the comment section, you can just let me know if that's completely off base there. It's just it is just interesting that
I don't think so. The Tennessee River does flow north in a portion of it.
Really?
Yeah. So it goes south through eastern Tennessee and then goes kind of loops around and comes back and flows north through western Tennessee. Because it's all topography related, essentially.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. But then, when we talk to West Virginia, our lower new is their upper new. And so you're always dealing with these different semantics here to try to figure out where you're at here. But so when we look at the new in Virginia here, we have about 160 miles of the New River. And so some common species that you'll see in the new are smallmouth bass, different sunfish, musky, black crappie, striped bass, walleye, different suckers, and then both flatheads and channel catfish. And then here in Virginia, it flows through Grayson, Carroll, Wythe, Pulaski, Montgomery, and Giles counties here. So this map kind of shows the New River. So when we talk about the New River here, we kind of break it up into sections because it's easier for us, again, to talk about. So when we talk about the lower New, we're talking about the section below Clater Dam. So Clater Dam, and then it flows north up to West Virginia. So that's the lower New. When we talk about the upper New, we're talking about above Clater Lake. So essentially Allisonia upstream to North Carolina.
Huh.
So upper and lower, but south and north.
Is the environment above and below Clater Lake relatively the same, or does the lake kind of change how the river flows and how it sets up?
It definitely is different. The lower New or the upper New tends to be a little colder. The lower New is a lot shallower, and in places it's wider. There's more tribs that are coming in, so it's different, but similar. If that can make sense.
Interesting.
And also, I would say the lower New has a little bit more development on it compared to the upper New.
That is fascinating because I know with the dam there, like I think we talked about this before we started recording about how that affects flow rates and everything. And the fact is, like, I guess it would keep the water at a more consistent temperature, or it's colder longer.
Right. Yeah. So the water it's interesting because when we sample, a lot of it's all about water temperatures. And so because the New is so long, we have 160 miles of it, the water's warming up at different rates. So when it comes out of North Carolina, it's coming out of the mountains. And so it's cold up there. So when we sample, we'll start on the upper New, we'll start at Allisonia because the water's had more time to warm up down at that part. And then we'll kind of work our way upstream because it's still warming up. And so hoping that it gets to that peak temperature that we need once we get up to like mouth of Wilson, which is essentially North Carolina.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there's just, there's so many different semantics that go into, trying to sample and manage these different rivers. It's pretty cool.
And that's a big area, 160 miles for, how big is the team that you have that you work with for this?
So funny enough, in Blacksburg, it's me and I have a technician.
Oh, wow.
So we have a super small team here, but we make it work.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah. Yep. There's a lot of different logistics and in the springtime, things get crazy and we're jumping around because we sample the New in the spring and then we sample Clater in the spring. We also sample our small impoundments in the spring. So at any given day, we will be somewhere out there trying to get something done if the weather is letting us.
Yeah, I'm just blown away by how much work y'all have, and for you, I mean, it is year round 360 with how much you got to do. And yeah, if anyone's listening to this and you want to donate to help these guys out, because it's brutal, like with what you guys have to work with it, you get so much done. It's incredible.
Yeah. But, you know, we wouldn't want it any other way. We want to be in the field. That's what we love. That's why we do it. So we relish our field time. Like, we love it.
Cool.
So then we'll talk about the Upper New first. So again, that's above Allisonia, so above Claytor Lake. This section is broken up by 4 hydropower dams. So there's Fields Dam, Freeze Dam, and then Fields, Freeze, Billsby, and Buck. And so these are all just really small hydropower dams managed by AP. And so they kind of segment that portion of the river. They've went in, years and years ago, and they're still in production there. But so our 2 main fisheries on the upper section are walleye and smallmouth bass, as I'm sure a lot of people are aware of. So first, when we talk about our smallmouth population, we monitor this population annually through our spring electrofishing surveys. So we have about 12 sites, give or take, and we try to get out and see as many of those sites as we can a year. A lot of it depends on access flows, temperature, navigability is a big one for us. So water levels, can we get around in those areas? But so in each site, we try to do about 3 or 4 15-minute electrofishing runs, and in those runs, we'll collect and weigh and measure all game fish, but specifically all smallmouth. And some key information that we can get from these surveys are, catch rates, relative abundance, relative weights, and then just overall fish health. So we can see, put our eyes on these fish and see, are they covered up with lesions? Do they have black spot? Are they super skinny? Looks like, we're having a forage issue. So getting out there is super important to monitor this fishery. And then additionally, we can get recruitment estimates. So see, kind of what we can expect in the future.
Interesting.
Yeah. So when we talk about recruitment, we're talking about, your class strength essentially. So when we go out there this year and we collect, these small fish, those are going to be fish from last year's spawn. So, we're always a year behind there. And so we typically have a catch rate of about 12 to 14, which is like our average here in the upper section. So you can see it from this graph, it's up and down all over the place. And that's typical. Smallmouth year classes are very cyclical in nature. They're super dependent on some different variables like temperature, flow, flood pulses, things like that. So any given year, they can be up and down. And we're picking these fish up in the next year's survey. So essentially they have to survive an entire year before we're collecting them. So they've got to survive, predation. Well, first the fish have to spawn. So then those eggs have to develop and they have to hatch out. And then after that, those fish have to avoid predation. They have to avoid, those crazy spring floods where they can get stranded and things like that. Next, they've got to survive, the summer. So hot water, high temperatures, droughts again. And then fish will congregate in those droughts, and that's when disease can spread. So diseases. And then additionally, those crazy fall weather events that we're having, like the hurricanes and things like that. So they've got and then the winter. So they've got, a rough first year. So they didn't make it to age 1. They've done a lot. Their life has been somewhat successful.
So for the people that will be watching this on YouTube, what do the colors of the graph mean? I believe it's red, yellow, and green.
Yes, thank you for asking. So the green is indicates, an above average spawn year, and then yellow indicates kind of average what we monitored, and then red is kind of below average spawn year. So you can see from this graph, again, it's up and down all over the place. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's bad. That just means that's kind of what we've picked up in our surveys. So you can see we had a really good spawn year in 2019, way above average up there. And you'll see that these fisheries tend to be driven by those years of good spawns.
Yeah.
So they'll be dominated by just a few year classes, and we'll see that, not just in the new, but in other rivers as well.
Anecdotally, because now I've looked at a bunch of these charts this past year,
Right.
Is there any kind of weather patterns that you might correlate with these better or worse spawn classes that you see? I know like on the Shenandoah, since I talk to Hallacher all the time since he's in my backyard, that there was a couple of blowout rain flood events, high flood events during the spawn, and you can almost align that perfectly with the poor spawn class. Do you think anything like that have to do with it?
Yep, absolutely. So that is something, if you have that data, you can pair that together and it will definitely show a pattern. Unfortunately, we don't have that data. I'm sure that we could get it somehow, but it would be pretty difficult to like match up. But if you were monitoring those together, you would absolutely be able to see, if you had a rain out washout event, it would probably lead to a poor year class. And unfortunately, it's the springtime, so we get those, all the time. So it's just, It's all a timing thing.
What do you think led? That was an insanely good spawn class, like in crazy between 2018 and 2020. Any thoughts as to conditions wise, what made that happen?
Right. So I honestly don't know. I wasn't here during that time, and I wasn't in Virginia, so I don't even know. Like what the environment was like, but it was likely just like the temperature must have just came up consistently and didn't, sometimes it kind of does that where it gets warm and then it cools down and warm and then cools down. It was probably just a consistent year with good flows and the fish were on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Cool.
Yeah. So it's super interesting to see it in track over time. But I will know that we did have, an above average spawn here in 2023. So again, we'll start to see those fish kind of move through the system here. And this is kind of just a good predictor of what you can expect to see, in your other size classes in the next years. So obviously we'll see these fish as babies and we can track them through.
Gotcha.
Whoops. Did I skip one? Yeah. Okay. So, this graph is kind of depicting our spring electrofishing catch rates, and they can, be quite variable, just different conditions, water temps, flows, clarity, things like that can really impact these. But I just wanted to show like over the past 12 years, we see them go up and down quite a bit, but that doesn't necessarily mean the fishing's not going to be great. It's just a way for us to track. And so this blue line kind of represents our total catch rates. And then the orange is our stocked catch rates. So those are stock size catch rates. So that's just fish greater than 7 inches. So those were fish that we would consider to be susceptible to angling. So that's really what the anglers are going to see there. And then this green line down here represents fish that are below 7 inches. So those are fish that anglers might not necessarily see, when they're out there. So they might say, it's kind of just a way. So they might say, oh man, the fishing's really bad this year. There's no fish out there, but our catch rates kind of show, oh, it's not terrible. And that just might be because, our catch rates are made up of more of these substock fish compared to, what anglers are seeing.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yep. So again, we've had some good spawn years here. And so we're going to see, fish, we're going to see our catch rates kind of increase, I'm guessing, over the next 3 years or so. So again, we see the substock less than 7 inches. This is kind of on an upward trend, and so they're going to start filling out into the orange line, which is the stock size fish. So anglers are going to start catching more fish between 8 to 12 inches here in the next few years.
It's interesting because it really shows you It doesn't take a lot of spawn classes to fix the river, but it shows you how hard it is to get those spawn classes to fix the river.
Right. Yeah. When you have multiple years of poor spawn classes, that's when anglers really notice, there's no fish here anymore. The fish are all small, and it's because, we've had some bad years and we're missing those. Mm. So when you have just one or two good years, it really, rounds everything out and makes it consistent. And these fisheries, they're super resilient. They've done this time after time. And I think that's their way of, bouncing back and being able to persist over time. Mm-hmm. So when we look at our length frequency from the fish that we caught last year during our electrofishing surveys, so we can see that most fish that we collected were between 8 and 12 inches here. About 45% of the fish were between 8 and 12 inches here. So those are from some good year class spawns a few years ago. And then, but we also see a good, chunk of age 1 fish. So that means, there's going to continue to be fish moving through these systems. We had a good year in 2021. And these are from the 2023 year class again. And then we see, some not as great numbers out here. And again, that's likely from some missing year classes that we had from, I believe it was 2015 to 2018. We had some poor spawns. And so we're gonna see it, but not, it takes a few years for it to show up, unfortunately. So we're always kind of monitoring the past, in a way.
Monitoring the past to predict the future.
Right.
But these sample sizes, just to make sure, is that for people that are watching on YouTube? So is that example is 50 fish collected, 80, 110? What are the units there?
So this is in terms of percent.
Okay.
Cool. So of all the fish that we collected, 45% were between this 8 and 12 range. So the majority of fish that we collected were in that catchable size, but the smaller end of the catchable size.
And you say the spring was when you guys go out. What's the ballpark of spring? Like April to May, now till June? Like what would you consider the springtime that you guys sample? So our springtime essentially is mid-April. So we're really looking for that like 55-degree water temperature. 55 to 60 is ideal for us for our spring smallmouth sampling. And that typically hits mid-April. So that's when we start. And We'll ride that out until we can sample as much things as we can. And then we'll call it a day. Wow. Awesome.
Mm-hmm. So like I said, that's why we'll start at Allisonia, because that hits that, warmer temperatures first and then start working our way up.
Okay, that makes sense.
As the water starts to warm up. Mm-hmm.
How many days or weeks does it take you to do like the upper portion?
So it really just all depends on the weather, because it's springtime when we get those flood pulses. We can get, really everything done if we had 2 weeks of perfect ideal weather, we could get the whole new done, but that never happens. So it inevitably takes us at least a month between, the river getting blown out, and then we got to wait for, to drop back down and then it to clear up so we can see and things like that.
That for some reason, it feels pretty crazy that you could do the whole river in a month, because it's just it when you look at it on a map, it just boggles the mind at how long it is.
Right. Yeah. And so that's why we have those key sites, and we've been monitoring those key sites for at least 25 to 30 years. So we hit those sites because one, we can get around in them, access and maneuverability, but then also just having that long-term data set is really important and can show us different things.
Awesome stuff. Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah. So that is our kind of our smallmouth outlook. So then when we turn to walleye, it's a unique fishery. So the walleye in the Upper New have a unique genetic strain. So they're a river strain of walleye. And and other strains are typically lake strains of walleye, like up north in the Great Lakes and such. So this is a river strain here in the New River, and they tend to grow faster and bigger than the lake strains, or they have the ability to. But because we put in those dams on the Upper New, kind of their population kind of got segmented and impaired due to that dam construction, and so they lost some critical habitat that they needed. And so we've been working to, restore this population for decades now. And, we kind of found out that they were a unique genetic strain in the late 90s. And so we've been working really hard, as an agency to kind of restore that unique genetic strain. So there's been a lot of genetic work done and different studies on this population specifically.
How did this unique genetic strain get in there? Was it just naturally always there? Like, that's fascinating.
Yep. So walleye are native to the New River. So the hypothesis is like during the last ice age, they were kind of cut off, essentially. Wow. And so they developed, their own. They were kind of segmented and developed their own, strain of genetics over that time.
That is crazy.
Super cool, yeah. So because during that ice age, the New River was more of a cool river instead of like a warm river,
And it's really something I wish would get more press, because the walleye there are legendary, and it gets so much praise now because the musky and the smallmouth. But yeah, you have this really cool, unique walleye species that does grow just to monstrous proportions. Yeah, yeah, and it's just. I mean, when you go out there and fish for them, you're in these beautiful areas and you're fishing, these areas of, super specific habitat. So right below the riffles, during the spawn and stuff, and the shoals and those deep holes in the shoals. And it's just beautiful. And you can pull out these monster fish. That's so
really
cool. Oh, yeah. That's really
neat. And so again, we monitor, I will say, so we do have a protected slot limit on these fish because this is such a heavily managed fishery. So we have a 19 to 28 inch protected slot to help kind of protect those fish that we would consider our primary, producers. So fish in that, peak spawning size. So, so those are protected. And then again, this is a really harvest oriented fishery. So those regulations tend to work better in harvest oriented fisheries, so they're there for a reason. So you can harvest fish, below 19 inches or above 28 inches essentially on the New. So you still have ample opportunities to harvest fish there.
Does that include Claytor Lake, or does that have different regulations?
So, oh my gosh, Thomas, you're asking me this off the spot.
If we have to, we will, in post-production, I will add that in the comment section there as well. The miracle of pre-recording.
I want to say that it does include Claytor Lake. It goes, but it stops at the dam, I believe.
Okay, gotcha.
So below the dam, there is no protected slot limit. Above the dam, there is. Interesting. Okay. And then guys, again, I will throw it in the episode description, a link right to the rules and stuff. So just go check that out there. It's interesting though, that's like, so the species below the dam though, now is that the same genetics below the dam, or did you say it was different? So in the past, they've stocked Claytor and the New River with, different genetics before they really knew all the everything about genetics, that we know today. So obviously we've been stocking only the New River fish for the past 25 years now, since 2000. But again, that's not to say that there's no of those other genetics in there that have spawned. So we don't typically include those fish, like in our brood collections or anything, because they could have mixed genetics. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. And unfortunately, genetic work is so expensive these days. It would be great to do a whole, analysis, but it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's those little things that people don't talk about, just the cost of, whether it's Hallacher talking about the smallmouth stocking program and just the cost of food and time and all that, or the genetic testing, like these little things that when they go up in price, it affects the bottom line. And, all this stuff does, it takes money.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So did not move. Okay, so when we look at our walleye electrofishing catch rates over the past, 24 years, we kind of developed an average, so which is about 20 per year. But you can see here in the early 2000s, it was low. That was right when we were kind of beginning our stocking program, and there weren't a lot of fish out there. But it took about 5-6 years, and we really started to see an increase in our catch rates over time, directly due to our stocking efforts. And so that was really encouraging. It's fluctuated over time. We've had years of, poor recruitment. Things go wrong in the hatchery system, and we're not able to get as many fish as we were hoping for. So that can definitely, affect some things. But overall, it's greatly increased from over that past 25 years here. And we, we've worked really hard at managing this fishery. So when we look kind of at our length frequency, so this is comparing, last year's fish 2024 to 10 years ago, 2015 now. So you can see in 2024, about 65%. And again, 2024 is in the blue here for everyone. And then the orange is the 2015. So in 2024, 65% of our fish that we collected were actually outside of the protected slot limit. So these red dashed lines kind of represent our protected slot limit here. So you can see there's a big chunk here outside the slot limit, and then which is about 63% of our sample. And then up here, there's again about 2% of fish outside of our slot limit on the upper end, compared to 2015 when most of the fish were just kind of smack dab right in the middle of the slot. And I think people weren't super happy because they weren't able to harvest fish. But now there's a lot more fish for people to harvest, leading right up. They might be small, but you can still harvest them. But then there's also a lot of opportunities for those bigger trophy fish. So that's just kind of encouraging, and we're going to see, we've had several years of good recruitment and good stocking, and we're going to see these fish continue to move throughout this slot limit and be protected, and then be able to reproduce and add to the population. So we can expect, to see our population grow, which is encouraging, for something that's so heavily managed. Yeah, it's good. It's good to see, when you put so much effort, because the New River walleye really take a lot of effort. So you want to really protect those fish the best you can, and have something, to show people. And eventually, we'd love to open this fishery up and have it be self-sustaining, but that's just not really in the cards just yet. That would be kind of the ultimate goal, is to have a self-sustaining walleye population in the New River, for sure.
It looks like it's going in the right direction, though.
Yeah, we're definitely, we're moving the needle forward, which is, all we can hope for, right?
Yep.
And so when I talk about, all that goes into managing these fish, so we go out every spring in March, and we collect fish for brood stock. So the New River is unique in that it has that genetic strain. So we go collect fish from the New River and then spawn them in a hatchery and then put them back in the New River, which people are probably saying, why don't you just let them spawn in the river? Let them do it themselves. Well, a couple of things, there's some different variables that could impact, recruitment, like we kind of talked about with smallmouth bass. So, spawning them in the hatchery and letting their babies essentially get a little bit larger before we put them back in kind of makes them less susceptible to some different mortality events, floods, predation, things like that. So it gives us a way to kind of ensure a better chance of recruitment, essentially.
Those are some
sense.
Massive fish.
Yeah. Yeah. And so what we do during brood collections, we go out, we electrofish, and we collect females between about 4 to 8 pounds, and then we'll send them back to the hatchery. They'll spawn them, and then they'll put them back. They'll put the brood fish back. So all the fish go back into the river, and then in a few months they'll spawn out the eggs, hatch them in the jar, let them kind of grow a little bit, stock them in ponds, and then we'll harvest ponds in late April to early May, and then put those fish back in the river.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yep. So those are some of our brood fish from this year and last year. So it's pretty cool. And another thing that we've kind of started doing is we can take milt from the males, and we can put a bunch of males together, collect milt, put it in a bag, put some special stuff that can extend the life of it, and we can mix, New River males with Stanton River females. And so it essentially creates like this cross, which can, those fish can grow a little bigger.
What is a successful recruitment class for you guys in the fish hatcheries? What are you looking for?
So, our allocation, we are looking to hit our allocation year after year, and our allocation for the New River essentially is about 190,000
wow.
fingerlings.
Compared to other species, like, are they hard to get to not just reproduce, but to grow them in captivity compared to, I don't know, a musky, a largemouth, etc.?
No, walleye they're pretty easy in a hatchery as long as you can get them. The hardest thing about walleye production is really one, collecting the fish, essentially, because you got to go out during the right times and have the right conditions, and then also just getting them to spawn in a hatchery, because they can be quite finicky. Some of these bigger females, that's why we don't send any fish over 8 pounds back, because they'll just decide, we're not spawning, and they won't release their eggs.
Wow. I didn't know that.
So that's probably, one of the biggest hurdles is just collecting the right size of fish and getting enough of them. But I think our statewide allocation for a walleye, in total, not just New River, but all waters, is about around 1 million.
That's nuts. I did not know that about the walleye program. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's heavily managed, and it's really cool. It's fun because we all get to work together. It's kind of just like all hands on deck during that time, and you can be called to go here or there, help with the hatchery or do this, and you get to work with different people and do different things.
That's really cool. And guys, again, I'll put a link in the episode description, everything that we talked about today, to go check all this stuff out, because that's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's a fun time. It's like a rodeo. And it was great this year. So we went out about a month ago, and the conditions were just awesome, and we were able to get all of our fish within 3 days.
Wow.
Which is never happens. Like, I think last year it took us like 3 weeks,
really,
to try to collect those fish. But when the conditions are right, it's awesome.
What do you think? What conditions were you looking for?
So we typically look at temperature, and then photo period has a lot to do with it as well. So like the moon and daylight length, and fish they're weird in how they spawn. So if all the factors line up, so you have the right water temperatures, and you have the right amount of daylight, and then you've got like a full moon going on, that is your ticket. It's prime time. I think our peak, and it that kind of determines the length of the spawn. So this year we really had a relatively short spawn compared to some years, because of the conditions were so right. So last year, I think the water temps were going up and down. We got some rain events, and it just kind of extends the spawn. So the fish kind of travel up and back, at different rates.
What is it about the full moon? Because you hear about this all the time, people around the fishing docks and stuff, the full moon versus, let's say, a new moon. Does a new moon have the same effect, or is it just the full moon that's where the magic's at?
I really don't know. I think it's just the full moon. Something about it, just like, I don't know, the magicalness of it. I guess I'm not sure, Thomas, but they love it, and it really like sets something off. I'm sure that there's been studies done about it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because you see this with deer too and other species. Like, it's just wildlife in general, like, is really affected by the moon. I don't know. That's always fascinating to me. That's stuff that people have been preaching for 1,000 years before germ theory was a thing, and there was something to it. So,
yeah, and it's weird because there's different animals have different, ways that they use that. So, like small mammals, when you small mammal survey, like you go, when it's pitch black, because the predators, they want to go out and move around when nothing can see them, but the predators are they're hunting by sight, so they want the full moon. So it's interesting. Everything develops in that way.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
All right, what's the next slide?
Yeah, so now we're gonna talk about the lower New River. So again, this is Clater Dam below. So Clater Dam, essentially north to West Virginia. So in this section, this really is a destination fishery for smallmouth and muskie these days. People travel here, especially to fish for muskie now. We always encounter people saying they're coming from Eastern Virginia for muskie, or Tennessee, even North Carolina, even. So it's an up and coming fishery. And then smallmouth, I think this has been a smallmouth destination fishery for a while now, at least the past 20 years, and it's still going pretty strong. So again, with our smallmouth, we monitor them annually. We sampled this section though in the fall, just because of flows and timing and temperature. So we're able to get out here and be able to get to all of our sites during the fall. And we have about 11 sites that we try to get to year after year. And again, we do 3 to 4 electrofishing runs where we collect, weigh, measure all smallmouth. And again, we're getting that key information, those catch rates, relative abundance, relative weights, fish health, and then recruitment estimates as well. So then when we look at recruitment, again, we're looking at in terms of year class strength. Our average on the lower New is a bit higher than the upper New, about 25 to 30 fish, per hour in this section. Again, so the green is above average year classes, and then the red is below, and then the yellow is kind of average. And we do have, several years here, I will note, just due to not being able to sample. So what happens a lot of times is during the fall, we get these fall droughts, and we can't get out there and we can't move around, with our electrofishing boat. So unfortunately, we're not able to sample every year. So we kind of just do the best we can and collect the data when we can. So we do have a few years.
It looks like there's a couple more. There's 2 dramatic, really quality year classes. And is that something just because of the habitat on the lower compared to the upper?
So it's hard to say specifically, and this graph might kind of show, because there's years where we didn't sample, it might
Gotcha.
kind of make it look like bigger peaks than it really was. But it would be interesting. So a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times we'll see the upper New and the lower New kind of mirror each other. Obviously, the lower New has bigger spawn events, so we're getting higher catch rates from those age 1 fish or young year fish here, if that makes sense. So they're comparable, but you have to know how to compare them.
Gotcha.
Is what I'm trying to say there. Yeah. So we did have several years here where we weren't able to sample. But it seems like from last year's sample, we're able to see, that we're seeing catch rates kind of recruitment catch rates kind of come back up. So that's encouraging, because we have had several years of, poor spawning classes. So hopefully we hope to see those fish kind of move through the system here. So again, when we talk about our catch rates, just overall, again, this blue is our total catch rate. So all fish combined, and then the orange is, fish above 7 inches, and then the green is fish below 7 inches. So again, you can kind of see here we're over the past, 4 years, we're starting to see some increases, likely due to some better spawns. And we hope to continue seeing that in the future. You talk to people and they say it's fishing good right now. So they've said that, for the past, I'd say 3 years, at least since I've been here. We have had people say, it's not fishing as good as it was. And here in the mid 2010s, it was fishing really well and people were really happy with it. And then we had, some declines. I'm not entirely sure why. That was before my time. But now we're starting to see it kind of on that upward trend. And I think people are really happy with it.
Yeah. And it's such a great fishery that it being down a little is still better than 98% of the places out there. And I think sometimes you see this with different places around the world where people just get spoiled, so to speak, to it being at such a high level for so long. And then when it's down a little bit, people complain like it's the end of the world, when it's like, well, if you back out and look big picture, it's like it's still doing really well.
Right. I mean, when you look in 2012, when our catch rates per hour was 140 fish per hour, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's and
crazy.
Even just if you're just looking at catchable size fish, that's 80 fish per hour.
Mm-hmm. And the size, I mean, so many citations still come out of the new every year. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah. I know people who typically catch 100 citations a year.
Yeah. So, and there's a lot of places you can't do that.
Right. So it's still a great fishery, and it's getting back to where it was, I think, too. So interestingly enough, this year, we had Hurricane Helene happen, and we sampled the lower New in the fall. So we were able to get some samples out pre-Helene. We got about 3 samples out, and then we were able to get back out there about a month after the water had got back down, things had cleared up, and sample again. So we got a good before and after picture of that. And I'll be able to show you a little bit about that here.
Yeah, no, it is interesting because, and to tee this up for you about the hurricane, this is the biggest thing people were commenting, posting on social media, like it's the death of all the rivers in North Carolina and the new, it's just going to blow away all the fish. What happened? And so what have you seen after the flood?
Yeah. Okay. So, first let's talk about, we're just going to talk about everything overall, and then I'm going to break it down for you.
Perfect.
But so here, we see some young in the year fish, some age 1 fish essentially popping up in our sample here. So that's good. We're having recruitment. About 33% of our fish were over 12 inches. So in this kind of group over here, and then with 13% being over 16 inches. And so most of our fish were below the 16-inch mark. But again, we're still having great numbers of these, and we're going to continue to see them grow and move into these bigger size classes here in the next, 2, 3, 4 years. So that will be very encouraging. Okay. Now we can talk about the hurricane. So like I said, we were able to get a few samples in before the hurricane, and then a few samples in about a month after the hurricane. And so I know people were really worried about the fisheries and what this was going to do. And especially because we were seeing such a good year class come on too. So our pre-hurricane is here in blue, and our post-hurricane is here in the orange. And so we did see, a slight impact to our young fish. They're probably the most susceptible at that stage, getting stranded and whatnot. But ultimately, in these larger fish, we really don't see much of a difference. Honestly, there's nothing significant going on here. And I will say, actually, our overall catch rates increased after the hurricane compared to before the hurricane.
Huh.
So it's crazy. It's just not what you would have, I guess, expected initially.
Yeah.
But these populations are so resilient that, they I'm sure they knew it was coming. They knew what to do, hunker down and wait it out, just like they have in every other event.
Was the habitat affected? Like how, I mean, we know about the houses and stuff, but what about the spawning areas?
Yeah, so the habitat was absolutely impacted, by this flood event. This was the biggest flood event, the second biggest flood event on record for the
Wow.
River.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, I think the other one was in like the 30s or 40s.
That's crazy.
So things were definitely impacted. It's hard. We haven't been able to get out on all the sections, just yet. But there's definitely, sandbars where there wasn't sandbars. There's essentially parts of the bank that have fallen in some places, that weren't stabilized well. Obviously, those big shoals and stuff, those are still going to be in the same places. Those things aren't moving. But it's more, that looser habitat. So like gravel sandbars, they're popping up in new places. So you'll be run down the river, hit a new sandbar, get stuck. So it's all just like a learning. It's like starting over essentially from here.
That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that's constant with rivers is nothing stays the same.
Right. Yep. And people always ask like, why aren't there, bathymetry maps of the new river and stuff like that? And it's like, well, you would have to do it every year a few times because it changes so much.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So we did notice, some differences when we were doing our walleye brood collection actually on the upper New here. So, some of those deeper holes where the walleye would be were filled in, and we were concerned that they're not going to go here, but they were still in those holes. So I'm not sure if that's where they've imprinted, this is where I go, or what will happen, if that will change over time. I guess the only way to find out is kind of to watch and learn.
That's so cool. That's good to know.
Yeah. But just looking at, the pre and post numbers, they're still there. The fish are still there. So we don't expect to see any, catastrophic losses here.
So for all the people that have been asking me and then been commenting, there you go. The river's going to be fine. It's going to rebound just fine. It hit at a good time of year too, so it's not affecting any of the spawning that was happening. So
right,
the things will heal.
It will bounce back. So one thing that is majorly concerning to the New River is, the threat of Alabama bass. So for those of you who don't know, Alabama bass kind of showed up in Clater around 2012. And they were collected below the dam in 2020. And so we've been monitoring the spread of their population through genetic testing, since that time. So we do have positive hits of Alabama bass down through Whitethorn. And after that, we've collected some new clips to send in, to continue monitoring downstream of Whitethorn, to West Virginia. So we're still waiting on those results. But West Virginia has also sent in Alabama bass clips, and they have not had, clips for Alabama bass testing, and they have not had any positive hits. So go ahead.
If I may cut you off, the Alabama bass, Kentucky bass is also named. Is that a different genetic fish, or is that just a naming depending on where you are in the country?
Yeah, so Alabama bass are a type of spotted bass, but they are they have their own, I guess, genetics. So they are native to the Mobile River Basin in Alabama, the Coosa River System down there, and they are more of a river spotted bass or creek spotted bass, I guess, as you could say. So, but they have been spread, unfortunately, throughout a lot of the southeastern U.S. at this point, and they get into these systems with our smallmouth, and they love to hybridize and kind of take over, especially in our reservoir systems. So we are pretty worried about how they're going to impact the smallmouth, in some of our rivers.
And yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Because I think it's here. Philpott is also a big area for them, of course, bugs and gas and all that area. So it's definitely something people want to monitor. I had the head man from the Fish and Game on a year ago to talk about this as well, a couple of times. It's just, please don't transport fish. just don't do that.
Yes. And so like essentially, our smallmouth fisheries it's definitely what we're most well known for for the New River. And taking that away or decreasing the population so it's not as sought after would definitely have a strong economic impact on this area as well. These fisheries bring a lot of money and people to these areas in Southwest Virginia. So, impacting the fishery there is just, it's bad all around. It's bad for the fish. It's bad for the people. It's bad for the areas. So don't move fish.
Yeah, please don't. When we're talking about species like that, the one thing that's happened on the Susquehanna River and sadly the Upper Potomac is people introduced flathead. And it's been interesting to watch how that has developed. And the New River, if I'm not mistaken, they're native to the New. Yes. And there's no issue there. And I'm just always curious, and maybe you don't have the answers, like why is it if they're native there's some kind of like homeostasis, but when they get introduced, it's crazy what they can do to the system.
Right. And that's just kind of how it is with all invasive. So it's like when they're native, they're filling their niche and they're all coexisting perfectly fine. But when you introduce it and they can find this new like niche where they're more predatory, they can just do a lot of damage. So it is crazy. They can be similar systems, but slightly different and just be able to take over there.
That's nuts.
So yeah, that's it for smallmouth in the New. But so now we'll talk about some muskie, which is the number 2 fishery, I'd say, or maybe rivaling smallmouth on the Lower New at this point. It's a really well-known fishery here in the Lower New. Like I said, we talk to people from all over come in here to fish for them. And so we initiated kind of our muskie monitoring program in 2019. We were kind of late to the party, essentially, for some of these other rivers that they've been monitoring for a lot longer. But it was kind of part of a three-year exploitation study that they were doing on the New, where they were, tagging fish and looking at harvest. And so we've essentially just continued that and continued our annual monitoring ever since then. And so we monitor them annually, basically January to March. We get out as many times as we can and tag all fish and then remove a fin ray for age analysis. And some key information that we can get from there is, again, relative abundance, length distributions, and then growth and survival, from some of our pit tag recaps and such. And so when looking at our muskie catch rates, again, we haven't been doing it super long, but we've kind of developed, a 5-year average or so of about 8 fish per hour. And we've kind of stayed right on that. 2023, we had a big year and we were a little under last year, but for the most part, we're right around that. So catch rates have remained rather consistent. But then when you look at, catch rates of different size fish, this is where it kind of gets pretty interesting. So you'll see in these earlier years, we have some higher numbers of these larger fish, above 38 inches. So essentially the gray and the green fish are above 38 inches. And so if you look at that kind of year after year, you'll see those numbers kind of decrease and you'll see those older fish age out. But then you'll see some increases like in some of our, like some of the blue. So those are the stock size fish. So those are like, I would say like 2-year-olds coming up.
Okay.
And so we're seeing a lot, basically what I'm saying is we're seeing a lot of reproduction in the Lower New, natural reproduction, because it's not stocked anymore. It was stocked previously and they realized they didn't need to stock. And so it just kind of maintains itself. It's a self-sustaining population here in the Lower New. So here, this is the length frequencies for the muskie on the Lower New. So here in 2021, you can see these dashed lines also indicate our protected slot limit. So you can see a lot of fish kind of in the 35 to 45 inch range in 2021. But then in 2022, you see this onset of like 13 to 17 inch fish. So those are age ones. So
Wow.
you see a huge bump in reproduction there. So 2021 there was a great spawn year. We see those fish turn up in the 2022 sample. And again, we kind of see that these older fish kind of thinning out over here. Then in 2023, we see another decent spawn year. So age one's popping up. Then we can also see those age two fish remain in the system. And then we see some fish, starting to kind of crowd up right before the slot limit here and continue to grow. Because it's interesting, muskie grow really fast for the first 3-4 years. And then, once they get to a certain size, they grow really slow. So you can track them for about the first 3 years. And after that, it's anyone's guess how old they are.
What's their average lifespan, just roughly?
I would say about 10 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that really is front loaded then with their growth rates. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. So then when you look at 2024, again, you see we still had reproduction. It wasn't as prolific as it has been the past couple of years. But then we see these are age ones, we see age two, and we see age three all bumping through. And so we've had a lot. And then again, you see not as many older fish here. So it's kind of moving from it characterized by older fish, and now it's moving to being characterized by younger fish.
Mm.
So people might catch less big fish, but they're catching tons of smaller fish at this point. And those fish grow and then they would become big.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at that. That is a success story then.
Yep. And when you go out and you talk to people, they're like, oh yeah, I caught, 15. They might have all been, 13 inches or 20 inches. They're smaller, but they're catching numbers. Which is crazy when you think about a musky fishery.
Yes.
Because, it's the fish of 10,000 casts.
I mean, it's just because you look at compare, I guess, with the James and when you hear the stories of it is a fish of 10,000 casts. And then I have musky guys on, I have smallmouth guys on, and it's insane the amount of musky that are in this river right now. And it's just so healthy for them. It's crazy.
Yep. And the smallmouth guys hate them because, they're clogging up their lines.
Mm-hmm.
So there's, some contentions there. But, I mean, just catching a muskie, I think, is super cool. And I don't know who could be mad. Yeah, you might be having to fight off, 15-inch muskie all day. But it's still so cool.
And it's the fact that this is a nationally revered muskie place. It will always be that. So it's just a part of the culture of the New River Valley.
Yep. And there's other states that are they're trying to get what we have going on here in the New. So we've been partnering with North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission for a few years now to provide them muskie for brood stock. So muskie are just very difficult to produce in a hatchery. And North Carolina they know how to do it, and they've kind of got it down to a science. And so we'll provide them a few fish to produce a brood stock, and then in return they'll give us our statewide allocation of muskie here.
Wow.
So it's a great
That's
partnership.
incredible.
Yeah. Muskie they're just difficult because you've got they're a huge fish. They're hard to handle in a hatchery system. I think we know big fish don't do well in hatcheries. And then the fingerlings need to be feed trained at some point, and there's just a lot of work, and they take up a lot of space, which we don't have at our hatcheries right now. So it's a great partnership that we've been doing for the past few years. Yeah. So in this year, I think we provided them 7 adult fish, so 4 males and 3 females from the lower New. And again, we'll get our statewide allocation from that. So
awesome
it's
stuff.
cool.
That is that's really neat.
Yep. So we plan to continue monitoring the muskie population on the lower New, and then additionally expand it to the upper New. We have done some monitoring on the upper New, but it's not as consistent as the lower New, just because the lower New is our brood source, and the pressure that it gets. So we were worried about that initially, but and we plan to obtain more current age and growth estimates, and then continue the partnership with North Carolina there. So it's been great so far. Again, so I will say this one came out. I've been saying there's not as many older fish in the lower new, but this one came out just this year, and it was pretty close to the state record. So there's still some in there.
That's crazy. Yeah. And then again, just for the sake of how the YouTube works, what that size fish would be about what age you think roughly?
Oh, that one, you can't guess.
Really?
Because that's a female. The females grow. When you catch a big fish like that, it's going to be a female. They just grow bigger, better. But after age 4, the males are really difficult, but the females, like, they'll grow, and then they'll put on, a half an inch a year. And it's just super dependent on their environment and their genetics, whether they're, more voracious compared to another fish. So it's just super difficult to tell. I couldn't even guess.
Wow. So definitely 3+ years.
Oh yeah. That fish is probably, I would say, 7, 8,
wow,
9. It's an older fish to be that size, but I couldn't pinpoint it down.
So then we're thinking for the brood class or the younger you're now, you're talking 3 to 4 years until you could potentially theoretically have that size come into the system. And clearly you got enough little ones in there that it's going to happen. I mean, it's going to be crazy in 5 to 10 years.
Yep. Those fish will be getting to those big sizes. Yes.
Whew, that's nuts. Wow. So all the musky guys that want to book a trip here, I mean, just that's what's crazy is it's good now is knock on wood as everything stays healthy. Like it's going to have some crazy years ahead of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just with the sheer, like getting, there were a lot of years where they didn't even pick up, 1-year-old fish. And now we're picking up 1-year-old fish every year. So there's constant reproduction happening.
That's so cool. That's really neat. Like, is that just something that just happened naturally? Is there anything that you could speculate why the natural recruitment started to happen?
I really don't know, and I don't know if it always was, and they weren't musky sampling, so they weren't seeing it.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to say because they, like I said, they've only been musky surveying specifically for muskie since 2019. And then there was a few, I think it's as muskie became a more popular sought after fish, kind of people started studying it a little bit more, and there were some master's work done on muskie and diet studies and things like that. It kind of prompted, to take a closer look at these populations.
That's cool. Cool stuff.
Yeah. Yep. And so I just kind of want to end with like the New River in its entirety. It's an awesome fishery. It holds multiple state records for muskie, smallmouth, and walleye. So just want to encourage people to come fish the New. Check it out. Even it's a beautiful scenic area. Like we said, you're out there. It's remote. There's mountains in the background. It's clear water. It's a time.
From the fishing standpoint, when would you fish the upper versus below the dam? Is there a time of year one's better than the other, you think?
So below the dam, I would say is always on. People are always out there. I think the upper New has more seasonality to it. You'll definitely see more people fishing, in the spring here in a couple of weeks when the water warms up a little bit. And then you'll see people in the fall fishing. So I think there's more seasonality to the upper New compared to the lower New, where it's just all the time. Especially with the different fisheries now, you'll see people all the time.
The one thing I wanted to ask you is about I think it's called the rusty crayfish or something like that, or just the crayfish in general you have in the New, because they get abnormally big.
Yeah, so that's the New has a few different invasive crayfishes, and yeah, they are abnormally big. People always ask, "What is this?" and they're very alarmed by it. But it's just an invasive that was likely, a bait bucket or aquarium introduction at some point, and they just kind of took off. So it's unfortunately it's there to stay for a while. But fish love them.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. It reminds me kind of like the goby situation up at the St. Lawrence River, where it quickly, it seemed like became a food source for specifically like the smallmouth, which I didn't even think they could deal with something that big, but apparently they don't have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's interesting. And I don't know if like, obviously it's a big crayfish, provides a little more bang for its buck in that way for the fish, but I think it's a little more visible to them as well.
Ah, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for coming on. I mean, this has been so insightful. I really appreciate it. If people wanted to get some more information on the new river, is there any links or anything that I can add in the episode description?
Yep. So absolutely. We have, all of our different Virginia links. You can find so many things on our DWR website here. And just click around and look at some different things. We have a whole section on the new river. So check it out.
Awesome stuff. Hey everyone, quick little announcement here from Fishing the DMV. Our Weekend Warrior Club membership on Patreon is now open to new members. All Patreon Club members will receive 20% off their orders to Tactical Fishing Company, 15% off their orders to Super Blue Stuff, 10% off their orders to Tiger Crankbaits, 5% off their order to Jake's Bait and Tackle. You'll also gain access to join 4 month-long fishing tournaments that I'm holding in 2026. Last year, I gave away over $8,000 in cash prizes, plaques, and just giveaways, including a couple of guided fishing trips with legendary anglers like SB Fishing and Ethan Stone, and I'm hoping to blow it out this year as well. You'll also gain access to our private Facebook group community, ad-free episodes of the show, and monthly fishing reports, especially for you smallmouth river anglers. I really try to keep you guys up to date on the flow gauges for the different rivers in our area. And there's so much more. As more sponsors come online in 2026, I'm going to increase the benefits to everyone. You get all of this for $8 a month, which is less than a megabass jerkbait or a jackhammer chatterbait. And I'll sweeten the pot. If you sign up for the whole year, I'll give you 15% off your membership. 15% off. Guys, this is just a way I can say thank you to everyone that helps support and keep this show going. Link in the episode description. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, Thomas Aarons with Fishing the DMV here. I had this really cool idea to just to say thank you to the Department of Wildlife Resources for Virginia, and I'm doing a compilation video series. So what I did is I strung together every interview I did last year for all the different river systems that Virginia has to offer. We're going to start with the Potomac River, then we're going to go to the Shenandoah River, the North Holston, then we're going to go to the New River, the James River. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you guys enjoy it, just give a thumbs up and let me know in the episode description what your favorite river in Virginia is to fish. I'm going to pick 3 winners and they're going to get a $10 gift card to Jake's Bait and Tackle and Tactical Fishing Company. So let me know in the episode description what your favorite river system is. I know it's a big video. Don't feel like you have to watch it all, but it's just a way for me to say thank you to the department for letting me interview them. So enjoy it, and hopefully I'll see you guys at the Richmond Fishing Expo. The first meet and greet is Friday. I think it's like noon to 1:30, and then Saturday, noon to about 2 p.m. See you guys there.
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Aarons. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. I'm your host, Thomas Aarons, and today we're heading back to the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources. I have on here Hunter Hatcher. Hunter, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
No problem at all. Thanks for having me.
So, yeah, what's your story? How did you get involved with biology?
Yeah, so I grew up hunting and fishing, kind of in central to northern Virginia. Grew up right around Lake Anna. So I spent a lot of time on that lake growing up and went off to school at Virginia Tech and, kind of realized that I could make a profession out of this thing and was really always interested in spending time outside. And, if I could do that for a job, it kind of sounded like a pretty sweet deal. So studied fisheries conservation at Virginia Tech. The rest is history. I kind of got connected with some good folks that you've had previously on your podcast, and the rest is history. Here I am now 5 years into a career with Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources, and I've loved it the whole time. I get to, spend a lot of my time out on the non-tidal section of the James River, which we'll be talking about today, which, smallmouth fishing is a huge passion for me personally. And to get to make that my job is, kind of a dream come true.
Did you do a lot of smallmouth fishing growing up?
I did a little bit more largemouth fishing. Originally, I kind of came up fishing the tidal rivers. That was my background. That was what my dad and my granddad did. Living close to Lake Anna, it kind of just became a thing with proximity. It's like, oh, well, there's this place right down the road that I can go fish now. So that's what I'm going to go fish. Got into largemouth fishing, and then a little bit later on into high school, I got into fishing for smallmouth, and of course went to Virginia Tech, and some of the best smallmouth fishing in the state was right down the road. So during my time in Blacksburg, I probably spent more time on the New River than I did in the classroom, which hopefully my parents don't watch this, but I got the degree, so it all worked out.
Yeah, that place is crazy, man. Yeah. And with Virginia Tech, did you just get a bachelor's degree? Did you have to transfer anywhere else to get anything else done?
Yeah, so I got a bachelor's degree at Virginia Tech, and then I got a master's degree at Mississippi State University.
Oh, damn,
dude.
That's...
Moved down south to Mississippi, and then I worked for a year in Florida Fish and Wildlife, before I ended up back home in Virginia.
Good Lord, that's a trip. What was Florida like working there?
It was interesting. So I was in the panhandle of Florida. So I wasn't way down south with all the pythons and different cichlids. So it was a different world, alligators all over the place, aquatic vegetation all over the place. Truthfully, I worked in freshwater fisheries, but when I was down there, man, I spent almost all of my time inshore fishing. When I was that close to redfish, it was kind of hard to pass up going down and having days where, you could have really impressive number days in just a single tide cycle.
If you live in Florida, the New Orleans area, places like that, I don't know how you get really addicted to freshwater when there are so many saltwater opportunities to pull you. I mean, if you live in Florida, I don't know how you do things indoors. There's so many things to go outside and do 12 months out of the year. It's insane.
Well, there's certain months of the year where it's not very fun to be outside, but the fish are generally still biting somewhere. So if you're willing to put in the effort to get to them, it's worthwhile to do so.
So from Florida, how did you get back to Virginia? Was that something that you always wanted to do? Did you have to apply? Was there a waiting list?
Yeah, so I was kind of just waiting for a position to come open. So I met my wife at Mississippi State when I was there for grad school. So she's originally from Mississippi. I took the position in Florida. It was kind of a thing where it's like, well, we might be here for a couple of years, but the goal is for us to either move back closer to her family in Mississippi or my family in Virginia. And it just happened to work out that this job in Virginia came open. I applied for it. And, like I said, I planned initially to potentially spend a couple of years in Florida, and it ended up just being a little bit over a year and a half. And this job came open, and I was fortunate enough to get it. And the rest is history. And here I am, loving life over here in Farmville, Virginia.
How many years now have you been back in Virginia?
It's been about 5 years. 5 years in October.
When you look at the James River, it is one of the longest, if not the longest river in the state completely. It is the heartland of Virginia. Mm-hmm. When you've been back here the 5 years, it's interesting because if you ever go and leave and come back, you have a different view on how things are because you don't see it every day. You see the subtle changes. When day one started and you got out there, did you see any changes that is like, oh, I didn't recognize this at first, but growing up here, leaving and coming back, I do see these changes?
Yeah, so it's interesting because, historically, the James has kind of always been one of those places that you hear about, especially the non-tidal section that we're going to talk about today, and the smallmouth bass fishery, the Musky fishery. Growing up in the state, I was relatively close to the James, but I actually never made it down to fish any of the tributaries. I spent a lot more time on Lake Anna and the Rappahannock and the Rapidan and some of those other tributaries. So that was where I did a lot of my smallmouth fishing. So I'd always heard about the James River, and it's odd that you mentioned that because actually my first day here in Virginia, I just happened to show up when our annual smallmouth bass sampling was going on in October. So my first day on the job, we actually went out and sampled at Bremo Bluff, New Canton. So it was kind of cool to just kind of jump right into it and see what things look like. And to be honest with you, when we got out there that first day, it was a little disappointing, because in recent years, I'd grown up hearing all about how great the James River was and, had never got to experience it for myself. And, we got out there and the catch rates weren't necessarily what I, anticipated, and kind of dove into the data once I got access to it. And, it became pretty apparent that In recent years, this thing is kind of taken a step back to a certain extent, but it seems like there might be potentially some signs of hope moving forward. But it's kind of a shadow of itself for a number of different reasons.
And we're definitely gonna be getting into that. And so just to give people like a super high level ballpark here, this is the nice thing about doing this remote. I'm going to share an extra screen here because the James River is big. And so in a lot of places like the Potomac River, you have the upper and you have the lower, the tidal, the non-tidal, but that is an injustice to the James because there's so much non-tidal that could be broken down again into different sections. And so with the power of screen sharing, we can see, so you've Richmond, Virginia here. And I believe, and this is why you're here on the show too, where is the origins of the James and then kind of where your section is?
So it forms with the junction of the cow pasture and the Jackson River up around Iron Gate. So way up, almost West Virginia territory. And you mentioned previously, the James is the largest river that exists entirely within Virginia. So it's way up there where that Jackson and cow pasture come together. It snakes its way down through Lynchburg, down into the city of Richmond. And that's where it kind of turns into the tidal portion, which is the lower boundary of where we're going to talk about today. But so you mentioned, you kind of have delineations for upper versus lower river. So with us, it's just such an expansive and large river that we actually break it up into kind of what we would refer to as management units. So there's a counterpart to me, George Palmer. He handles the section between Iron Gate on down to about Lynchburg. I pick up the river below Lynchburg on down to Watkins or Bossier's Dam, and then that lower fall line section of the river from Bossier's Dam down to about the fall line around 14th Street. That's where John Harris picks up that lower end for the last couple miles.
Okay, so where is your section in then? I'm going to try to find this right here on the map now. So
it's going to be at Bossier's Dam. So I see Maidens in there. If you can zoom in a little further. Yeah, go downstream from Maidens. Below that you have Watkins, and Bossier's Dam is somewhere in there.
Watkins Landing?
Yeah.
All right. And then we have, this is
crosses.
288.
Yep. And then Bossier's Dam will be somewhere right
in this area.
Yeah, right in there.
Okay. So then zooming out then, going from basically the outskirts of Richmond all the way to Lynchburg. Good Lord, man. That is a hell of a section you got to cover.
Yeah, it's a pretty large area, and it's kind of interesting because that's a gradient, where the river undergoes some pretty significant changes. The upper section, it's fairly narrow. You have some significant topography along the banks that kind of funnel the river down into a fairly narrow area, and throughout the section that I had, you kind of see the transition from that up in the Appomattox area to a lot wider river with a lot sandier bottom, and the significant habitat changes actually create some changes in the fishery as well, which we'll talk about once we kind of dive into the data.
When do you start seeing the topography change from more of the cold water species, the musky, towards more of the smallmouth, and then to the real warm water species?
So with the musky in particular, the delineation is actually right around Lynchburg. When you get below Lynchburg, for whatever reason, there's that dam just upstream from the boat ramp in Lynchburg. And I think some of those fish end up coming over that dam, and then they realize they've made a terrible mistake and dump the water temperature and just turn around and sit right below that dam. So below Lynchburg, on occasion, you'll hear of somebody catching a muskie, and on occasion in the middle section of the river, when we do our annual sampling in October, we'll see a muskie or two, but it's not enough to refer to it as what I would call an established fishery. There's just a passing fish here or there. And that would seem to be a thermal issue for me. It gets hot here during the summer months. And when you don't have the topography to kind of provide some shade, and, you have a lot wider river downstream that's generally somewhat shallow with all the sand and silt that's filled in some of our primo habitat. It's just not conducive conditions for what would be considered a cool water species.
Mm. What are the main tributaries to the James when you get down below Lynchburg, if any?
So you have the Ty River, the Rockfish River, the Willis Slate, and then also the Rivanna River. So there's several significant tributaries. Those tributaries during the summer months actually do provide some some thermal refuge for, smallmouth bass and potentially any muskie that are unfortunate enough to make it downstream.
I just like looking at Jason Hallacher section. It looks like this is a lot. This is more daunting, at least looking at a map compared to like the Shenandoah, just for the size that you have to handle. And I think this is a great, kind of segue into the sampling stuff. Like when you have that big of a river, are you just picking areas? Do you have to do the whole river? Like, how does that work?
So what we try to do, in my section of the river, we have 13 boat ramps that we sample annually in October. So we go out in October because if you know anything about a river, obviously this time of year in the spring, if you get any kind of rain event, the river will flash up and stay up potentially for weeks at a time. And then, eventually it'll come back down, but, it could be a month that the river's at flood stage potentially this time of year. So we shoot for October because generally that's the most consistent flow period throughout the year. It's a low flow period, obviously, but it's a consistent flow period relative to the rest of the year. And that flow obviously impacts our catch rates. So if we can keep that variable as consistent as we possibly can, that's one less thing that we have to worry about and try to suss out what's going on with the noise in the data. So we focus on October. We sample 13 different boat ramps throughout that reach. And just due to limitations in habitat, ripples, things of that nature, we'll put in a jet boat. And in most of those cases, we're stuck within that pool at that ramp, which if you know anything about fishing in rivers, especially rivers that require jet boats or, floating for access, the highest fishing pressure areas are going to be within that pool right there at the ramp, because somebody can put a small boat that they have with a prop in and kind of get around and make do fishing. But that's just what we have access to. We kind of have to choose our battles in terms of, do I want to fight flow in the spring and, potentially adverse conditions with water temperature and things of that nature. So we've kind of just transitioned to sampling in the fall and just accessing what we can. And one of the cool things about the James, my supervisor, Scott Smith, he was kind of on the leading edge of some of the river sampling in Virginia. And this is the resource that he used to manage. So we actually have data going back to 1991, which is a pretty significant data set for riverine sampling. This is something that we initially in fisheries, we did a pretty good job of sampling a lot of lakes, but these rivers just, because of flow and habitat changes and just limited access, you didn't really have a good way to sample these rivers until jet boats kind of proliferated, in the 90s on into the 2000s. So now we have a lot better access now than we used to, but Scott Smith is the reason that we have the long-term data set that we do have. And it's a tremendous benefit to us because we have a better understanding for this river, what it looked like historically relative to the rest of the state.
Do you guys use rafts at all, or is it predominantly jet boats?
We will use rafts. We've tinkered some in the summer months, so we'll talk about this a little more later, but we have a choke point within our smallmouth bass fishery where we have some kind of high mortality period within the first several months of life. And that kind of stretches out within the first 2 years of a fish's life. So we've been trying to play with using rafts during the summer months during low flow periods to sample our young of year smallmouth bass effectively. So that's something we're trying to supplement right now. And the problem with when you're in the early stages of trying to develop these long-term data sets is you're trying to figure out, one, what works, and two, doing it in a way that you can replicate long-term to where your data, I can compare data from year 1 to year 2 and year 3, as opposed to having, varying data over an entire time series. It doesn't really tell me a whole lot.
Well, yeah, let's get into it then.
Sure.
I'm really excited.
Yeah. So yeah, the About Me, we kind of got into some of this, originally from Spotsylvania, Virginia, grew up right there around Lake Anna, have a BS in fisheries conservation from Virginia Tech and an MS in wildlife fisheries and aquaculture from Mississippi State. And I've been here with Virginia DWR out of our Farmville field office since 2019. Like I said, I worked for a little bit over a year and a half down there with Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. So this is kind of just an outline, what we're going to cover today. We'll define what we look at as river sections. Again, we kind of briefly got into that. We'll look at our depletion sampling for smallmouth bass, which I'll explain what that means once we get to it. And then we'll look at the river kind of broken out by sections. So as I mentioned, I handle the Middle James. So we'll delve in a little bit deeper there with smallmouth bass, catfish, and sunfish. On the upper James, we'll talk about smallmouth and, of course, musky, because folks are going to want to hear about that because that's the section that they're prevalent in. And then the fall line, we'll kind of just focus on smallmouth bass. And then to wrap things up, we'll just do a takeaway and a couple things to look at moving forward that we have our eyes on here at DWR. Yeah, so the non-tidal James, you're looking at a 240-mile swath of the river from Lick Run down to about 14th Street in Richmond. And we divide that into 3 major sections. You have that upper section, we kind of flew that whole extent when you pulled up GIS there. And that upper section is from about Lick Run down to Lynchburg. That middle section, which is I'm responsible for, is from below Lynchburg down to Boaster's Dam, Watkins Landing area. And then we have that fall line from Boaster's Dam down to about the 14th Street Bridge. And historically, all these reaches were, just really prolific smallmouth bass fisheries. There's all sorts of write-ups historically in different magazines all over the place where you can read about how great and storied the smallmouth bass fishing was within this river. And there's still certain sections that are really good, but it's not necessarily what it used to be. So several years ago, a 14 to 22 inch protected slot was instituted with a 5 fish daily limit, 1 fish every 22 inches. The goal with that was to protect some of those larger size fish, make sure that we didn't have any harvest. Of course, in this day and age, most people are releasing black bass, but that was kind of just a protective thing to make sure that we had a good spawning stock of fish and potentially try to grow more fish up to that trophy size that this river has become known for. So our depletion sampling, it's conducted periodically on rivers throughout the state. And what it looks like is we actually line up enough boats to stretch across the entire river. So, you could have a dozen or more boats on certain sections of the river, depending on how wide it is. And you're just conducting repeated passes. So we'll go through, line up boats within a specific known length section of the river, and the boats will progress upstream, collecting all the fish out of that pool. And we're generally selecting areas that have, a large riffle at the upper end and a large riffle at the lower end. So the fish are more or less enclosed within that area. And this is happening during the late summer months when you generally have lower flow. That first pass, you're moving all your fish. We work up all those fish, take any kind of data that we need, typically identifying the species, recording total lengths, and then we hold those fish on the bank. And then we'll go back out and do the same thing again until we get an estimate that allows us to effectively estimate the absolute abundance of fish within that known section of the river. And what we can
is there a pro and con between working upriver versus downstream?
So generally speaking, when we're sampling with a single boat, we'll move downstream just because when the fish are stunned with our electrofishing boats, they'll flow in the current. But when we stretch these boats across the entirety of the river, it actually works pretty well if you work upstream. And it's the big thing is when you're trying to stay to where these boats are next to each other. So you're trying to stay at similar points in the river, and it's a lot easier to hold your position when you're working upstream, just logistically.
Do you have basically your line and then a quarterback or some boat behind for cleanup in case you miss something?
Yeah, so we'll have pickup boats that'll pick up if there's any larger fish, like say a muskie pops up. They might have a larger net that's better suited for getting a muskie in the boat. Or if a single boat, somebody on the bank or somebody has a really good ledge that they're shocking along, that they're really hammering fish, they can drop back and offload fish from their live well into that boat so that we're not stressing out fish during the warmer months of the year.
That's really cool. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Continue. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm glad you clarified, because I see this thing and I understand how it works. As long as folks that are listening out there understand what's going on, that's more important than me rambling about things that I'm more close to. So. But we have 4 sites that we conduct that at. We have Lick Run, Buchanan, Lynchburg, and Bremo Bluff. We kind of just select sites based on habitat and, what makes sense for a pool area. And then also has, as we kind of previously mentioned, an area that we feel like is a defined reach where these fish are trapped within. And, we can kind of get a really good estimate on how many fish are in a specific section of river. And then we'll extrapolate that number to be able to say, okay, based on these estimates, we have X number of fish per this number of river miles, and we can get a really good number for what we're looking at for actual absolute abundance of smallmouth bass, musky, whatever different fish we're interested in. So for this, we'll kind of focus on smallmouth bass because that's what this kind of revealed to us. So we've done this periodically, samples in 02 and 07, and then we went back and did this again in 2019. And you can see, the 2019 sample there is kind of depressing. So you have that bar graph there. You have those air bars on top of that. So that's a 90% confidence interval. So what that means is we're 90% confident that the actual average that we're seeing for fish per river mile is within those air bars at the top of the graph. So generally speaking, like over here on this right-hand side where you have overlap in these air bars, that would mean that we're not, we don't have statistically significant difference between 07 to 19. So there's overlap there. So I can't say with certainty that there's a difference in the number of young of year smallmouth bass at Lynchburg and Bremo Bluff. Whereas at Buchanan and Lick Run, we don't have an overlap. So I would say that there's significant difference between what we saw in 02 and 07 with what we saw in 19 at Lick Run. So the important thing to remember, this is young of year smallmouth bass. So this is fish that were spawned that spring. So those are your fish that were spawned that year. And with young of year fish, when you start looking at that, especially with the riverine species, you get a lot of variability from year to year. So these fish might have a poor spawn this year and a fair spawn next year and a really good spawn the year after that. And what we found within this fishery is our exceptional spawning classes are what really carry this thing. So it's not really a huge or, profound concern when we see a bad year class. It becomes a problem when we start seeing numerous bad year classes in successive years. So this snapshot in and of itself, where we have 1 year where we potentially have a down year class, isn't super concerning, but we'll talk about why it's potentially a concern in a little bit. So here we have our adult smallmouth bass, and you can see again we have a little bit of overlap down here at Bremo. Not a whole lot looks to have changed relative to adult fish on the lower end. As you move further upstream, things begin to look a little bit more concerning, specifically at Lick Run and Buchanan. Lynchburg, is consistent with what we saw in 02, but for whatever reason, 07, things were significantly better than what we saw in 19. So that's just kind of the precursor. We've been getting reports, going back to as early as 2011. We had some fish health issues on the river, and things started to kind of decline from a smallmouth standpoint. And in recent years, that seems to have only gotten worse. And this was kind of just the confirmation when we went out in 2019 of, maybe things are really as bad as what they seem to be. And, we really started to get concerned, started to wonder what we could do to potentially address some of these issues. And, there's some stuff that we have in the works that, we're potentially leading off of some of these concerns that are kind of ongoing.
How much of this comes down to water quality and also just weather patterns? Because I know Shenandoah, Upper Potomac, we had back-to-back years, I believe it was 7 and 8, where high water events during the spawn murdered it. And that's a lingering effect that you'll see down the line. Is that something that potentially is why 07 was such a great year, and then afterwards we just had a couple of bad years when it came to weather? Or is it something way worse where it is just a water quality problem?
So the reality, and we talked about how big this river system is. The reality is that there's an ungodly number of different factors that are impacting this thing. When you're looking at a watershed that's the scale of what this river has, it's different environmental conditions. It can be, different chemicals that are in the water from waste treatment plants or factories. It can be water temperature. It can be sediment pollution. But what you mentioned with those flows, that's something that historically we have seen that has strongly dictated what these year classes look like. So with our riverine species, primarily these smallmouth bass and redbreast sunfish, it seems like that flow has a significant impact. And specifically, some of my predecessors, and specifically my supervisor, Scott Smith, they put together a paper several years ago where they looked at flow, and what they found is flow in June, which is a big spawning period for these smallmouth bass. is a heavy indicator of what a year class would look like. So, these fish are typically spawning in May to June, depending on what section of the river is. Obviously, it's a little bit later as you move upstream and things are a little bit cooler. But that tail end of that spawning period, when these fish are either actively spawning or have spawned, and you have black fry or juvenile fish that aren't necessarily able to fight strong currents, if you get a high flow event during that period, you can ruin a whole spawn. And all our fish aren't spawning at the same time, but if you get a high flow period right around that primary spawning period, it can cause serious issues. So,
what are the colors we seen here on?
Yeah,
this
so
graph?
This is the Middle James River. So this is my section of the river, from below Lynchburg on down to Watkins Landing. So Middle James River smallmouth. This is total fish collected. You have the number collected there on the left-hand side, and you have length groups in inches on that x-axis. The red, those are our young fish, our juvenile fish that aren't necessarily yet ready to reproduce. That light green color is our fish that are sexually mature, and then that right-hand side over there in dark green is our fish that are actually actively protected by the regulation that we have on the river, which is that 14 to 22 inch protected slot.
And what year is this?
This is this year. So this is
this year.
Well,
okay.
Last year, 2024, October of 2024 samples. So you can see what we have over here is you can actually see these year classes make themselves readily visible on this lower end. So this is our fish from this past spawning cycle. So these would have been fish that were spawned in the spring of 2024. On down here, we have our 1-year-old fish. So these are the fish from the spring of 2023. And then you can see things really just taper off from there, which is kind of typical. You expect to see, decreased abundances of fish as you move up in size classes. The concerning thing for us is just how quickly this drops off. And, a riverine environment is tough on a fish inherently, just for a number of things that we've already talked about. But for whatever reason, this river, these things kind of seem to fall off a cliff once they get, around 2 years old. They really drop off. And unfortunately, that's kind of where these fish tend to enter the fishery. These fish down here on the 8 to 10 inch range that represent your 1-year-olds, those are fish that you can catch while you're fishing. And in some cases, you can catch them in really good numbers. But, there's a number of anglers that, and me personally, when I go fishing, I want to catch fish over 12 inches. That's what I'm out there targeting, is I want to catch quality fish. And some people might enjoy going out there and catching 8 to 10 inches all day, but me personally, that's what I want to focus on is catching larger fish.
Is that abnormally high, the amount of 5 and 4 inch fish that you saw in this collection? Is that on average what you usually see over the years? High, low?
Yeah, so this is our actual catch rate for our juvenile fish. So this is our young year fish, up to, it's right around, if we'll go back, the cutoff is right around this 6 inch range this 4 or 5 inch range that we're seeing right here. And then what we're looking at in here is we actually see these year classes. So this red bar is representing our historic average for what we've seen long term, and each of these blue dots is representing our annual catch rate. So we have our catch rate and the number of fish that we're seeing per hour here on this y-axis, and you have your year here on the x-axis. So these air bars, again, that's a 90% confidence interval. So I can say I am 90% confident that the true average for fish in a specific year, and again, this is juvenile fish, is within that air bar. So really what I want to see is I'm looking for this air bar to be within this historic average. But as we've already talked about with spawning success, the thing that really carries these fisheries is these years that are significantly above average. So these above average years actually, go on to promote a really good fishery down the road. And I have an example of this here. So in particular, if we look at here in 2005, we have this above average year class, and we can correlate that to above average catch rates of adult fish here in 2006. So it's really that simple. You get an above average catch rate there for juveniles in 2005, and you have more juveniles swimming around. So more of those fish are going to make it to adult sizes in 2006. Now, what this more than likely looked like was these fish were probably primarily right around 12 inches, but that year class you can see proliferated and carried on and, supported, a strong fishery down the road. And that's what we're trying to do is we're trying to maintain the adult smallmouth bass population at, on the upper edge of this historic average. That's the goal. So we can kind of go back and look. This is just our adults, and you can see, the trend is kind of noticeable that we had things kind of around the historic average. We had a really good period, kind of in the early 2000s, and then things have kind of just fallen off in recent years. And this is the 2019. This is when we were talking about those depletion samples. You can see a pretty stark decline over that time period. And in recent years, things have kind of come back.
Yeah.
But they haven't gotten back to the levels that they were previously. And again, the primary reason is if we look at these year classes, we're back around the historic average, which is good. It's better than where we were down here, but we really need these year classes that jump way up above that historic average to support the fishery.
Looking at that data, it looks like you really don't have 3 years in a row that are around the same area. In the last couple of years, it seems like you found the floor, so to speak. Do you think it's stabilizing and going to be bouncing back looking at this graph, or could it dig itself deeper?
So if you like smallmouth bass fishing in Virginia, when we get to May and June this year, pray for stable river conditions. And I don't necessarily mean stable as significant or stable with the high level or stable with the low level, but just, Scott Smith likes to call it the Goldilocks principle. So not too high, not too low, somewhere right in the middle. And stable river conditions provide really good conditions for these smallmouth bass to be able to successfully spawn. And that's what we need. That's what we're looking for is, this spawning right here with these juvenile fish. That's what makes this thing go. We need these high year classes. And, like I said, we've got these year classes that are within our historic average here. And, that'll kind of keep us going, so to speak, but we really make hay when we get significantly above average year classes. So this is the one that might upset some folks. This is our catch rates by our sampling sites. This is our 13 sites within the Middle River. You can see you have the site name over here in the left-hand column. RKM, that's just the river kilometers. That's just the distance upstream. And that, again, is in kilometers. You have your CPUE, which is our catch per unit effort. That's just fish per hour. For juvenile smallmouth, adult smallmouth, and then we have these two numbers combined for the total smallmouth bass catch. And you can see on the bottom, really just focus on this average. That's the important number for us. And if we look at that, I've just delineated there where we have sites that are significantly above average relative to what we see, or not significantly above average, but above average rather. So you can see some sites kind of jump out to you on the lower section for whatever reason. Westview and Cartersville always seem to be really strong sampling sites. And on the upper end of the middle section of the river from Howardsville to about Bent Creek seems to be the hot spot for where we have some pretty good catch rates for smallmouth bass. And again, the thing to bear in mind here, we're putting a boat in and we're just shocking the pools right around that boat ramp. So if you're, running a jet boat a significant distance upstream between boat ramps or floating a stretch of the river, this might not necessarily be representative. This is just the area right around those boat ramps. And, some of these areas have a little bit better habitat than others, but when we're sampling those sites year over year, we get a pretty good idea of, what we're looking at within those areas.
When it comes to habitat and forage, is it a chicken or the egg? Like if these areas, is it more of forage? Is it more of habitat, or is it just you have one, you have the other?
So the forage thing is interesting. We've seen some habitat changes recently in this middle section of the river. So we've seen a lot more silt and sand deposition in some areas, and we're losing some riffles. We're losing some rock and cobble habitat to sand, and that cuts down on macroinvertebrates. That cuts down on your different non-game fish that these smallmouth bass are eating. And the caveat that you throw in there is we also have significant aquatic vegetation in the stretch of the river. It's primarily water star grass and eelgrass that you see mostly. And that's also dependent upon flow. So like if we get a hurricane that comes through at the beginning of hurricane season, it can blow out a lot of this aquatic vegetation. And that can be significant for both our non-game species and also significant habitat for our juvenile smallmouth bass. It affects not only where they're holding, but it affects our catch rates for them when we see them. And that's something that I've kind of tried to dive into the last couple of years, is approximating what we're seeing in terms of habitat when we go out and do our samples, and how that's potentially impacting or biasing what we're seeing within those samples, to make sure, hey, are we really seeing the juvenile smallmouth bass that are there, or all of them in the Valleson area, the eelgrass or the water stargrass, and we just can't get them out of there with our electrofishing gear. And it seems like there's not a strong relationship in there, so it doesn't seem like that's causing significant issues relative to what we're seeing. But it's just something that we were concerned about. That we're always trying to make sure that trends that we're seeing in our data are actually representative of what's going on.
Like you mentioned the SAV, I had Odenkirk on. We did his special. And he talked about like the snakehead, and sometimes you put the asterisk of, hey, like a Quiet Creek had just so much SAV, it's going to skew the data.
Yep.
So it's fascinating where when you're dealing with your situation, do you ever have that where you have to put an asterisk of like, oh, the water conditions weren't right, or there was just so much SAV, like, maybe this site didn't give the best sampling? Do you have any of those issues?
Yeah, and there's certainly instances where, there's been times where we'll go out and we'll do a sample and it'll be like, hey, the river was too muddy, or, the flows were too low or too high. And I just really don't think we got a representative sample. And we might, in some of those instances, we'll keep that data that we have. But if we can, have the time within that sampling season to go back and redo that sample, we'll take that additional sample and we'll compare it to what we've seen historically and what we saw at the initial sample. And in some cases, we might use both of those samples. And in some cases, we might use one or the other. If we think that, hey, it was really turbid and we couldn't see anything, there's no way that we were getting what was actually there. Or, hey, the flow was significantly higher than when we typically sample this, I think it biased the sample that we saw. Generally, with aquatic vegetation, it's something that we're going to deal with at all of our sites throughout a sampling season. So I can't very well just go and say, hey, I'm not going to sample the river and the smallmouth bass at all this year. If I can get a boat in, I'm going to get some data. I just have to understand that, potentially, hey, this year we had crazy SAV. We didn't have a hurricane come through and blow this thing out in September and kind of clear things out to where we could collect fish a little better. So I kind of had to look at that data with the understanding of, our small fish catch rates might be different than what they would be if we had less aquatic vegetation. That's something that, I don't have that figure in here, but I've just plotted our relative coverage of aquatic vegetation to our juvenile smallmouth bass catch rates. And what I see is they're just all over the place. It doesn't seem like there's a significant trend. And again, the thing that you have to consider with that is we have variability from year to year. So just because you have low aquatic vegetation in the latter parts of the year, you might have had a bad spawn that spring that could have biased that. So that's something that I'm still trying to get at looking at. And I've only got a few years of data so far. I've only been doing that for, I think it's been 3 years now that I've looked at that. And, I need a couple more years of data before I can really do anything significant to be able to say, okay, there is a significant relationship between the aquatic vegetation that we're seeing out there in October and what our catch rates look like with smallmouth bass. I need more data to be able to have the statistical power to take out some of these different confounding factors that we might have at play here.
I know it's Pandora's box of how many variables you add into the damn thing, because just to give yourself more work, but weather patterns, flow rates, are any of those things particular value to add to your data every year to see if there's any kind of correlation?
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, that June flow was kind of the ticket previously, and it seems like in recent years, for whatever reason, that doesn't quite have the same impact that it would historically. There for a little while, we could kind of just look at what that flow was in June and say, okay, yeah, we're going to have a good year class this year, or oh yeah, the year class isn't going to be very good this year. And in recent years, we've had a couple of Junes that have been pretty favorable with respect to what we would typically earmark as, okay, we're going to have a good year class this year, and just kind of hasn't materialized. And what that would represent to me is we've got some confounding factors at play now that we didn't have historically, whether that be changes in habitat with, sand deposition and other things like that, and some of our stretches of the Middle River. And the other thing that we'll get into here in a little bit is our different sections of the river. Historically, if we had a good year class in the upper section of the river, we had a good year class in the middle section of the river as well. Well, in recent years, we've seen that that's kind of gotten disjunct. So we could potentially have a good year class in the upper section of the river and an average year class in the middle section of the river. So it's just further complicated things and made it more convoluted and even more difficult for us to suss out what's actually going on, unfortunately. But yeah, it's one of those things where with that environmental data, the thing about the environmental data is that I only have so much control over it. So like I can't change what the flow is in June. I can't put a dome over the watershed and, control how much water is coming in. But it is important for us to understand how it plays in so that we can, kind of forecast what's going to happen going forward and have an understanding of where this thing is potentially headed and what we might be looking at down the road. So, I mean, we just kind of throw as many variables in here as we can and see if something makes sense. And in a lot of instances, what we get is there's just so much going on that it's just a lot of noise. So, in this specific small section of the river, there might be some significant construction going on upstream where there's a lot of sand deposition getting dumped into the river in this section. And that might be reducing, spawning success in that area. Whereas further downstream, it might be something related to temperature where you have warmer water temperatures in the lower end of the river and so on and so forth. So looking at this thing and something that I've been thinking about recently is there's different methods of analysis that you can do to kind of functionally look at a group of samples and understand, hey, you should focus on this in this way. And these samples are most alike to each other. So you should group these in that way. So we've just kind of always managed this river more out of convenience of, hey, we've got 3 people. Let's just geographically divide this thing on points of demarcation that kind of makes sense relative to workload and where people are located at. So potentially moving forward, we might have to break this thing up in a different way, or at least manage it in a way that, we're looking at, hey, this stretch of river is different from this stretch of river, and we need to manage it that way. They're all obviously interrelated because the river's moving downstream and fish can move throughout those sections. But, we kind of need to get a better understanding of this is significantly different from this. And we might not necessarily want to treat them all the same because, they aren't.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Interesting. That's really interesting. All right. What do you got next?
So here we have adult smallmouth catch rate. Again, this is the Middle River, and you have river kilometer here. So this is just distance moving upstream as you go left to right. So down here, this is Watkins Landing, and this upper stretch is Bent Creek. So you can see here you have Cartersville and Westview, or this is actually Westview and Cartersville, respectively. So those represent on the lower end little jumps. Then you can see Bent Creek is far and away our best sampling area. When we had the flows to get in there, that's typically one of our better smallmouth sites. And the interesting thing that you see here is I plotted this trend line. Things are, as you move upstream, things just tend to improve. And that could be habitat, that could be water temperature, that could be a number of different factors. And this up here, this is our R-square value. So this is more or less telling us how well this trend line that I've generated is fitting the data that we've observed this year. And 0.31, if you're talking about like modeling banking and finances and things like that, it's really not that great. But when we're in modeling environmental data with this many factors playing in here, that's actually a pretty significant correlation there that we're seeing. So this is pretty well explaining the data and the variation that we're seeing in the river. As you move upstream, things seem to improve with respect to catch rates of adult smallmouth bass. So that's what I always tell people, if you're going to fish the Middle River, if you're not going to fish these 2 spots on the lower end that seem to be hot spots, the further upstream that you can get to is generally better. So here we have what's called an otolith. This is a bone out of the inner ear of a fish. So you can see here, this bone, when you take it out, you can look at it under a microscope with light, and you can see these rings that form here from the nucleus in the middle. And those are just like tree rings. So we can take these inner ear bones out of a fish and we can tell exactly how old it is. And what that allows us to do is we can look at, year class strength and kind of ground truth that and see, hey, what we saw historically with the specific year class, that year class really was this good or that year class really was this poor. And we can also look at growth. So we have, fish of varying age classes that we can plot and look at how fast they're growing over time. So it gives us a number of different data that we can look at that we can't get just by doing general samples. The unfortunate side of this is, as I said, this is an inner ear bone, so you do have to kill the fish to take this. So this is data, especially with smallmouth bass, that we don't collect super regularly, just because we don't want to be killing fish unless we need to, and we think that the data is valuable enough to warrant doing so. So what we know and what we've already talked about with smallmouth bass in the middle section of the river and throughout the entirety of the James is that we have super variable year classes. So within that, if you take these otoliths and do growth estimates within a lake, with largemouth bass, you have pretty consistent spawning within a specific lake from year to year. With smallmouth bass, you have so much variability that you can't really look at this and assume that, hey, I took an estimate within this specific year and spawning success was likely similar over these individual years. So I can't take a snapshot within an individual year and look at it and say, hey, these fish all started from the same point. So what you end up with is you end up with peaks and valleys in your abundance. And if I was to plot a mortality estimate upon that, I would end up with a biased sample. So what we have to do here with smallmouth bass, again, bear with me. I know this rainbow is kind of hard to follow, but you have years here. So this is an individual year within a sample, and then you have ages across this top part here. And these are catch rates of fish within that time span. So what you look at, if you follow this red staircase on down here, these are the abundances of fish that were spawned in 2011 over time, whereas this in 2012 is the abundance of this year class over time. And then so on and so forth if you look at these different colors on this cascade.
Interesting.
So within this sample, what we decided to do, we conducted a growth sample here or an age and growth sample here in 2020. We sacrificed some smallmouth bass, pulled some otoliths out, and did some age and growth estimates. So we had fish that we knew how long they were, we knew how much they weighed, and we knew how old they were. So we plotted that, used that to approximate ages going back to 2014 and looked at this 2014 year class over time. And when we plot that, what we get, we throw out age 0 because, we get super variable catch rates with those younger year. So we're just looking at this from age 1 on through here on this time period. And you can see we fit this line here. And what you end up with is the slope of that line is our instantaneous mortality estimate. So this is just a way of looking at a log adjusted abundance over time. So super technical statistical standpoint, what you're looking at here is this is your slope of your line, and this A value down here is your interval mortality rate. So that's our mortality rate from year to year. So within the upper and middle section of the James River, we're looking at about a 30% mortality rate within smallmouth bass from age 1 on to, 6? Yeah, from age 1 to 6, we're looking at a 30% mortality rate within smallmouth bass.
How does that compare to other rivers?
That's actually pretty typical within smallmouth bass. In some cases, that's low. Like I said, the rivers are just really tough on these fish. You get super variable conditions. You get crazy hot temperatures if we get low water periods in the summer months. So this is pretty typical to what we've seen historically. Within this, you can see pretty quickly why it's so important to have exceptionally strong year classes, because you got, 30% of these fish every year, really quickly diminishing returns. If you have an average year class, it makes sense as to why when these fish get to age 2, we're pretty quickly losing those fish. So this is growth. So what we do is we take the average length of fish at specific ages. So what we're seeing here is our age 0 fish. They're down here on this estimate, and this is 2020 when we did this sample, they're represented in the blue, and we compared that to a previous age and growth sample from 2009. And the pretty obvious thing that stands out here is, hey, these fish are growing faster, which it makes sense. You know, there's not as many fish in the river, so there's more resources for them to go around. So it makes sense that they would grow faster. It's kind of like a, you know, general QDMA concept. If anybody is in the quality deer management, you know, you have fewer fish to feed. Yeah, the ones that are left are going to grow faster. So that's kind of the trade-off of this thing is, hey, you know, there's not quite as many adult fish as what there used to be historically in the river, but the ones that remain are still growing faster. And what this also illustrates is just how rare it is to see a smallmouth bass up to that 20-inch size range, which we do see them with some level of regularity on the upper section of the river, but they're still pretty rare on the lower section of the river. Now, folks still do catch them, and it's important to remember that this is an average of all of our fish. So you're looking at both males and females, and, you know, by and large, most of your smallmouth bass that are going to reach that 20-inch size range are generally going to be females. So this is a little bit lower on the upper end for where fish could, you know, potentially reach, but on average, your fish are plateauing somewhere around that 19 to 20-inch range. But the big problem that we're having is we just don't have a ton of fish that are reaching those later stages in life. So any more questions before I move on to catfish about smallmouth? We good to go?
Yep. This is the good stuff. Yep.
Yeah,
Let's go for it.
So this is from 2024 in the middle section of the James River. This is our catfish length distribution. So we have the number collected there on that y-axis, and on the x-axis we have the length. And you can see these different color bars represent different species. So we have gray is channel catfish, the green is our flatheads, and the blue is our blue cats. Again, these samples occur in the fall. Our fall sampling is primarily targeted at smallmouth bass, but we collect everything that we see. So it's important to remember that this is not necessarily the best time for us to be collecting these catfish, but this is our representative year-to-year sample for what we have. So you can see a significant proportion of the fishery is made up by channel catfish. By and large, channel catfish are, you know, I'd say we'll look at the numbers here in a second, but it's at least, you know, 3 to 5 to 1 to the other species. You know, there are fair numbers of flathead catfish in there, and they're pretty well represented throughout the fishery. And, you know, some of them are getting up to that 42-inch size, which is, you know, pretty large fish. And then our blue cats in this middle section of the river, they're there, but they're still not there in the numbers that you would see downstream in the tidal portion of the river.
Could they ever get in there as thick? Because I just out of curiosity, it seems like the non-tidal portion of the James is more flathead habitat than like blues, but I wouldn't know.
So the numbers are going up kind of slowly. So there's the fishway that's in at Boasters to allow passage of anadromous fish species, and of course that also allows passage to anything that's downstream. So the flathead, or not flatheads, but the blues rather, can move upstream if they want to. And they are to some extent, but they're still not on this upper section of the river with the frequency that you see them on the lower section. And, you know, the habitat thing is certainly part of it. We get, you know, a lot more rocky habitat, which generally is what you would kind of associate a little bit more with flatheads. But I mean, our flathead numbers still, and we'll move on to this. This is our catch rate trends over time. And you can see here, this is our channel catfish. So you can see somewhere around 2010, these things kind of, for whatever reason, seem to have exploded. And we're now, for a little while there, we were way above our historic average, and, you know, entirely significantly different from that historic average. And we've kind of come back to earth here the last 3 years. So, I mean, there's a ton of channel catfish in this middle section of the river. They're really common. They're really congregated in a lot of our deeper holes within these sections. So if you want to target catfish, there's plenty of channel catfish out there for you to catch.
Do flathead feed on channels?
They will. I mean, a flathead catfish is just a super predatory animal. I mean, anything that comes by it and, you know, it can fit in its mouth and get down, it's going to eat, you know. And they're generally, they spend most of their time in the deeper pools within these sections. So whatever is most common in those deeper pools is what they're eating. You know, we have a ton of suckers and things of that nature. And, you know, I know we're going to have to talk about it, but the thing everybody always talks about is the impact of the flathead catfish on the redbreast sunfish. And we'll get into the trends on the redbreast here in a minute. But if we look at our flatheads in particular, you know, when these things first got in here, they kind of blew up, and somewhere around there in 2011, they reached their peak, and since then they're actually declining to an extent. So we see they're actually now, you know, in 2024, they were significantly different from what our historic average was. So we're not seeing quite as many flatheads, but they're certainly still there. And, you know, that's something with invasion ecology. You kind of see this thing where when a new species shows up, they kind of expand really quickly, and then eventually they exceed their carrying capacity, and they'll kind of come back to Earth.
So it's a bell curve.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a trend where, you know, this thing will probably end up cycling somewhere around this historic average. And within our data set, you know, the early parts of this data set were the early parts of, you know, flathead kind of showing up in this middle section of the river. So we captured that initial explosion, them reaching what I would assume is their carrying capacity, and then kind of falling back to Earth. So in reality, what we're going to see with flathead catfish in the Middle James River is more than likely somewhere around this line, which again, this is fish per hour that we're seeing. And, you know, they're kind of holding right around 5 fish per hour, which if we compare that to our channel catfish, you know, we're looking at somewhere up around, you know, 12 fish per hour is the average. And typically what we see in a given year is 15 fish per hour. So like I said, we're somewhere around 3 to 1 on our channel catfish to flathead catfish. And then I don't even have a figure for our blue catfish. Our catch rates right now are still so variable that, you know, it's not going to really tell us a whole lot. And actually, not in 2024, but in 2023, rather, we actually didn't collect any blue catfish during that sample, which kind of just shows that they're there, but they're not necessarily there in significant numbers yet. And the other thing to remember about specifically blue catfish is they actually move a good bit throughout these river sections. So it's entirely possible that, you know, there's more there than what we see. But, you know, the time that we're out there is potentially not the most conducive period to get a representative sample for that species. So here's our sunfish. Again, this is length frequency. So you have inches down here on your x-axis and the number collected on that y-axis. Different colors are representing bluegill, rock bass, red ear sunfish, and redbreast sunfish. Our riverine specialists, so what you typically would expect to see in a riverine environment would be the red or redbreast sunfish, and the green or rock bass. For whatever reason, in recent years on the middle section of the river, you know, rock bass haven't ever been present on the middle section of the river in significantly high numbers. They've had periods over time where they've kind of, you know, jumped up and been more prevalent. The upper section of the river, they're far more prevalent than the middle section. So our primary sunfish that we've seen down here historically has been the redbreast sunfish. And again, you can see here, they kind of stop at around 6 inches. Redbreasts, generally speaking, aren't going to get quite as big as some of the other sunfish species, but they are that primary species that you see in the riverine environment. And what's happened in recent years is we've actually seen an uptick in bluegill, which kind of would indicate to me, so we've seen changes in flow. So high flow events have become, you know, somewhat more common in recent years. You know, we'll get these crazy high precipitation events in the middle section of the river. We've blown out for weeks at a time. And the thing to remember about those redbreast sunfish is, generally speaking, they're going to spawn once or maybe in some instances twice. Whereas a bluegill, once you reach a favorable water temperature, they're going to spawn around every full moon. So we've seen an increase in bluegill, which are spawning multiple times throughout, you know, a given spawning season, and a decrease in redbreast sunfish, which are generally spawning fewer times during a spawning season. So that kind of goes to indicate that, hey, we're getting more variable flows that are adversely impacting our redbreast sunfish, whereas a bluegill that's spawning multiple times throughout a spawning season is more well adapted to meet those variable conditions.
Interesting. I didn't know one spawned multiple times and the other one didn't.
Yeah, so the sunfish are kind of odd. You know, there's some that'll spawn, you know, 1 or 2 times, and the bluegill in particular are ones that, you know, if the water temperature is favorable, they'll spawn at every full moon. And the thing about, you know, these riverine fish is, you know, there's years where if we get a high flow event during their spawning window, some of these fish might not spawn at all. Some of these fish might spawn incredibly late, and that can bias what we're seeing within the fishery. So here we have our red breast sunfish. You can see we've got a pretty significant data set in the middle section of the river. Our historic average typically operating somewhere around like 22 or so fish per hour. And you can see way back when, things looked really solid. We had a really solid fishery. We cycled down in the early 2000s, which kind of would coincide with a number of different things, including flathead catfish kind of taking off. Around the 2010s, which is actually when our flatheads kind of reached their peak as well, the red breast kicked up again, which is interesting. And this is likely more a product of favorable flow conditions. So we saw smallmouth kind of had a peak during this period as well. The red breasts were taking advantage of the favorable flow conditions and good year classes that we saw during that same time period. Because again, the red breast, like our smallmouth, are a riverine specialist species. This is a sunfish that you generally see in river environments. So the conditions that are good for smallmouth bass are also good for red breast sunfish. And then in recent years, things kind of fell off a cliff there. And in all likelihood, what you're seeing is these red breast sunfish aren't living quite as long as what our smallmouth are. So when you get multiple years of poor spawning success, it shows up a lot quicker in the red breast than what it does in the smallmouth bass. So they're going to fall off a cliff a little bit quicker. These fish don't get very big. They don't live super long. A couple of bad year classes in a row, and this thing was looking pretty bleak there for a little while. The last couple of years, it seems like things are starting to walk their way back up to that historic average, but we still got a long way to go to get this back to where it was.
What's interesting is the fact that you can look at it from a cold point of view, that even though the sunfish is going down, and we haven't even touched on the rock bass, it's almost like the bluegill is stepping up to take its place in the niche for the forage system. So it's not it sucks, but it's not a complete loss for the environment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so the thing to keep in mind here is these red breast within Virginia. We don't have a ton of fish species that are native per se within these rivers. So historically, like the James River, before we started introducing all sorts of sport fish, was red breast sunfish, white catfish. On the lower end, you had things like white perch, your anadromous striped bass, your anadromous shads, and all of that, and then your non-game species. So historically, the red breast was kind of the fish that was naturally supposed to be here. Our smallmouth bass, our channel catfish, the handful of largemouth that are present, those are all fish that have been introduced over time, by different folks, going as far back as the 1800s. So this is the fish that's technically adapted to live in this environment, and the flow conditions and environmental conditions that are present now are kind of adversely impacting their abundances that we're seeing here.
That's crazy.
So again, you talked about, we look at the red breast declining there, and too far back. And the bluegill, like you mentioned, have kind of stepped up to take that place. And the interesting thing, we talked about we have this increase here over time, and we talked about the red breast walking their way back to that historic average. At the same time, you can see the bluegill kind of taking a step back down towards the historic average as well. So it's a question of, is that related to flow? Is that related to warmer water temperatures? Is that related to changes in habitat and increased sand deposition on, what was historically, cobble and gravel habitats that the red breast would prefer to spawn in? And in all likelihood, it's a combination of all those things and potentially more that I haven't mentioned. But it seems like that bluegill, if you're just talking about a forage standpoint for different species, that bluegill, is there to fill that role of the red breast sunfish. But, we would prefer to see that native species go ahead and fill that role. And, for whatever reason, in recent years, we haven't had the conditions to allow them to do so. But, we potentially might be looking at a little bit of a recovery in the red breast here over the next couple of years. We'll have to wait and see on that one.
And on another depressing note, what are the rock bass like? How has the population been there? Has it just plummeted?
Yeah, I didn't even include the figure here. It was, their catch rate now is, we'll go to a site and, we might see 2 or 3 in the middle section of the river. We had better catch rates this year than what we've had in recent years. So it's gotten better. But the middle section of the river wasn't necessarily ever a destination for rock bass fishing like you would see on some of our rivers throughout the state. And that changes once you get up to the upper section of the river. The rock bass are a lot more prevalent. But this was never a place where, you'd be smallmouth fishing and catch just as many rock bass in a day as you would. There were periods in time where, for whatever reason, the fishery would kind of explode and you'd have a couple of years where there were high numbers of rock bass, but it was never where there were consistently high numbers of rock bass every time.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And it could be habitat, it could be water temperature, it could be a number of factors. I would point towards habitat as the likely cause for that. There's not as many, deep rocky areas or, shoreline areas lined with rock. We get a lot more wide, shallow areas with a lot more sand and silt down here in the middle section of the river. So this is the upper James River. We're kind of shifting gears and moving upstream from Lynchburg. You can see this is the same figure that we were discussing earlier on the Middle River. The important thing here, we're looking at this scale. So this scale, when we were looking at the Middle River, I think it went up to like 100 or so. So we're looking at magnitudes of order difference in the number of smallmouth bass that we're seeing above Lynchburg relative to what we see downstream. So you can see, again, we have our young fish down here in red. We have our fish that are sexually mature but not yet protected by our harvest regulation here in light green. And we have our fish that have reached protection under that regulation there in dark green. And it's noticeable that you have a lot more fish on this upper end here in the upper river. So for whatever reason, we're getting better survival to those larger size classes on the upper river. And now I would think that's a product of better habitat as well as, just better environmental conditions. You're not getting quite as high a water temperature up there. It's not as stressful for these fish. The highest stress, once a fish reaches adult age, the highest stress period for that fish is around the spawn. So in particular, if you look at the middle section of the river, if those fish are spawning in May and June and we get a really hot May and June and those fish get done spawning and they're trying to recover and all of a sudden the water temperature for them is, very quickly approaching 90 degrees, that gets really stressful and can just lead to fish being in really poor condition throughout the remainder of that growing season and, potentially going into a winter where if they make it to the winter, that they're just not in great shape to survive the winter.
It's also interesting when you mention upper portion. I'm assuming you mean from Lynchburg up around that. Mm-hmm. You're in the Musky territory, and if you anecdotally listen to Doc talk, it would be like, well, the Musky have just eradicated all the smallmouth, blah blah blah. But then the data is like, actually, that's the section there that you can find a bigger one in. So that's just it's interesting what Doc talk versus what the data says.
Yeah, there's significantly more smallmouth bass on that upper section of river. So, I mean, if we pointed to that as causation, it would say that we should stock muskie everywhere, and maybe the smallmouth bass fishing would get better. I'm of course joking, but it's really just an environmental thing. The habitat's better; they've got a little bit better environmental conditions up on that section of the river. And what's good for the muskie is also good for the smallmouth. I mean, there's a reason the muskie won't survive below Lynchburg, and that's primarily water temperature related. And especially when you get down to the fall line, we're looking at water temperatures during the summer months that are at the upper level of the thermal threshold for where a smallmouth bass can physically survive.
Because of the nature of having the Jackson River and you have the lake there, if it was purely water temperature, is that environment then pretty stable indefinitely because you're pulling from such a deep lake? It'll keep those temperatures down?
So that's another interesting thing that you brought up. It's not necessarily, it's obviously going to be cooler the further you go upstream. Obviously, you're getting into higher elevations. You have a lot more topography, so you don't have as much sunlight hitting the river during the course of the day. And the river's also narrower. So if you have high ridges on either side and a narrow river in the middle, it's just not getting as much sunlight. Whereas once we get downstream to the middle and the fall line, you've got a lot wider river with, not as high ridges around it. And it just gets a lot more sunlight. I mean, it's just that simple. If you have a shallow area that's getting hit with direct sunlight for long portions of the day, the water temperature is going to heat up. I mean, it's not overly complicated. Now, the other thing, once you get to the upper section of the river, just by, the function of the way hydrology and watersheds work, if we get a significant rain event throughout the entire state of Virginia. It'll flash up on the upper section of the river and it'll come back down in maybe a couple days. Like if you're up at Lick Run, if we get a high precipitation event, the river might come up for 3 to 4 days, whereas on this lower section of the river, we have to have all that water from the whole watershed clear. So you're looking at all the tributaries from upstream. So it might be a week down here, whereas upstream it might be 3 to 4 days. So that impacts spawning. That impacts, when a river's at flood stage. I mean, the fish don't really enjoy living in that. They're not able to. They can still make do, but they're not able to effectively forage the way they would be in typical conditions, and it just stresses fish out.
It's fascinating to see how these dams play. You look like the New River, and you have Claytor Lake there, where I had a couple of guides on, and they think like the dam actually helps keep the water levels consistent enough to where it helps with the spawns, because you're not going to have these insane flood things, and it's cooler. The water is always typically cooler down there, so it's fascinating to see how like Moomaw kind of plays into that on the Jackson side of things. That's fascinating.
Yeah, and once we get to the James, you don't get quite the regulation that you would see from Moomaw. Once you get much below like Lick Run, it kind of gets averaged out with a lot of the groundwater and things of that nature. But it certainly plays a role on those far upper sections of the river in terms of stabilizing flow conditions. But with the size of this watershed, once it gets low, it's kind of just low everywhere. So here we have our adult catch rates, and you can see here again we kind of had an uptick there around 2015. Things have dropped off in recent years, and then 2024 was kind of our year where we were like, oh crap, man, things for whatever reason seem to have kind of recovered here. And this year, or this past year in October of 2024, we had one of the better samples that we've seen on the Upper James River. And again, this is not a section of the river that I manage. George Palmer's the biologist that handles this. If you have specific questions about the river, we'll give you the information for George at the end of this thing. But things seem to be headed in the right direction up there, and we're trying to replicate what he's got going on up there down here in the middle section of the river. And the interesting thing about this is if we look at our juvenile catch rates over time, again, you got all sorts of noise here, and in recent years things have been pretty poor, but they had a really good year class up there, which is really good for what we're looking at down the road moving forward. So somehow in this period, we missed a good year class here that led to high numbers of adult fish, and we have another really good year class coming. So things are looking up on the upper section of the river. The rich just keep getting richer, so to speak, and they've got good things going on up there. So a lot better hopes moving forward for that upper section of the river than what we're seeing in the fall line in the middle river. Again, we've got a little sign of glimmer of hope for the middle river, but it's not near what we're seeing on the upper river. And then the muskie, everybody's favorite, right? So again, we got length in inches on that x-axis, and the y-axis is the number collected. So you can kind of see things are pretty healthy. These guys grow super fast. So we had a really good year class that's coming through here, and we got fish collected that are all the way up to 47 inches. So the James is a really good numbers fishery for muskie. It's doesn't quite have the upper end of what you might see on a place like the New, but there's a ton of muskie out there, and if you want to catch some quality fish, it's a great place to go check out. So they seem to be doing well. They're well represented at all size classes. We're getting really good spawns. This year, we're out doing our targeted muskie sampling this time of year, and we're just finishing up our last couple samples on the upper river. It looks like we've got yet another really good year class headed into the fishery. So this will just keep getting better. Numbers will stay about where they're at, if not improve slightly. And as we see, this is happening at the same time that we have really good smallmouth fishing, and the smallmouth are doing really well. And there you can see our catch rate trends for muskie. You got that historic average. It's kind of been a steady increase. We had a little kick back down around 2020, and then things have started to recover back again. And we can see within that confidence interval, we're still in line with that historic average. So we'll see moving forward if that continues to show increases over time, or if it starts to come back towards this historic average. But smallmouth are doing well, musky are doing well. Everybody should be happy, but that might not be the case necessarily. So there's a bunch of fish to catch on the upper section of the river. Things are looking really good. And if there was a section that we could hold up as our gold standard on the river of, hey, things are great and everything's sunshine and rainbows, it would be that upper section of the river at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting because like I said, like where I'm at, I'm a stone's throw from Williamsport, upper Potomac River, and it is, you just split it up to the tidal and then the upper Potomac, that's what you call it. And this river is so freaking long and so vast that you can't just say like, well, how is the non-tidal portion doing? It's like, that's an injustice. You have to break it into Lynchburg up, so to speak, and then your section. Fascinating.
Yeah, and then now we'll get into this last section, which unfortunately this is kind of depressing. That fall line section historically used to be, a really highly touted place to go catch, a trophy-sized smallmouth bass. There's all sorts of outdoor articles historically that were written about this section of the river. And you hear about it from a lot of different folks if you travel around the country. People like to fish for smallmouth bass. This section of the James River as a whole, and specifically this section, are kind of well known. And in recent years, for whatever reason, that seems to have kind of changed. We don't have nearly the number of fish that we used to, or what historically was touted, and we don't have the number of adult fish over here on this far right hand side of the figure. You can see, there's a small uptick. We got some 15-inch fish holding on, so there are still some fish hanging around that are in that larger size class, but it's not nearly representative for what it was. You can see in this length frequency plot, we actually have some holes in here, which you didn't see in either the middle or the upper section of the river. And that's just, there's just not as many smallmouth bass. We'll look at that, and this thing is technically in line with the historic average, but it really goes to show that we, historically in the early 2000s, we were way back up here above this historic average. And, there around 2000 or 2020 rather, we kind of dropped down below that historic average. And this year we kind of made a little bit of a recovery. So we don't have the long-term historic data that we have with the middle and the upper river. But generally speaking, based on what we hear from public reports, I would expect that if we filled this in, it would be, you would see samples that would be up above this historic average. And we've kind of just seen a decline long-term over time, based on changing environmental conditions and habitat quality. So smaller time series, but again, we've got a little bit of a sign of hope, but I'm not overly optimistic about this thing returning to what it was historically. Like I said, we've observed water temperatures down there well over 90 degrees during the summer months when we get low flow periods, and that's just not something that a smallmouth bass is made to be able to withstand. So, as things continue to change, as we get more sand and silt getting dumped in, as we get increased water temperatures and air temperatures, things are just going to continue to get worse for these fish in this lower section of the river.
And maybe that's something that just can't be helped. That's just the march of time.
Yeah, and that's kind of just the reality of where we are, and you hear this talked about, our trout anglers know all about this where it comes to wild trout, especially the brook trout in the eastern United States. They're kind of, their population they're marching further and further up these watersheds, in the mountains, and they're getting, trapped off by low flow and high temperatures and everything else like that. And it may be something where we're just seeing, hey, the smallmouth bass isn't made to live in this lower section of the river now. And that's just kind of where we are. Yeah. And our juveniles, again, these guys up here are what's really carrying the fishery. This is what we would need to see more often to see this thing recover. And for whatever reason, in recent years, we just haven't been seeing anything significantly above average. So that's kind of where we're at in the fall line, and not a ton of signs of hope. And I would hope that it would eventually recover, but like you said, the march of time, it just might not be in the cards for this section of the river, unfortunately.
And then it might just become just a regional hotspot for smallmouth, just not the whole length of the non-tidal portion.
Yeah, and like I said, there's still some fish hanging on down there, so you can still catch smallmouth bass there. But if somebody told me they were wanting to go target numbers of smallmouth bass, this would not be the section of the river that I would send them to. So there's not no hope, but there's it's not a fishery that's for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So the takeaway, the big thing that we've seen is the reduced frequency of strong year classes. Now, obviously, this year on the Upper James, that's kind of changed, which is great news. We're really happy to see that. But those, that reduced strong year classes lead to the lowered adult abundances, and that's supported not only through the trends that we're seeing in the data with our depletion sampling, with our annual electrofishing sampling, but it also makes sense that we're seeing an increase in our growth rates and a slight reduction in our mortality rates relative to what we've seen historically. There's fewer fish, they're growing faster, they're surviving better. Now that might start to change on the upper section of the river. If we, continue to increase the number of smallmouth bass, you might see an uptick in mortality, which isn't going to be necessarily a problem to the bottom line. If you're a guy out there fishing, it's just, you got more fish. Hey, there's not as many of them are going to survive. And one thing that we're also seeing is there's no obvious fish health issues. So, places like the Shenandoah River, there's some really, really acute instances of fish health issues. You can point at this and say, hey, there's a fish kill that's going on, and this is going to affect the fishery. We've seen some things with some of our young of year during summer months where we've had fish that, are kind of lethargic and not looking great. We've sent those off for testing, and we haven't really found anything overly obvious that, could potentially be driving, high mortality in some of these fish at earlier life stages. And that's kind of where we're at is, we talked about between when these fish are spawned and when they reach 2 years old, which is typically when they're going to spawn for the first time. That's kind of the choke point for getting these fish to larger sizes. That's our high mortality period. And we're trying to better understand what is driving the mortality during that period. Is it, something environmental like water temperature? Is it something like flow during specific critical periods of the year? Could it be fishing pressure, catch and release mortality? There's all sorts of different things that it could be. And in reality, the true root of this is likely a combination of all of those things. So we're working to try to understand, what's going on and why things aren't necessarily the way they used to be historically, specifically in the middle section and the fall line of the river. But the reality is just that these systems are super complicated and super complex. And we might pull out a couple of things that are really highly correlated with, our spawning success and things of that nature. But, it's a really complicated issue and nut to try to crack. So the last little plug that I'll put in here, and I'm sure the more you talk to folks within our agency, this is kind of the boogeyman that we're dealing with at the moment. And I'm seeing the stuff on Gaston that's going on, and everybody's super excited about the Alabama bass that we have down here. And the thing about Alabama bass specifically as it relates to smallmouth bass. So in a place like Gaston, Lake Norman, the places that we see here in the Mid-Atlantic that have turned into kind of destinations for those Alabama bass, you're seeing a replacement of largemouth bass in those areas. They're directly replacing largemouth bass. When they are combined with smallmouth bass, they actually hybridize with smallmouth bass. So what you end up with is you lose your pure smallmouth bass. So you can see there's a photo there from Philpott Lake down near Martinsville on the right-hand side. Now that top fish up there, that's a pure Alabama bass. Here you have intergrades between smallmouth bass and Alabama bass in the middle. And on the lower end there, you have a largemouth bass. So the problem that we're going to have as these fish, and again, they are in the fall line section of the James. We've seen them there. They kind of popped up at Diaskin Reservoir, made their way into the Chickahominy River, and more than likely from not throwing any ill will towards tournament anglers, but probably a fish got caught in the Chick and run back up for a tournament at Osborne at some point, and said, hey, I'm going to swim a little bit upstream and hang out here in the fall line of the river. So we don't want to see these fish show up in the middle section of the river, and we really don't want to see these fish ruin a good thing that we have going on the upper end of the river. So we don't want folks moving these things, and we don't want them to start hybridizing with these smallmouth bass. This is kind of what they're dealing with on the new. And as of yet, it doesn't necessarily seem like they're having any super negative impacts. But we're still fairly early on in this invasion, and we don't want to find out. These fish already have enough stacked against them as it relates to flow conditions, environmental conditions, and things of that nature. The last thing we need to do is add additional competition and the potential genetic implications of these things hybridizing with our smallmouth. So kind of what can you do? Obviously never move fish. Know the difference. We've got a lot of content on our website and posted at a lot of different localities in terms of being able to identify these guys. Most of our anglers our hardcore anglers are pretty good at identifying what an Alabama bass is. Looks a lot like a regular spotted bass. And again, I haven't mentioned this yet, but we do have a population of naturalized, like Kentucky spotted bass in specifically the middle section of the river and also certain stretches of the upper river. They've been there for years. They're not there in super high numbers, and they don't get very big at all. And they also don't seem to readily hybridize with our smallmouth the way that the Alabama bass seem to have an affinity to. So there are existing spotted bass in the river, and we've done extensive genetic testing on them and have yet to find an Alabama bass that's been moved into those sections. But if you catch a really large spotted bass in the middle or upper section of the river, please take really good pictures and let us know. If you can, even take a fin clip and put it in a baggie, and we might coordinate to pick that up with you. And here in a moment, we'll give you contact information for different sections of the river. But this is the next thing that we're kind of worried about. We're watching, and unfortunately, folks will more than likely continue to move fish, and it's something that will more than likely eventually be something we have to deal with. But we want to put that off as long as we can, and not have one more thing that these smallmouth have to try to combat with to make it in these rivers. So with that, if you have any questions, again, my name's Hunter Hatcher. I'm responsible for that middle section of the river. You have my contact information there. George Palmer, out of our forest office just outside of Lynchburg, has the upper section, and Jonathan Harris is responsible for that fall line section there around Richmond. More than happy to talk with you guys, talk about what we're seeing on these sections of the river and what's going on. So if you have specific questions, feel free to reach out to us.
No, I mean, Hunter, thank you so much for coming on today. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see with what Hallacher's doing up in Front Royal about how the smallmouth bass, how the stocking program there and the fish hatchery, how that will play in the future, just as a way to combat this spotted bass invasion, and not just here, but just all over the East Coast where they're kind of delving into. But that's a story for another day. But no, thank you so much for coming on. And then as always, guys, link in the episode description to everything that we talked about. I will link all the contact information, the website, just for you guys. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to the department, reach out to Hunter, ask him any questions you have, especially if you're seeing these invasive species. And as always, guys, like and subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you next time on Fishing the DMV. Bye. You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Ahrens. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Ahrens. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. I'm your host, Thomas Ahrens, and today I have a really special guest, Margaret Whitmore of the Department of Wildlife Resources for Virginia, and we got some really cool things to talk about. There are so many rivers and estuaries in Virginia that I didn't even know about that are great fishing destinations. Thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Happy to be here.
So, I mean, how did you get with the agency? And let's go back further. How did you want to get into this field of study?
Oh man, that is a long, very, very meandering story. But I went to college right out of high school. Didn't really know what I wanted to do. and, studied political science and environmental studies. I knew I kind of wanted to work in the environmental realm, but I really didn't know what I wanted to do. And cut to, I had kind of a quarter life crisis, and I decided to move to Hawaii and be a farmer, which sounds very
Hawaiian
absurd.
farmer.
Yeah, it sounds absurd in hindsight, and it was definitely a rash choice. But there's a volunteer program where you could go and volunteer on farms and travel. And so I decided to do that. I did a little bit of coffee farming. I did a little bit of beekeeping. Really trying to figure out, what I wanted to do. I wanted to be outside, natural resources, something sciencey. And I was kind of talking to one of my friends one day, and I was just like, I don't know. I guess I'll do entomology. I guess I'll work with bees. I'll go to school for that. And he was just like, we go free diving all the time. And you're really into fish. What if you just go to school for fish? I was like, you can't go to school for fish. Can't? I guess you can. So yeah, I ended up going back to school for fishery science. I got my undergraduate in Oregon State, and then I did grad school in Eastern Canada, studying Atlantic sturgeon. And then after that, I did some work consulting with NOAA, National Oceanic and National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, some different organizations. And I saw this job come up. I was living in Tennessee, and it's dream job status. I love working in tidal rivers. I love working with sport fish, with endangered species, like sturgeon. Different invasive species. I love movement projects, and this job really just hit all the boxes. It's a beautiful area. And so I've been here since 2020, and have really loved every minute of it. I couldn't ask for a better position, and really just getting to work with Virginia anglers every day. This is fantastic group of people, really engaged constituency, and really just having a blast.
So how do you go from Oregon to Canada? Was that on a short list of schools you really wanted to get into? That's fascinating.
Yeah. So I really wanted to work with sturgeon. I fell in love with them really early on in my life. I'm from Buffalo, New York originally. And so, I was in Western New York when they figured out that lake sturgeon are still in the Niagara River. And it was this really exciting, breakthrough. There was all these, articles about it. They, would have all these, educational displays about sturgeon and historical populations. And, when you're a kid, that is just such a crazy looking prehistoric fish that it just, so I was from a young age really fascinated by them. And so, I thought it'd be really cool to study them in grad school, even if I never get to work with them again. And so I got in contact with a professor in Eastern Canada who's doing some work on them, and ended up going out there and getting to study them. I work primarily with juveniles, but got to work with them in short-nosed sturgeon for a couple of years, and very cool fish.
That's a journey from Buffalo to Hawaii to Canada. Wow.
Yeah, really. I mean, the inspiration for all of it was to get out of Buffalo winters. So I think I can really thank Lake Effect Snow for winding up here.
And so now that you're with the department here in Virginia, back in, I guess, 2020, what was the first project here? Did you just go straight into the rivers that we're about to talk about now, or is this something that just happened, I guess, in this last survey study cycle?
Yeah, so there's definitely some kind of sampling programs in place that I continued. So this was my position already existed, Tidal Rivers Fisheries Biologist. And it's really a coordinator role to kind of bring together and make sure there's consistent management and sampling and projects going on in all of the tidal rivers. They're very similar systems in a lot of ways, all of them also very different. But if you want to be able to really compare what's going on in different rivers, you need to kind of look at them in similar ways. You need to set up studies or sampling designs in similar ways so that you can really compare them. And that was really my first priority, is because, when I came in, there's a lot of fixed station sampling, which is a really great tool for looking at kind of relative abundance. So you can look at these sites in these different rivers and compare them to each other within that same river over time, but you can't compare those data that you get from one river to the data that you get in another river. So say you can't compare catch rates in the Chickahominy to catch rates in the York, depending on the sampling design. So the position already existed, but and I kept the main sampling programs going, which is our catfish sampling every summer and our community sampling every fall. But the first thing was really to standardize how we do sampling so that we can kind of compare how things are going in different systems a little bit better. But then it's, sport fish are a really high priority for us. So, making sure we're staying on top of bass populations. Blue catfish are always a really big issue too, because, while they are a popular recreational target species, they're also invasive. So there's a lot of management around those guys, and, research to kind of figure out how we can best, have a recreational fishery and also kind of reduce those impacts to native species. So there's no shortage of priorities in tidal rivers, but a lot of really cool work to be done with us, and that our partners are also doing. There's a lot of folks doing really cool work in these tidal rivers.
That's really cool. So, I guess what would be the first river that we're going to be talking about today?
Well, I thought maybe we could go from kind of north to south. So Mattaponi is the northern tributary in the York system. I'm not sure how many folks in the audience have been fishing on either the Mattaponi or the Pamunkey. These are really beautiful systems. One of the things that we hear a lot is that there's not a whole lot of access on these systems. So there's really just a few access points from West Point, where the river splits, where the York splits into the Mattaponi and the Pamunkey. All the way up to like Route 360. There's a handful of access points. And so that does make it hard. There are some, bank angling spots in there too. Some of the launches are private. So, you really kind of have to know where you're going. And it makes it a little bit of a steeper learning curve to kind of get into these rivers. But I will say that the kind of the upside of that is that, these are two of the kind of more major tidal rivers where you can get in there for a day of fishing and you don't see that many other people. So it's really, they're beautiful places to kind of get in, have a really awesome day of fishing, and just get that kind of, you're alone on the water, kind of feeling, just enjoy nature, not have to deal with a lot of traffic, and just kind of be out there and enjoy a day in the water. So that's the first thing I'll say. Just really beautiful systems. Yeah.
And then, as you guys can tell right now, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm sharing my screen right now just so you can tell the split here as it dumps into the York itself. So when you're doing a survey, what time of year do you guys generally typically try to do that for these rivers?
So a couple different times a year. So our complete community sampling happens every fall. And so that's where we use electrofishing surveys, and we collect everything we see. So we'll do a transect that's about 15 minutes long. And during that transect, we have netters that are scooping up every species that they find. And so that gives us an idea of, the community composition. So what kind of species are there? And then we'll take lengths and measures of lengths and weights on like sport fish, native fish that we find, minnows we'll count. But it gives us really just a holistic picture of what's happening in the fish community. And so this is one of the main ways that we track like bass populations. So we'll get lengths and weights on all of these guys. It gives us catch rates. We'll kind of track those over time to make sure we know what's going on with the population. Catfish, bowfin, gar, all these amazing native species that we see. And then we'll also do catfish sampling, which is similar. It's low frequency electrofishing, and we do that in the summer. And the way that we do that is because it's a more intensive sampling protocol. We use 3 boats to do it, so it takes a lot of personnel. We'll rotate every year what rivers are getting done. So one year we'll do the James, the Chickahominy, and the Piankatank, and then the next year we'll do the Rappahannock and the York. And so it's every other year rivers are getting done for blue cat sampling.
So, what was your findings then for these 2 rivers to begin with?
Yeah, so these rivers are really interesting. So they have a lot of species richness, which means there's a lot of different species in these rivers. So you see really nice populations of bluegill, of course, red-breast sunfish, red ears. We'll see pockets of, like blue spot sunfish, really just diverse minnows. But you also see some really nice looking bass, and people don't really think about largemouth bass when you're thinking about the York. Everybody thinks about, the James or the Chickahominy. And I will say these rivers, they're not going to be as consistent as those rivers, but you do get some really nice sized bass. Like every year I'm going to pull up a handful of 5 and 6 pound bass from these systems. And similarly, with blue catfish, it's, you're not going to pull off, a big trophy fish out of every deep hole, but, I'm not surprised when I pull up, a 40-pound catfish if we're doing, catfish sampling in the summer. So, there's a lot of diversity. They're not as rich systems as say the Chickahominy. But there's a lot of, there's not as abundant, habitat. But they are really diverse, really cool systems that offer some really cool fishing opportunities.
Anecdotally, when did these fisheries really start to see this influx of size and quantity?
So that's the thing, is they're really all over the place. You can look at 1 year. So what's interesting is when we do our sampling, the way that we do it is we'll shock along the shoreline for 15 minutes, and we're scooping up everything. And then we calculate, say, the number of bass that we got per hour, right? So that would be, 1,000 seconds, roughly 15, so you do that math and you end up with catch per unit effort, or the number of fish like per hour. So what you have is an average, right? And at the end of every site, or, when we're crunching numbers, you have the average catch per unit effort, or the average catch rate, for the whole river for the whole year, that's made up of all of these different sites, right? What's interesting about these rivers is that the sites just aren't consistent. It really depends. We randomly generate where we're going to be sampling every year. And so it really depends on what areas we're getting into. But you can have a site, in one of these rivers where you're just on a nice, spatter dock edge with a little drop off. There's nice structure, and you just catch a ton of young of year, some nice 2-pounders, maybe a 4 or 5 pounder. And you're just like, this is amazing. This is beautiful. And then you might go to another site and maybe you hit a pocket where you just see a ton of juveniles or young of year, and you're just like, this is amazing. And then the rest of the transect, you don't get anything. It's more mud flat. You just aren't seeing that consistency of like fish that are coming up. And when you're averaging all of this together, it drags that number down, right? And so what's interesting about these two systems is that we end up having like a lot of transects where, it'll have some good habitat and some not so good habitat. Or, we might tuck up into a little tributary and just find this really awesome, deep pocket up against a bank with some structure, and there'll be a ton of good size 1-2 pound fish coming off there, some young of year, like you would imagine, but then the rest of the transect, you just don't get that much. And so the numbers, and this is, I don't say this lightly, because I've really never met a system where this happens so consistently, is it always feels like the numbers that we get out of the Pamunkey and the Mattaponi don't match the quality of the fishery. And part of it is just, because you are dealing with averages. And I've started, I've been thinking, I just have to add more sites. I just have to, I'll have to do some, just predator-based sites to see, where I'm finding these fish, just selective sampling. And, I'll get on a transect and I'll say, I'm just gonna go on this until I stop finding, young of year, just to make sure that the juveniles we're having good recruitment. And it's just like a light switch. Turn it on, ton of young of year, and then turn a corner and it's all shut off. And I was talking to some anglers at the Tidal Bass Summit last year, and they said, yeah, don't tell anybody. That's our secret. Yeah, that's just how it is. And so, I'm coming into the system, in 2020. I learn systems for a living. There is always a learning curve coming into new systems, learning what's going on, sampling where fish are staying. But the interesting thing about the Mattaponi and the Pamunkey is it's really clustered in a way that it makes it hard to get to see those kind of good numbers, to see that the quality of the fishery reflected. Because compared to something like the Chickahominy, it's not as consistent, but there still are those really high quality fish in there. You just have to put in the work and really figure out what they're doing, where they're going, and where that, quality habitat is going to stay for them.
I had Dan Wilson on the show, and we talked about comparing and contrasting electroshock studies with tournament results, just to kind of get a better, rounder picture. Is there a lot of tournaments that actually either take out around the York River, the Mattaponi, any of these tributaries?
So there are smaller tournaments that go out, and like there is in all of the rivers, there's a lot of smaller tournaments. Some of it I've met folks that are just like, oh yeah, me and 10 of my friends get together and we just have we call it a tournament. We go out of Hopewell, and so there are like quite a few of those smaller groups or just even smaller tournaments that go out. I'm not sure specifically in the Mattaponi or the Pamunkey. I hear of them from just, websites and word of mouth. And so that's how I kind of get a handle on what's going on tournament wise. The bigger tournaments, they'll give us, their data to help us kind of get that aspect of what the fishery is doing. So we have access to a lot of larger tournament data. But in terms of those smaller tournaments, we don't really, they definitely exist, but I don't have a great sense of, say like the size distribution or the bag sizes that are coming out of those.
Yeah, and I figured with some of these places that are kind of there, it's not the James, it's not, let's say, the the Potomac River to the north of you, where there's so many tournaments going out there. There's just a slew of data you could pick just to say like, okay, this potentially could be the high end. The York River itself, though, is interesting. I have so many people that come on the show that talk about it's a sleeper river in of itself.
It really is. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Is there, and I know it's kind of branching a little farther out of what we're going to talk about, but is there a lot of boat ramps there if people wanted to access the York itself?
Yeah. So there's not a huge amount. And so, the access isn't great. West Point, which is where the Pamunkey and the Mattaponi kind of split off, is probably your best bet, like lower down. It's a good boat launch. And the Mattaponi, there's Walkerton and Melrose further up. There's Aylet further up past that. Those are kind of the standard boat launches that I use in the Mattaponi. And bank angling, it's, you can throw a line in the water at some of those spots. And there might be, I'm sure that there are some private launches and campgrounds that I'm missing here. again, because, I go in there to sample, I kind of have these spots where I'm like, well, I can access these sites from here and these sites from there. So I kind of get into a rhythm with where I'll launch from. But in the Pamunkey, there's, West Point launches in the Mattaponi, but you can kind of swing around that point and get into the Pamunkey too. But see, White's Landing, Williams Landing is above the railroad bridge in the Pamunkey. Further up, I've had the privilege of using some folks private access, which is really handy because access is kind of trickier further upriver where it's really narrow and braided. But yeah, so it's not the boating access. It's not very well distributed, but the launches that are there are good launches. And as long as you're okay with, driving a little bit, even if you don't, I mean, within, a pretty reasonable distance of these launches, you can get to some pretty cool habitat. And there are a lot of kind of no name like creeks and marshy areas that you can get into and really just explore and find these cool pockets of habitat.
What is speaking of habitat, what kind of habitat could anglers expect out there? So example, like the Potomac River, you have these massive beds of SAV. The James has a little mix of everything. Plus you have cypress trees in some places. What could people expect to see?
It's that similar range of habitats. The difference with both of these rivers is lower down where you have higher salinities. You get a lot of those arrow arums, spatter dock kind of areas where you have these really complex channels through some of these wetland areas. You could really get lost. I mean, if you're into kayak fishing, I mean, some of these areas are just really cool to explore and just an absolute maze of little channels everywhere. So you got that kind of more vegetated downstream areas. And then, you do have like those cypress or even some ghost forest kind of habitat. And then once you kind of get up past like closer to like White's Landing, there is a lot more kind of shoreline structure. So docks, down trees. The hard thing about both of these systems is, if you're going in at say like high tide and, what looks like it's really good habitat at high tide might not be good habitat, at low tide. So you might go in there being like, oh, this is some really nice structure on, a 7-foot drop off. There's some, there's some vegetation. I'm going to throw a line in here. This looks really good. At low tide, all of that structure might be above water. So, you really have to kind of just take a beat and get a little bit familiar with the systems, or maybe start from like higher up and kind of like work your way down, and kind of learn how tide changes in the system and what's available. Because there are like really good spots, but it's right around, say, the Pamunkey Reservation. You can see all of this like really beautiful braided channel, a lot of like trees, root wads that look like amazing habitat. But, when tide goes down, even though it's still a little bit inundated, it's really shallow, heats up really quickly. And it can even get like if we haven't gotten rain in a while, it can even be a little bit saltier than is ideal up there. So, you really, it's just a little bit of a steeper learning curve. And just kind of finding those spots where you can get consistent depth and structure. So, kind of sticking maybe to more of those like outside curves where, you're going to have the water cut away at the bank a little bit more, and you're more likely to have those kind of carved out areas around structure.
Just for people to understand, how much do the currents swing? Are we talking a foot, 12 feet, just generically speaking?
Oh man, it's really very different depending on where you are. You might not even really be able to tell if you're all the way upstream in Alet in the Mattaponi, for example, like way upstream. I mean, foot or so on average, I would say, enough that like you can look at something and say, oh, that's some really nice structure. And then at low tide, it's like, oh, that's actually like pretty shallow. And that overhang is all mud flat. So again, it really depends. Like if you're lower in the system, it's going to be more because, as tide's coming in, it kind of that magnitude of change really tapers out as you go upstream. And for example, like in the Pamunkey where you see all of those, it's, had more sinuous, the river meanders a lot deeper, and in between there, it's all like wetlands. So that's going to absorb a lot of kind of incoming water. So you might not see, this big change all at once because it kind of filters through the system as it kind of moves upstream. And so really this is why I love tidal systems. Really depending on where you are in the system and when, and, how much rain or, how much offshore wind, you've got pushing tides up. You can really see a difference in magnitude. And that's why, in tidal systems, they have kind of a bad rap for, good fishing habitat, because it's really hard to kind of figure them out and know all of the things that are going on that's going to affect these systems. So, tide, rain, wind, all of those things like really change, what habitat is available.
It is interesting. Why is it called the York River when it's not the York River itself? And I'll zoom in there on the map. It's not even the biggest contributor to this. That's actually kind of interesting.
I don't know. I'm not sure. But the Mattaponi and the Pamunkey, those are both named for tribes. So those names are maintained.
Interesting. Was there any, this is a little bit more history, was there any plantations and things like that back in the day on this river? Because you look at all these spider webs, especially guys, just go on your own Google map, you can see that. Is that normal, or is that something that was created by humans, 200 years ago?
I think that's probably pretty normal. Because we kind of see like similar things. If you can zoom into the Chickahominy too, where if you are familiar with the Chickahominy, there's like Yarmouth and Shipyard Creek. There's like these kind of creeks like Gordon's, and I think it's Nettles, or is it Nettles or Blackstone? Nettles, where you can kind of look up, and even if they look like distinct systems, and they are to like a certain point, but they still have these really interconnected kind of marshy habitats filled in between them. So part of it is that, when you get this low in the system, like on the coastal plain, there's not a whole lot of elevation changes. So you see all of these kind of like runoff areas from, coming in from land, where it just kind of, forms this network of kind of marshy wetland habitat. But those kind of wetlands habitats, they make these systems a lot more resilient, say to flooding and different, storm impacts. But they are also just bring a lot of habitat diversity to the table and support a lot of rearing habitat for fish. If anything, we know anything about, like rearing fish in these systems, it's like you need a lot of cover, you need some shelter for them. And so those kinds of habitats are pretty consistent in our systems, but also just, bring a lot of like richness and just habitat diversity.
That's awesome. That's really cool. So what would be the next river as we travel south?
Let's hit on the Appomattox, which I think, in my humble opinion, I think is another sleeper river. And the common trend, that you're going to see across all of these rivers is that, they're not super popular systems because they're hard to get to know. And the Appomattox is the same way. Is once you get kind of, you're heading west, you see, you hang a left at the into the Appomattox from the James. From the beginning, and this surprised me too, but I've done some sampling around City Point Park, which is right at that the tip of where the confluence with the James and the Appomattox, right on that kind of. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
So that is a pretty shallow inlet. You get some nice like vegetation. There's also some riprap. But you know, it's a lot of mud flat, but then up against the shore, there's kind of this deeper area. And one year I decided to sample it just because I was like, well, I don't know really what's over there. You know, might be nothing, might be something. And so did some transects, and it was one of the most diverse sites I've ever sampled. We got walleye, we got a smallmouth bass. Both of those are really weird and rare to find in tidal rivers.
Yeah.
But just an amazing diversity of minnows, really good sized bass. We got mullet. We got, I got a puppy drum there one year. So just some really cool fish and a lot of diversity. But yeah, there's some good access in there. The Hopewell Marina is right there, and you know, pretty accessible to all of these other areas. And then once you kind of get past the 295, the channel gets really braided, and you know, there is a channel that, you know, they have ships coming in and out of there, so you know, there are channel markers in the main channel. Once you kind of start tucking into the braids, really beautiful habitat, a ton of vegetation, a ton of structure. But it's there, some of these spots, you know, low tide comes and you're just really trying to push through 6 inches of water. So it's one of those things where it's like, you really want to get to know, you want to make sure your bathymetric maps are up to date for sure. You know, but you can kind of just explore. Again, you get that feeling where you can kind of feel like you're isolated on the water. You just like, you know, you in the great outdoors, you don't always see that much traffic. Really beautiful systems, a lot of diverse habitat. But again, there's some of these braids just end up really petering out and getting super shallow, surprisingly quick. So
I just learned something. I didn't know that was the Lake Cheston was its headwaters. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, you know, and that's probably where the walleye came from, you know? So it's one of those things where it's like, you know, might have come from Cheston, but yeah, there's just, it's a really cool place. I was pretty intimidated by it when I first started sampling because, you know, when I came here, I'm getting to know these systems. My bathymetric maps were not up to date. And so, you know, I'd find myself on a mud flat or be like, oh, I'm just going to cut through this little channel over here and see what's over here. And okay, no, I'm not. I'm going to back out of this slowly and try not to ground myself. So, you know, the channel is dynamic and shallow in spots, but there's also, you know, you can find these kind of like secret spots that, you know, aren't on your maps, where there's plenty of these areas where, you know, the flow kind of like cuts against the bank, you know, and you got like some really nice shoreline structure. And all of a sudden, you know, you're in 3-4 feet of water, kind of going along this bank, and then boom, it drops to 15 feet. And there's just a giant catfish sitting in this hole. So, you know, doing our community sampling, this was probably a couple, every year I sample the I sample the Appomattox. I kind of come out with a story of like, oh my God. And then this happened. This crazy huge fish shot up. And so actually last, not 2024, 2023, I was working a bank not too far upriver from Hopewell Marina. And, you know, it was just kind of normal shoreline, a little bit of structure, you know, 3 to 4 feet deep, you know, 2 maybe at the bank, reasonable amount of structure. And then there's just kind of like cuts in a little bit, just like this really kind of small, just little bay. And it just drops down into like 6 to 10 feet, not a huge drop off, but all of a sudden this huge flathead catfish pops up. And I mean, it was just tickled by the electricity. It was so huge. I mean, everybody on the boat was like, we all saw that, right? That was like a 65-pound flathead, right? And I mean, we could just see, you know, the caudal peduncle, which is like that big part before it goes into the tail fins, you know, the caudal fin. And that's kind of my gauge and what is a truly big fish, you know, because that's beefy. You know, sometimes you get a fish that is just, you know, has had some snacks and you're like, that's a big fish, but that kind of like standardizes size for me in my brain. And it was it was a big fish. And, the year before that, had been in the Appomattox, found one of those really cool spots on accident where the water had just kind of carved off this like 15, 20 foot hole right up against the bank. And, so we're shocking, getting a good number of fish, a lot of catfish, smaller sizes, white perch, gizzard shad. And then, we hit this hole, wasn't on the map, and we just see 40, 50, and probably a 60-pound blue cat just pop up. And there was like some brushy like cover over part of the channel, further down. And so we couldn't even see the other fish that were coming up, but we could just see these big catfish heads just kind of poking up as they were reacting to the electrofishing. And so I think one of the things that's really exciting about the Appomattox is that, there's just those spots that are unpredictable, and you get this sense of kind of like just more discovery when you're going into this, and you just don't know what to expect. And, yeah, I really like that. I think, I definitely used to fish. And when I started working as a fish biologist, I didn't fish so much. And I realized that, the thing for me is the unknown, the like, oh, let's go in there and see what's there. And it's really efficient with electricity.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah.
I get that same, like excitement of like, oh, what are we going to find here? Like, let's run this transect. What are we going to see? And I think, the Appomattox and also the Mattaponi and the Pamunkey, these kind of rivers that you don't hear as much about, they have that level of excitement where you're just like, oh, I don't know, not everything is mapped. I'm not totally sure what's there.
How far can you navigate safely up the Appomattox, or have you ventured?
Pretty far. It's, I mean, again, if water is like really low, if you haven't gotten a bunch of rain, it definitely gets harder to navigate. But you can go pretty far up, Swift Creek, some of these like smaller areas. I've gone, let's see, there is this one channel. So if you're looking up river, it's like to the left, or if you're just looking at the map, it's like this channel that's like further to the right. That's like I think it's a constructed channel, but it's like dredged and they use it for shipping. So that's like pretty consistent.
Okay, so you're safe all the way past 95 into Petersburg then.
Yeah, but it's like, if you're in some of these like just braided areas, you just kind of gotta go where the depth is there. It's hard to kind of look at the map and say this, this channel, not this channel. But you can like feel it out and use your bathymetric maps and see like, where you have some more depth, and again, like look at what the depth is versus like what reading you're actually getting. So some of these areas, these are really dynamic systems. So it might say like on your map, like, oh, you can expect that this is like 7 feet, but you might be sitting there and you're at like 3 feet. So if you're sitting at like 3 feet and tide's going out, you might not want to go any further. So it's kind of exercise caution, but until you really get a handle on it. But yeah, you can navigate a lot of these spots like pretty far up, and you can just again find these really cool pockets of habitat.
Do you think the largemouth in the Appomattox system, do they spawn there, or do you think they leave to go to the James proper to spawn?
I think they probably spawn there. Yeah. You get like a lot of there's a lot of like habitat diversity there. It's a lot of the similar kind of like mud flats with vegetation. Yeah, so I would imagine that they stay in the Appomattox because it's also like this area. It's not that it gets like too salty. I mean, usually the Ben Harrison Bridge at 156 that's kind of what people would consider like the delineates like tidal fresh. But of course, like everything depends on rain and wind and storms and all that kind of stuff. But there is movement, like Yeah, there is movement like in and out of the Appomattox, but I do think that probably if fish are spending most of their time in the Appomattox River, they're also probably spawning there.
That's interesting what you
Yeah.
said about the salinity level, because thinking that you have a major reservoir at the headwaters of that, does that mean like, I guess, flow rate and then the salinity level would be consistent? Because even if you have a drought, that lake is probably still pulling the same amount of water, right?
Yeah, it's really interesting because if you get like a really big storm event, you can really see, like going over the Benjamin Harrison Bridge, you can really see like Appomattox water mixing with James River water. So you might see like kind of a color differential from like what's coming down from the James or what's coming down from Chesden, or the reverse, where it's, if we got a big storm in, upriver in the James and all that stuff is washing out, the James might be more murky and Chesden might be, Appomattox might be pushing out more or like less turbid water. So it's interesting dynamics, but it is another layer that makes the Appomattox just dynamic, is that there is a reservoir that has its own water operations. And I'm not I should probably know more about like what those operations are in terms of flow. But I don't, but that is, that's another thing that is going to kind of change, flow patterns and water levels and stuff like that.
Is there any effect with the data when you have that major marina where so many bass tournaments go out of? Because I guess they're bringing in so many fish on a yearly basis. Do you think those fish will just set up shop there? I guess it's a percentage deal. Like a percentage will just set up shop in the Appomattox comparatively just go back out in the James.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question, because we actually looked at that between the James and the Chickahominy. Specifically because there was some concern from anglers that, you have, big tournaments going out of Osborne and people running up into the Chickahominy to fish. And so there was a lot of concern over, if taking fish from the Chickahominy, driving to the James for the weigh-in and then releasing them in the James, if it was really affecting the Chickahominy bass population. And what we found was that percentage was so low, that it really wasn't having any effect. I think for the major tournaments where people were going back and forth between Osborne and the Chickahominy, it was something like 3.5% of fish of the population 3.5% of tournament bag fish were translocated from the Chickahominy River to Osborne, which is really low. And then what was really interesting is some of those fish would end up back in the Chickahominy. So there is some kind of two-way movement, but it was driven by those big tournaments. And that makes sense, because if you're not part of a tournament, why wouldn't you just launch at, Brickyard or Riverfront? So it makes sense. What I don't know is how that would change when you have two systems that are kind of closer together. So like the James and the Appomattox. The thing that we do know from other, work that's been done, I think it was in North Carolina rivers. I wish I could cite the paper. I feel like I would want to give them credit, but they found that largemouth bass, after being moved, they will return to where they were caught within 30 miles, I think. So they are willing to kind of go back to where they came from to some degree, as long as it's, within that kind of like 30-mile radius. But, there are going to be some that just decide to hunker down, and it'll be, there's some kind of different numbers for how long they'll rest and recover before moving. I think it's generally around like a week. But, what I end up telling people is that, we haven't seen any kind of huge sweeping changes to, any of these populations in response. Because even though tournaments, do move fish around, and, even though there are like a number of small, medium tournaments, it's really those huge tournaments that end up having that impact. And that impact is still small, those big tournaments. Let me try to phrase this in a more articulate way. The big tournaments, just by the nature of they're bigger, they are more boats, they're moving the most fish in any given tournament. But the number of those huge tournaments is so low. And so that percentage of fish that they're moving ends up being so low. So it's kind of, it's a little bit like opposite of what you would think, which is kind of why we wanted to look into it, is because, you see fish moving around and you want to understand what kind of impact that's having. But yeah, the fish moving, it's really tied to larger tournaments. And the overall percentage of fish being moved as a part of those larger tournaments is a lot lower than a number that we'd be concerned about. I was expecting to find like 15% and be a little nervous, but we found like 3.4%. And so I was thrilled.
With that said, and there being more tournaments that go out of that generic area, was there less chop in the data that you found with the Appomattox compared to Mattapony and Pomonkey?
No, see, there's actually more, and part of the reason is because, well, yeah. So the reason is the number of sites that we are able to sample every year. So the Chickahominy is sampled like its own system. It's a big system. The Mattapony, the Pomonkey, also sampled like its own system. Same with the James. The Appomattox is treated like a tributary to the James. So we sample it more than we do like Powell Creek or Upper Chip Oaks. We include more sample sites, but not as much as, like the Chickahominy or the Mattapony or the Pomonkey. So what you end up with is, in a year where we are just able to fit in more sites because we're doing great with our time management, we might end up with 4, maybe 5 sites, but most of the time, like the bare minimum is 2 sites. And I try to go above that, as much as I can, because it is a big and diverse system. But what that means is that with that few sites, like per year, you just get a crazy amount of variation in every year because you're only dealing with a couple sites. So like those trends don't really level out. So one of the things I would like to do when I have the free time is really kind of get in there more and just do some more intensive sampling to kind of, tease out like sites that people can check out, or to give people like a way to kind of a jumping off point to kind of explore. Because again, once you get past 295, it just goes in a million different directions, and you just run into that learning curve of where you're going, what the depths are, where the habitat is. Yeah.
That's wild, looking that on a map, that's considered just a tributary compared. I mean, again, like it shows you how big the Chick and Pomonkey are comparatively, when the Appomattox is considered just it's just a tributary.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just like, in order to cover all of that, it would just be, and it's such a dynamic system, just to be able to like cover all of those different braided habitats. So it's just, we have to make choices about how to kind of spend our sampling time. And, it's hard because it's like, you want to learn more about everywhere, the James and the Chickahominy, and, they are really big systems that, we got to keep data up to date on, because, they are these kind of destination fisheries. And, that's one of the reasons that I worked on kind of standardizing sampling effort, like across all of the rivers, so that, you don't really get pulled in one specific direction over another. You have to kind of treat every river equitably and make sure that you have data on everything. You're not just kind of getting sucked into kind of concerns over one river versus the other. But yeah, I think I would like to get into the Appomattox a little bit more and just get some more information, especially on just overall kind of diversity, because eels are kind of a big concern kind of coming up. There's a lot of like looking into stock assessments for eels, and we run into a ton of them in the Appomattox. Would love to learn more about about those guys. A lot of bowfin, have run into some pockets of gar, during their spawning season, where you just kind of round a corner and you just see them kind of coming up everywhere. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on there. Really diverse system. Would love to learn more about it, but it's just that time.
Do you guys have an eel stocking program?
We don't, no.
Oh, okay.
But it's one of those, like along the Atlantic coast, it's one of those fish that everybody just wants some more information on because,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's really hard to track those populations and do, population assessments. And so we kind of went through a period where we were trying to gather our data to see what we had. And the Appomattox was, one of the more reliable rivers in my data sets. And so that's really interesting to know. But again, you have at most probably like 4 or 5 sampling sites per year. So it's really hard to kind of tease out, is that a system wide thing or did we just kind of happen on those, those spots when we were sampling? So,
when we talk about the sampling sites and you going out into the field, are we talking about one boat, multiple boats? Like how big of a crew are you taking to the Appomattox to get this data collected?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And it really depends on the sampling type. So for community sampling, that is just the shock boat. That's me and 2 people netting fish. So it's a pretty, small operation. It's again, with community sampling, we want to get as much coverage as we can. And we're talking about, the James, the Chickahominy, the York systems, the Piankatank, and the Rappahannock. So we have another biologist that covers the Rappahannock and the Piankatank. But every fall I have to, it's on me to, cover the York, the James, and the Chickahominy. And so, trying to get as much data from every system as you can, within a pretty narrow time window where hurricanes have a real knack for showing up.
Yeah.
You can run into unexpected time delays, like this past fall. I was not able to do a whole lot because, the hurricane ran through, temperature dropped very quickly. Fish either went holding into deeper water or went up to seek shelter in the tributaries. And I kept going out there to see, what is the temperature doing? Are the flows down? Are the water levels down? Are the fish, kind of back where I would expect them to be? And no, so we really ran out of time last season after the hurricane. We got a little bit in beforehand. But, you only have so much time. You're trying to collect all the data you can, and then you kind of run into these unpredictable events that, impact what you're able to get done. So,
So if you collect your data, I mean, and when I talked to Odenkirk about this when I did his show, and we talked about Aquia Creek, and like some years you just have so much SAV, you can't really get good information, good data. Do you put an asterisk by that for that year? How does that work because there are so many variables you could in theory add to the study? It could it could go crazy. So how do you document that?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. I do put an asterisk next to data during, hurricane years because we saw this in, I believe it was 2022, the fall of 2022, where we had similar issues where, we got in a little bit of sampling beforehand, hurricane came through, dropped the temperatures like 10 degrees overnight. And even though we got back out to sample, the fish just weren't there. So you're looking at, these, catch rates for this year, and they're all really, really low. And unless you're really considering flow and, weather when you're having that conversation, it looks like, this population just tanked, in 2022, any population. I mean, I think we really only got a bunch of gizzard shad and white perch mostly that year. It's not a great data year, but yeah. So I definitely do. There's ways so like when you're going through and you're using a model to ask, whatever question about a population, you can bring in environmental variables like flow or river height or, all of these different things. And that will really kind of like tell the model or the model will tell you really like what impact that is having on the population. And so if you were to model like largemouth bass population against, river height or discharge or something like that, you're going to see an impact. If, when you're having like really fast running water, you're not going to be able to capture as many fish. either because they're not there, because water's moving too fast, conditions aren't great, or because it's really hard to see them even, when you get certain water conditions. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. But again, like the reason that we kind of switched to this more like randomized sampling design is because it allows you to really bring in a lot more variables to see like, what's impacting like your sampling efficiency. So
and that's important for people that are listening to this to keep in mind that, when you're up at the dock, just because someone says the fishing is down or bad doesn't mean the population is gone. There are so many other reasons why the fishing could be poor that year, besides that there are no bass or catfish or what have you left in the fishery that year. And talking to everyone there at the department and seeing all these studies, you can see that to where it's like, yeah, but this was different and this was different. And it's so many little things that you could pick thread wise, rabbit holes you could go down, which is insane.
Yeah, that was what was really crazy about 2022 is I think that was Hurricane Ian, but that actually washed out, pretty quickly. But the water temperatures really didn't bounce back until a ways after, and so you really didn't see the fish return like you would expect. And so say somebody was coming from out of town to do, a tournament, and they didn't know about the hurricane. This just seemed like a normal, beautiful, sunny day. The water's perfect, and they just cannot catch a fish to save their life. Then it's like, oh my God, what is happening to this population? But I know that, you had this huge temperature fluctuation and flow fluctuation, and that, they're probably just holding in deeper water for winter, or they're, we're seeking shelter elsewhere. So, yeah, it is hard, but it's also, it's tough if you're an angler, conditions look beautiful, how do you know, like how long it takes fish to return to an area, or if they will, so it's just, and it depends on the system too. So there's a lot of variables. I feel like this is where I should make a really bad, like it's called fishing, not catching joke.
No, it's true though. There are so many variables that go into it. And again, like I just know from hearing the chatter on the James, the Potomac River, the Upper Bay, the three big hot spots, people want to complain when you have a down year, and there's just so many variables that go into it. Is the ASCV too thick? Is it cut back? It's hard to then like lock into like, does this place need like draconian measures, or is it just give it some time and a couple more years and you'll see the data will pan out that everything's fine? It was just a weird blip.
Yeah. And it's, I think from on both sides, if you're a biologist or an angler, if you're seeing like really low numbers of catch, or you're not seeing like a lot of like juveniles, or you're not seeing a lot of SAV or something, it's really hard to hear, well, let's give it time. And I've been through that on some of these systems where it's like, well, I'm not seeing any juveniles. Like I am concerned here. However, the SAV was really, really thick. So, they're probably popping up and I just can't see them, or I just didn't happen on any of, these, really, really big sites for them. So it really cuts both ways. I mean, I don't really think there's a biologist here that, if you come up with bad numbers, there's not something going, oh God, we'll see what happens next year. We'll do some more sampling, but nobody feels good about it. But, we just have to be able to trust the data and, know what the trends are doing. And, populations don't crash overnight. So it's usually something that you can come back from in time.
So I think that takes us to the legendary chick, correct?
Yes. I wouldn't call the Chickahominy an unknown river. But yeah, it's just really consistently strong fishery across the board. It's a really rich system. There's a lot of habitat. The tributaries are their own kind of just habitat gold. Yeah, there's a reason it's a really popular fishery for sure.
Yeah, and I don't know what can already be said about the habitat and places here. If you're listening to this show, you probably know about the chick. I'm more fascinated about like what has the data been showing you basically with this specific river.
So it's been let me see if I can bring I didn't bring up my Chickahominy data because I wasn't sure if we're gonna talk about it. But the chick is remains strong. We had a year, I think it was 2022. That was the year that I really struggled to find young of year. And then 2023, we did a ton of extra sampling and just a lot of we pick our sites randomly, but if we're really looking for something, we want to make sure that recruitment, I'll tag on a bunch of sites that I just choose because it looks like good, rearing habitat or something. And so that's what we did in 2023, just to make sure that we were seeing the recruitment that, we want to see. And so that really alleviated that. And so, yeah, it's still going strong. We did that tagging study a couple of years ago, looking at the movement between the James and the Chickahominy, and there was some concern that was affecting the population, but we found that wasn't what was happening. We have been monitoring pretty regularly in the James and the Chickahominy, doing disease monitoring, just doing like a spring sample to make sure that, fish are healthy. The spawning biomass is still like looking good. And so I really don't have any concerns about the Chickahominy. It's been, pretty consistent. There's some fluctuations year to year, but it consistently has good recruitment and good adult numbers. So.
What are you seeing size-wise right now on the upper end of the scale? Because I've heard some people say like, the river's at just a little bit of a dip than it was 5-6 years ago. Is that reflected in the data at all?
Yeah, I would have to dig into the data a little bit more. From what I can remember, like, yeah, it is those top sizes are coming down a little bit. And I think that part of the reason on that is because the F1s are kind of that, were last stocked back in, I'm going to say 2016, are kind of working their way out of the system. So that makes sense. But, we know like historically that the James and the Chickahominy can support those sizes naturally. And so, those guys, those F1s are kind of, I think, one of the bigger reasons that those size, bag sizes are decreasing a little bit. But it's not really a worry long term because, we have seen those, looking back into the historical data that we have, we do see those sizes there. It's not that our fish that, aren't F1s can't get that big. It's just they get that big more slowly. So that's another one of those things where it's like, it's really frustrating to say we'll get there. But it does take time.
Yeah, I've had a couple of conversations about the F1s, and it's fascinating to where it just gives you this little added bonus of they're just starting. If they're racing, they're ahead. They get a head start basically when it comes to size. It's not a golden bullet that's going to cure everything, but is it worth the price tag? I think that is interesting because is the $100,000, just randomly throw that out there, worth saying that you caught 30 pounds? And that's a hard question because there's only so many resources to go around.
Yeah, and it is, it's really hard. And I mean, we've been through this on the Chickahominy in the past where, it's kind of been this drama of, DWR, wouldn't stock, and then, anglers raise the money, and, all of the, literature on the subject is like, tidal rivers don't make, good bass fisheries. But, stock the chick, and it worked really well. That was surprising to biologists pretty much across the board. But again, that's the process of science. And so, I think there's always this want to stock the chick again, to have that boost again. It takes a lot of fish and a lot of money to stock a river the size of the Chickahominy. On top of that, we're learning a lot more about, native, Florida stream bass that have, what their range extends up to, like in Virginia. And so, it's also, do we want to be bringing in bass from out of state or from elsewhere? Are we possibly, causing damage to, fish that have the populations that have been here for a long time? And so there's a lot of considerations that kind of go into it. It's a lot of money. and it's also, kind of figuring out what the deal is with any, native bass populations. So that's kind of been, and I don't know enough about it to kind of dive into that, but there's a lot of work going on with the bass population genetics, and the kind of ranges of, northern and Florida bass. So it's a lot of different things.
It is fascinating to see how this will continue to progress. I know Lake Anna is still in the rotation. Smith, there's a couple other places.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, people are going to ask us, does it work? Yes. Is it worth the money though? I think that's the very mile high version of, it's just a lot for what you get. The juice worth the squeeze, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Yeah. Like it's an injection into the population. But it's, it's interesting because in the Chickahominy, doing the sampling afterwards to see, the impact on, spawning biomass or, the impact to the population, it was a really small fraction. Like it was really hard to find a stocked fish afterwards. And so really interestingly, if you were going by the numbers, it didn't have that much of an impact, but any angler who fishes the Chick will tell you that, the impact was there in terms of sizes and catch rates.
I wonder if it's just the top end that you see that, or the angler sees the impact, because you see more of the quote unquote 10s and 8s, but that's all it shows up as.
Yeah. I do wonder the same thing. Because you can still go out in the Chick and you can find, really beautiful, good size fish. There's no shortage of 5-pounders in the Chickahominy, but I think it's, once you've pulled a 9-pounder out of the back of Morris or something, it's just like, no, this is fine. And I get it. It's really, I never want anyone to be, displeased with fishing in the Chickahominy. This is a really important fishery for us. As fish biologists, we take managing these resources really seriously. But, we do have to consider across the board everything that needs to be done in these systems and the costs. And it's not always tenable. And in these tidal systems too, it's, we're running up against, invasive species and all of these other things that it's hard to kind of think through, stocking 1 million largemouth bass in a system where there's also, a ton of, blue catfish waiting to just snack on all those fresh additions. So, I can't say never, but I'm not sure that the calculus is there right now because, we're still seeing, and this is a big thing is, when you look at our fishery management plans for these, it's really hard to justify stocking when you keep seeing the population go up and recruitment being strong. So it's these fish are still recruiting into the population and they're growing. It's just not as fast as we would like. So it's hard to justify.
How far back does the data collection go on the James?
Oh man. I think 90, I think it's around the early 90s for both of them. And then I do have legacy data from some of these systems that goes back to the 50s, which is really cool to see. Yeah, I know. I found just a absolute stash of hard copy data from the 50s and 60s that you could really go down the rabbit hole with.
That was for the James specifically in the 1950s?
I'm pretty sure it was the James. Yeah. Wow. But there's a bunch of, I might find some, I did a deep dive into our filing cabinets when I first got here and was just like, oh, there's so much legacy data, but yeah. Yeah, that's a whole other subject.
Yeah, when I had Gary Martin on the show, we were talking about the Potomac River, the Chesapeake, and we talked about how the river used to be on fire because the environmental stuff was so poor. And it's interesting that we get so zoomed into the year to year on, okay, the river's down a little bit compared to 2016. But then when you zoom out to the 90s and it's it's a little dip. It's a little dip compared to the last 20, 30, 40 years.
Yeah. And I mean, it's what's wild to me is I think this was at the Bass Summit last year. Somebody was telling me about, I think it was in I think it was back in the 90s. He was saying that, he would pull 8 and 9 pound largemouth bass out of the Pianka tank. And I was like, what? So it's, I mean, we know they can get that big. We know these habitats will support them. Might not be at the numbers that we want, and it might not be as fast as we want, but we know these systems are capable of supporting like good trophy bass on their own.
How high of a salinity level can a largemouth actually stand? Has that ever been documented?
I'm sure it has. I'm not sure what the exact number is, but let me see. I can't remember where it was. It was down. Where was it? It was below Wilcox Wharf. I want to say it was down around. It was above the Jamestown Ferry. It was probably somewhere in the Claremont area. So like just upstream of the confluence with the Chickahominy. And salinity was pretty high. It was in the range of like 5 ppt, which is borderline when I should maybe not be shocking. But I did anyway because I was curious. And I found it was just several, not huge bass, but several just like 1 to 2 pound really washed out bass that were just doing fine down there. And I was really surprised to see them. I mean, they were on that kind of shoreline structure where, you would expect to see them if you're going to see them. But yeah, the salinity was just way higher than I would think. And so it's, generally when you're talking about freshwater fish, there's an amount that, they can handle. And then there's an amount that will kill them. And so, their tolerance limits, it might not be ideal for them, but they might be able to like, hang out somewhere and wait for tide to go out or something like that. But I'm not really sure what that number is.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because again, when I was a kid, they always said like you don't get big fish in tidal estuaries and stuff, and they really can't handle salt. But then you look at the James River, Albemarle Sound, the Chowwan River right now in North Carolina, like 8, 10, not. It's insane that it's all happening now, and maybe it's because of social media and we can collect data. But why does it feel like everything's really on the uptick the last 5 or 6 years?
I don't know. I mean, in my experience, like in these waters, I would expect to see I'd expect to find bass in some of these saltier areas. Like I'm not shocked, but they're not big and their color might be like a little bit washed out, but they're there. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's like a social media thing or people just like sonar. They're just better at finding fish. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's interesting because, before the Chickahominy was stocked, I mean, the common knowledge was just like, you're never going to have a destination bass fishery in a tidal system. They're just too dynamic. I mean, and they are. I mean, you have like storms come through that wipe out all of the SAV. I mean, that's all of the rearing habitat. And so it's weird to me that like the Chickahominy seems to be a little bit more resilient to that. And I'm not sure if it's because it's like a north-south orientation more than like an east-west orientation. So it's more protected. I've kind of wondered about that. But it supports a lot more like vegetation, a lot more like habitat diversity than say like the main stem James. Because the James, I think like a lot of the really quality like bass that you're looking at catching, it's not like in the James proper. It's in like it's like tributaries also like Powell Creek, Herring Creek, Queens Creek, which is a smaller creek. I think it was my first year here and I was working with one of the other biologists and we pulled up 2 8.5 pounders and a 9 pounder out of Queens Creek. Was wild and it was in one run of just like overhanging, beautiful, like wooded habitat. And so, it doesn't, even some of these smaller tributaries to the James, like you just get back in them and you can just stumble on a really beautiful sized bass. So like Flower Dew 100 Creek is another one. Yeah, there's just, but in the main stem, it's really, unless you're further upstream, like in the kind of more narrow, like tidal fresh, narrower channel habitats, it's more the tributaries than it is the main stem.
We've covered so much, and it's just, this has been fascinating to really learn about everything from the York tributaries, the Chowan. Thank you so much for coming on and being able to break down all this information. Is there anything that we forgot to mention that we should?
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that, we are still looking out for Alabama bass, in the James and the Chickahominy system. So, if anybody's out there fishing and you catch an Alabama bass, reach out to us, let me know. We haven't been turning them up in our samples. But I know a few folks have caught them, and that's just really good for us to know about. And the same thing goes with snakehead. So, we really want to know if you turn one up in, the York, the James, the Chickahominy, the Appomattox. That's something we really want to know about. So I'll just put that PSA out there.
And then if you guys need that information, there'll be a link in the episode description to the DWR's website with all that information and the number that you need to call for that. As always, guys, please do your due diligence out on the water. If you see something, make a note of it, take a picture, and get it to the proper authorities. And we'll see you guys next time on Fishing the DMV. Bye.
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Ahrens. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia, and Tactical Fishing Company.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.